Yeah. So April 2nd, 12:05 p.m., Zodiac All Autumn Wing. There was a little recess, and the guys are waiting for the new witness to come in, which I believe is Delicious Cone. But now all four of Edgeworth, Gumshoe K, and Eddie are still inside the hallway. Not the hallway, the wing. They sure are taking their time. I thought it was supposed to be a 10-minute recess. Sorry to keep your losers waiting. But wait no longer. I want the race to find Delicious Cone, and here she is. Hello, dears. This lovely young man said you wanted to speak to me. Delicious Cone, purveyor of the most wondrous wares a pharmacist can offer at your service. Delicious to my pals, but even Miss Delicious to some. You can't call me the winner, and I'll call you whatever I want. All right, Winnie Pooh, whatever you say. It's lovely to meet you, dearie. So much for calling me the winner. Oh, have we met before, young man? Hey, get a load of this, Delicia. That's Miles Edgeworth, Gregory's son. Well, I never. It's a pleasure to meet you, Milesy Smiles. If you must address me by my given name, just Miles will do. Ooh, Greggy Peglegs, boy, and all grown up, too. Make me feel my age, why don't you? I wonder just how old she is. Eustace, I believe we have some question for our pharmacist. Oh yeah, what brings you to the gallery today, Miss Scones? Why, I came to see dear old Moody Judy, of course. We've been fast friends for 18 long years, and no one's going to stop me visiting her now. I understand that you helped look after Mr. Gusto in the immediate aftermath of the attack. Oh, I didn't do much, really. I just whipped up a quick antidote for the dear old doctor. Wow, you can make an antidote just like that? Oh yes, dear, as long as I have the right ingredients, I can throw together just about any medicine you like. It certainly helped that the medical room was well equipped, though. We was much better off treating him here than losing vital minutes of taking him to the hospital. Anyway, we did what we could. The rest, well, that's up to him. And you know the victim, Miss Delicious? Oh, yes, well, sort of. It's been 18 years since I last saw him. Apparently he's famous these days, one of the best confectioners in the world, or so they say. Interesting. Well, he's a well-known public figure? Oh, yes, dear, he was on the news and everything. Confectionery crafting king of the world, they said. Wow, so the old dog really went to Zhengfa and upped his game just like he said he would. Curtsy. Perhaps if you could proceed to the matter at hand, Miss Cone. Are you familiar with a substance known as Infesticide Ultra? Of course, dear. You use it to get rid of you-know-whats. Oh, it's awfully strong, though. That's why we don't sell it in the shops. Might I ask what you mean by you-know-whats? The little blighters that frightens the light out of poor innocent ladies like yours truly, that's what. Ghastly little creatures, running around people's nice, clean kitchen and terrorizing them. Oh, I get it, those. Thank you, Miss Scone. One more question, if you don't mind. Are you aware what happens when the chemicals asphyxion and ubiquium are combined? Oh, yes? It's right there in the Infesticide Ultra instruction. Do not mix with products containing ubiquium, ever! Because if you do, they react with each other and make a horrible poisonous gas. What is it again? Effects of annihilation includes respiratory complication and, well, death. And poor old Gusty very nearly didn't make it. To make that much gas, you need, probably 500 ml of each chemical, I'd say. She certainly talks like a skilled pharmacist. So yeah, half a mil, no, half a liter, 500 mil. Ubiquium is awfully thick and sticky, and it heats up very quickly indeed. It's also bright red and smells minty fresh. Ooh, and cheap as chips. That's why they use it in everything. And Asphyxion's more watery, and it's white in color. That will do, thank you. You are clearly well informed, Miss Cone. As well I should be, dearie. After all, infesticide ultra is made by the company I work for. Exclamation mark. Oh, but before you get the wrong idea, they don't go around handing out free samples. As I said, it's awfully terribly dangerous. You couldn't buy it even if you wanted to. Hello, Phoenix Wright, how you doing? Yes, it's Miles. It's Miles time. Yes, Miss Cole. Very interesting indeed. I think that'll tell us what we need to know. Strange. I thought she suspected Miss Cone. Yeah, I know. I love him too. Something in that smile makes me wonder if she had some other angle in mind. What is it, Detective Flatfoot? Any developments to report?
Yes, sir. Turns out the sculpture's glass display case is open from the top.
That's rather unusual.
And the temperature inside can be adjusted too, all the way down to 0 degrees. The Pisces cake was kept at 26 degrees. Oh, the Pisces case was kept at 26 degrees. Dang near got all my head stuck to it.
We're lucky you escaped alive. Anything more relevant to the case? Yeah, 25, 26 degrees are talking Fahrenheit. And 0 is all the way down to minus 18 Celsius. And 25, it's near the freezing point, but slightly below.
Yeah, they found something on the underside of the top part of the Pisces case. Traces of ubiquium.
Oh ho, now we're talking. That's odd. If there was ubiquium stuck to it, it should have stayed stuck. After all, at 26 degrees, it would have been frozen solid. It would, huh? So, how did things wind up as they are now? I think Kay might be able to help us figure out just that. Or at least, Mr. Teeth might. Alright, we're gonna have another slice of Mr. Teeth. Mr. Little Teeth. Huh? You guys are that desperate to get on my good side, huh? Fine, I don't know what the heck you're talking about, but take it away.
Can't believe I'm taking orders from this guy. But whatever, anything for the truth.
Oh. Before you get too carried away, the goddess of justice has no need of your help. We will find the truth ourselves.
Youch! Why so frosty, Judge G? Your baby prosecutor just gave us the big thumbs up. What's the issue here? Oh, wait. Don't tell me the committee has some dirty little secret it doesn't want us finding out.
I am not required to explain myself to you. But if you feel that you absolutely must participate in the investigation, perhaps you can prove to me that it will be worth our while to keep you around. What exactly does she have in mind here? Who triggered the release of the poison gas? If you can answer this question, I will consent to your participation in the investigation.
You heard the lady, Smiles. Somebody opened the Pisces case and let out that gas. Considering what we learned so far, there's only one person it could possibly be, no?
Yes, the answer is indisputable. In that case, please kindly provide it now.
I have no idea. Wait, what?
Who released the poison gas?
I want to say Gusto.
The victim, Carmelo Gusto, is the only person to have entered the Autumn Wing. Thus, only he could have opened the case. Correct! That appears to be the only logical answer. Very well, I will permit your participation in this investigation to continue. However, if at any point I feel you're contributing nothing of value, you will be removed immediately. Understood. Even if Mr. Gusto did open the case, we still have no idea why.
Alright, Mr. Edgeworth, tell me what you want to see.
Let's use the data we've collected to recreate the scene before the poison gas went off.
On it.
Oh, she didn't do the thing. Eek! Don't scare me like that. Now we see the sheets. And we see the top panel that's been broken. It's been cracked. And we see the stepladder that's been moved next to the Pisces statue. So this is what you were talking about, your Mr. Thief. Yeah, the little hologram. Let's begin by examining the Pisces sculpture. There's a generous amount of ubiquium frozen to the underside of the top part of the case. Oh, okay, so somebody laced the inside of the cover with the red goop. Yeah, which what's keeping that lid on real tight.
The actual gas lid is all cracked though, right? Somebody really went to town on your little house there, huh, Pisces? Huh, Pisces?
And do we have any idea of how the glass lid might have come to be so cracked?
Well, it doesn't look like the outer facing side of the glass suffered any damage.
I see, so we have a cracked piece of glass that we know was ice cold on its inner facing side. And we also know that it wasn't damaged in any direct way on its outer facing side. Thoughts?
Ice cold. Makes me think of the way you glare at people, sir.
Cracks. Oh, makes me think about those deeply etched lines on your forehead. It was cracked by heat expansion. Applying heat to ice cold gas from the outside will cause it to crack.
Huh. Well, I appreciate the science lesson, but why is it all cracked up in the first place?
Why indeed, a heat-cracked glass lid lying on its underside with frozen ubiquium.
You look like the cat that got the cream, Malzarino. You know what happened, don't you?
I certainly do. And what's more, I know how Mr. Gusto opened the case. What? But you didn't give me a chance to figure it out first. It would have been quite the wait. Well, don't keep it to yourself, Edgeworth. I want answers. How did Mr. Gusto open the case?
With the blowtorch.
The blowtorch shows signs of having been used recently when it was found in the Autumn Wing. I think it's likely that it was used on the glass lid, causing it to crack. A blowtorch? Who uses a blowtorch to open a glass case?
Oh, I get it. Mr. Gusto was trying to melt the frozen ubiquium so he could open the lid.
Indeed. You beat me to the answer by a second, but we'll see who wins it in the end.
Don't try and tell us you nearly had it. You didn't have a clue.
Nuh-uh! It was Edgeworth making things hard to understand. Okay, would you mind updating the recreation so that Mr. Winner can follow along too?
Sure, just for him. Alright, here goes.
Mr. Gusto was alone in the Autumn Wing. And while he was in there, he used his blowtorch to melt the frozen ubiquium on the underside of the lid. And? As the ubiquium melted, it mixed with the asphyxion that was already present inside the glass case. thereby producing our poisonous gas. When Mr. Gusteau had finally managed to open the lid, he would have released the gas that poisoned himself. He made it as far as the fountain room, where he collapsed. So he opened the case, and out came the gas, huh? It seems we got there in the end. But why the heck a doodle-doo did he want to open the case in the first place? The heck a doodle-doo. I'm not sure. In fact, we don't even know what his ultimate goal was. I'm thinking he might have come here for the same reason I did. To check out not the autumn wing, but the winter wing. Oh. You remember, right? I thought this was where the winter wing was when we first got here. Caught you out too, did it, my little Eddie Lumpkin? I was ever so confused what would be where the Chili Winks room was all those years ago. There's even the same little tree in front of the blessed door. You wouldn't be all sixes and sevens, eh? Did everyone involved with the IS-7 incident make the same mistake? I think we need to go and take another look at the window wing. Time to see how quickly I can convince Mr. Winner, I suppose. Eureka! Ladies and gentlemen, I have the answer. The answer to what exactly? The man was going to end it all. A dramatic exit stage left sort of artsy-fartsy farewell. Have you been listening at all this whole time? At my level, I barely need to listen to a word, and I still understand exactly half of what's going on. Perhaps I can explain a few of the finer details to you later, Eustace. Winner's prerogative. Winners? Ah, sure, thanks, Gavel. Thank you indeed. I found it's always best to leave things like child wrangling to a professional. In the meantime, don't you have something to tell Mr. Edgeworth and his friends? Oh yeah, I totally forgot. What is it now? I took the liberty of investigating our friendly pink pharmacist here. Or rather, I have one of my underlings do it for me. That's nothing to brag about, you know. Shut up! Can't you see I'm talking here? Anyway, let's put a pin in my suicide theory for now. Yeah. I have something more important to tell you. It's, it was Miss Delicious who set up the poison gas trap. Eek! How could you say that? I was greatly saddened to learn this, Miss Cone. Your profession is one dedicated to saving lives, and yet you use your expertise to try to take one. I beg your pudding! How dare you! I did no such thing! Perhaps you could explain, Mr. Winner? You bet I can! Get a load of this! This is Miss Delicious' pharmacist license. And it says right here what she's authorized to handle. Infesticide Ultra. A product that we have established contains asphyxion, one of the ingredients of our poison gas. Exactly! It's almost impossible for ordinary people to get a hold of that stuff. But Miss Delicious is no ordinary person. She's a card-carrying pharmacist. I didn't do it. This is just all a terrible misunderstanding.
Objection!
And that's not all. There was a bottle of Infesticide Ultra in the victim's pocket. And what do you know? It's covered in your fingerprints. Eee! We know that you and Miss Bound took the victim to the medical room. What better moment to slip the bottle into his pocket, hmm? No! There was only one person on the premises licensed to carry Infesticide Ultra, and that was you, Miss Cone. Furthermore, you are acquainted with Miss Bound, the owner of the gallery, meaning you would have had access to the building and ample opportunity to prepare your trap. No, dear, listen, you don't understand. That infesticide ultra was stolen from me. Lying with only like near sentence, Miss Cone. I'm not lying. Oh, it's in my bag somewhere. I'm sure of it. How's my gay son Apollo? I would sell him for some grape juice. Was that the gay lawyer jokes that we were holding on since the first time we met? Your gay son Apollo? My God. My God. But okay. I'll let it pass, but he's a little gay, but he's fine. But yeah, selling him for grape juice is like, no. I think that the more offensive part of the joke is the punchline more than the fact that Apollo's gay. Oh my God. All right. You get a pass, but no more jokes like that, okay? Okay? All right. What is she looking for? No, that's not it. She's looking for caramel. No, and that's not it. She has one of those alumina cloths. Huh? That cloth looks familiar. Ah, here we go. I knew it was in here somewhere. Look. And what is this? There's something written on it, I think. April 1st, April Fool, complaint file, offense theft, item stolen, and pesticide ultra, 1 bottle. So she made a report on April Fools. It's a crime report relating to a theft. A what? See, you silly billies? I told you somebody pinched it off me a week ago, no less. Hey, it's 1 day ago. We're April 2nd, dude. Oh wait, you got it stolen a week ago and you only filed a complaint 6 days later? By which you mean to say that it was not in your possession at any point today? That's exactly what I mean to say. I think the bottle you found might be the one I lost. I'll always have some in my medicine bag, just in case, you know. And I'm supposed to keep my bag locked up tight, but well, I forget my head if it wasn't screwed on. And now, thanks to silly old me, someone's gone and mixed up a cloud of poison gas with the stuff. I see, but why on earth would you carry such a hazardous substance around with you? Like I said, just in case, you never know when one of them might appear. Ah, yeah, those. One of those. You mean the ghastly little creatures that runs around in people's nice, clean kitchens type of them? You could just roll up a newspaper and whack! One and done. That doesn't work. If they can survive a nuke, they can survive a newspaper, okay? Psst, Gavel, what do I do now? Ah, of course. I think perhaps it might be wise to confirm the authenticity of the crime report just to be safe. Okay, that's child abuse. Well, selling your kid for grape juice is also child abuse. You want to stop. It can't hurt to verify Miss Code's story after all. She may be lying to us. No, don't shush me. It's more important. You will not shush the truth in front of Miles Edgeworth. Alright. I'm gonna go give the precinct a call. Don't go anywhere. So, Miss Codes might not be guilty after all. Indeed. If she really were the one who set up the poison gas trap, then I highly doubt she would have used a method that directly implicates her. So, who do you think did it, Smiles? Somewhat with knowledge of the victim's likely behavior, and the time and the means to prepare. Mods killed Kay. Taser her. My God, you really don't like that girl. You really don't like that girl. Yeah, well, I'll throw her in jail, that's it. But that's it. 2 factors which points to one specific person. Oh yeah, and who might that be? Don't leave us hanging, big guy.
Who had the means to steal the Infesticide Ultra and dress one room up to look like another? Someone who would have been there? I want to say Gusto.
Take that!
Edward did it! Probably. Don't worry, champ. We all get a little sleepy on the job sometimes. Hey, I know what might wake you up. Embarrassing childhood story time. You were in, second grade, and I think you were all tired and groggy, and just like you are now. And okay, that's quite enough. I'm wide awake now. Thank you very much. Ah, come on. I want to hear the rest. Who knew just how the victim was likely to behave? Who has the means to prepare ahead of time? Oh, wait. Okay. It has to be Judy. It's Judy.
Take that!
Surely only Miss Bounds, the proprietor of these premises, could only have prepared in such a way. We'll need some solid evidence to support such a theory. I have 690 points staying. Nice. Okay, I have to put something back in the fridge, because I was eating a bit earlier, and I was making myself something to drink, and that sort of drink has to be kept in the fridge, or else it will turn bad. So, okay, I'm back. Okay, I'm back. I forgot if I turn on my Tangia things or not. But right now, Tangia wouldn't work. It would have worked yesterday, though. I think. What are my command points available? Just want to check. Oh, yeah. Okay, ignore the Tangia stuff. It won't work. Oh, man. Okay. So it was her, huh? Fender da. Strange. It's like you already know. Phew! Nice shooting, Malzarino. I might have to make that associate position a permanent deal. That is not what I was hoping for. I'm back with results. The police have confirmed that the theft really was reported and logged. Which means we may have been a little hasty with some of our conclusions, team. You mean that every single one of your conclusions proved to be hogwash? No, I mean we're only just getting started. Man. Oh, then what's our next move? Well, first we need to go and talk to Miss Bounds. And then I'll think about what to do after that. Eustace. Mr. Gusto's real destination appeared to have been the Winter Wing. Perhaps it would be worth having someone investigate that room more thoroughly. Oh yeah, we should totally do that. Flatfoot, go investigate the Winter Wing. Yes, sir. Cavell, we're going to talk to Miss Bound. Very good, Eustace. We'll join you if you don't mind. April 2nd, 1:35 p.m., Zodiac Hall, Fountain Room. Alright, so Eustace is on his cell phone. It's one of those flip phones. And yeah, we have Fender, we have Larry, we have Delicia, we have Kay, Verity, and Edgeworth. Alright, you have your orders? Go talk to Bound for me. Mr. Winner, weren't we going to talk with Miss Bound ourselves? Sure, but I thought, why not let the grunts handle the grunt work, you know? Means I can just sit back and wait for their report. A winning strategy. You spoiled little... he's so exhausting. I need a break. Huh? There's something in the fountain. Eek! God! It's a body! Whose body is this? And why is it in the fountain, and why did no one notice it before? What on earth? Order! Order in the court! Somebody call forensics! Bad news! Real bad news, sir! Order! Well, I'm order, detective! The ice sculptures in the winter wing! They melted again? They're all melted! What? Did? Huh? Say? Oh my god. They were supposed to say, what did you say? And Eustace missed his cue to say you. What is the meaning of this? Now we have 2 victims? Yeesh, talk about deja vu. It's just like 18 years ago. Even the owl's ice is melted again. Again? This is like some weird rerun. Same people, same everything. I said it before and I'll say it again. This is no twinky dink. You're with me, right, Malzerino? I am. And I think the answer lies in the IS-7 incident itself. In fact, I'm convinced of it. Great minds think alike. Alrighty then. Time for another trip down memory lane. Alright. To be continued. Save your progress, yes. If I had the energy, I would have done that the other day, but it's okay. We're going to continue with more events of 18 years with Gregory and young Eddie. I still can't believe the IS-7 incident was Gregory's last case. Or that it's been 18 long years since a murder at a confectionery contest, and one of the participants, no less, Artie Frost. They pulled his body out of a treasure chest that was a part of Sensen Stangaroa's chocolate tableau. He'd been hit in the head with a large rock salt lamp and subsequently bled to death. We found the lamp hidden inside the candy castle Delicious Cone had made for the contest. But then, before anyone had the chance to investigate Mr. Frost's own room, all of his icy creation had melted clean away. The only thing left were the tools. 18 years ago. December 24th, 9:05 p.m. Contest venue. Fountain room. All of Mr. Frost's work destroyed. Mr. Von Karma wasn't very happy. He told us to get out, and in no uncertain terms. So, what do we do now, Mr. E? I can't believe he just up and kicked us out. Von Karma's a total jerk. Now, Eddie. It was always the job of the police and the prosecutor's office to investigate the scene. Yeah, but he didn't have to talk to us like that. I need more grape juice. Who cares if we're cops or attorneys? We should be all working together to find the truth. You can't assume that everybody's aims are the same as your own. You may wish to expose the truth, but otherwise prefer to accept things at face value. Which way of thinking is right will depend on the person. But what if somebody innocent ends up behind bars because no one managed to uncover the truth? It can happen. We're all humans, police and prosecutors included. Which is why defense attorneys exist. Our job is to help people in such situations, to be friends to the friendless. Friends to the friendless, eh? Now, we may not be able to investigate Mr. Frost's room as hoped, but that doesn't mean we give up. Exclamation mark! You're right, Mr. E! I'm sorry, I should have thought more before I opened my big mouth. No, you're young, Eddie. You'll learn soon enough. I will, I promise! Here's young Bound.
Mr. Edgeworth! Mr. Fender! You look like you could use a little pick-me-up. I'm afraid this is all I have, but please, by all means.
Yeah, little chocolates. The same chocolates that were found in Delicious Pocket. Wait, are those the very same? Ew, 18-year-old chocolate! Whoa, you're the best, Miss Bound. Chocolates added to the court record. Tangaroa's favorite and made by Bound. Rather misshapen and incredibly sweet. Yeah, of course. Like, they're handmade. Of course they're gonna be misshapen. She's just a rookie. She's not a real chocolatier. Thank you. A little sugar boost might actually help. Although, these are a little too sweet for my liking. And a little uniquely shaped.
I'm sorry if they're not to your taste.
No way, they're great. They're so sweet.
Hee, you're very kind. Imagine me of all people, a mediocre confectioner.
What? You mean you made these yourself?
Yes, Simpson loves chocolate, so I had to learn.
Okay.
Keeping him supplied with his favorite treats is just one of my many duties. Although he does spend more of the time coaching me on how to improve my technique.
Mr. Tangaroa sure is a lucky guy. Getting to eat homemade sweets made by the one and only Judy Bound whenever he wants sounds amazing.
Huh? I'm sorry, did you say something?
No, nothing at all. Dear sweet Eddie, you really do still have a lot to learn. It seems you're quite committed to the work you do to Mr. Tangaroa, Miss Bound.
Of course, what right would I have to stare otherwise?
Alright, I need to check. How old is she again? 16, I was right. She's 16 years old. And he's 39! Oh shit, this is more than a crush. Uh-oh. 23-year-old gap. 18 years ago, she's gonna be 34. And he's gonna be 57. See this, then it would make more sense, but here it's a big no. Big no. And of course, delicious cone, question mark. And he's 36. So Manfred got defeated at 61. What do you mean by that?
I was abandoned as a baby and Mr. Tangaroa took me in.
Ah, okay. So she's the Haruka to his Kiryu. Oh. So she's like a father.
That's right. Once on a snowy Christmas Eve, many years ago, he found me on the steps of this very mansion. He saved my life and became the father I never had. I can never repay him. So my work for him is the least I can do. And I'll be here for him for as long as he needs me.
That's the most beautiful thing I've ever heard. I must be getting old. I'm welling up a little myself.
And to take today's Christmas Eve. And I can't even give him his present in person.
Yeah, because in Japan, Christmas Day is a romantic holiday.
I would do anything to save him. Anything! Please, if there's something I can do to help, just say it.
We're very grateful, Miss Bound. Perhaps you could help us by answering a question. Did you know the victim?
Not very well, I'm afraid. Oh, but if you wanted to see some of his work, I have a picture of the sculptures he made for the final.
Ah, okay, we can see the pictures of the sculptures before they got destroyed. My, they're stunning. So this is supposed to be Gemini and Taurus, but I still don't get why the guy would have a lyre and an arrow.
I think they're a masterpiece. Who would have thought of you could make such intricate statues out of flavored ice? Simpson adored them too.
Oh, hey, that's Taurus and Gemini, right? I didn't know you were keen on constellation and on the zodiac, Eddie. Oh, I love it. The stories those stars can tell. Take Gemini for example. See the lyre? That's what the harp is, Carl. And the arrow and the... Hold up. The lyre doesn't have any strings? Huh. Did Mr. Frost forget to add them, maybe?
That doesn't sound like something you would forget to do.
Wait, really? But I thought you just said you didn't know him very well.
Oh, well, he didn't seem like the type.
It seems she's got something to hide, too. You took this photograph yourself, Miss Bound?
Yes, I used this instant camera here. It develops a picture as soon as you take them. It's so useful.
Oh, I'd love to see it in action.
Hee. Then why don't I take your picture?
Yes, come on, Mr. E. Let's get a shot of the both of us. Well, all right then. It would be a shame to waste a good hair day.
Ready? Say cheese!
Miles Avapothermia. No, that's not the wrong Miles. No, it's Noah.
They're all done. And the picture's yours to keep, Mr. Fender.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much. That's such a cool camera.
Well, it's the only one we've got, so we use it for all our picture-taking needs. It's very convenient, but the lack of negative is something of a shame.
So there aren't any negative for us to reference, huh? I assume Mr. Tangaroa used the same camera during the contest?
Yes, you assume correctly. He used it for some work-in-progress pictures on his seascape. And later, to take some photos of the other contestants' work.
Ah, but didn't you take a picture of the body when you discovered it? And didn't you discover the body while the judging was still underway?
Oh, yes. Simpson wanted pictures of all the entrants' completed rooms. But the films ran out just as he finished photographing Mr. Gusto's work. So he asked me to put it on a new cartridge. He seemed to think there should have been more shots left than there were.
In other words, the film ran out sooner than expected.
Yeah. The number of shots he took didn't line up with the number of shots remaining. But he thought maybe he just lost track somewhere along the way.
Oh. But had he really, though?
So I went to our living area to change the film, and that passing through the fountain room on my way back, when I heard the sound of something break and collapse in Samson's room.
And that's where she found the body.
Samson, are you in there? Ah! Mr. Frost's body was just lying there. I was in total shock. It was all too much. But I remember I called the police, and then I went to tell everybody else, and the camera has been with me ever since.
I see. I'll be grateful if you could lend us the camera in this picture, Miss Bound.
Of course, here you go.
Thank you. Instant camera. Takes photo that develops instantly. A new film cartridge has 20 exposure, but there are only 3 remaining. Photo of Frost sculpture taken by Judy Bound. Oh, here's bad. Oh, I'm gonna have to bring my lollipop. I got 2 of them just in case. Detective Bad, Miss Scone. So, are they done investigating? Oh, they're done with me, that's for certain. The big meanie told me to clear off.
Honestly, that mannequins will be the end of me. The cheek of him.
I know, right? Why won't this unravel? It's like it's taped together, but it shouldn't be. Okay, I got it. Ah, it's so dry, it's so old. I have that for almost 3 years. Guess he got tired of people cluttering up his crime scene.
Did he run off you too, Detective Bad?
Yeah. Von Karma seems to think I'm a nuisance. Can't do things his way with me around.
Why would Mr. Von Karma go so far as to exclude his own lead detective?
Because he's gonna tamper with the evidence, that's why. Still, got a pretty good look at the scene. As for Gusto, he's enjoying a little chat right now in Frost's room.
What about?
About the fact that Miss Bound said she saw him going in there during the contest.
Mr. Gusto went into Mr. Frost's room.
That's right, and I have to say he looked very much like he didn't want to be seen. I don't know what he could have been up to.
Well, he's candidate number 1 at the moment as the guy who melted Frost's work.
But is that really why Mr. Gusto went into Mr. Frost's room?
Got a photo of the room right here. If you need it, it's all yours.
Exclamation mark. Wait, what? Why would you just give it to us?
Do I gotta spell it out for you, kid?
I'm offering to help you guys. I want the truth about this case to come out.
Detective.
Really, Detective Bad? Mr. Von Karma won't be happy about this.
Yeah, well, I'm not Miss Von Karma's stooge. If he's gonna stonewall my investigation, then I'm not gonna play by the book either. Can't let some pesky rules keep me from fighting the truth.
Now, can I, Mr. Edgeworth?
Indeed. Thank you, Detective Bad.
Wow, I can't believe you won him over, Mr. Reed. Well, I haven't the full guess what you are going on about, but here's to new friends, eh? It's definitely nice to have the good detective on our side, that's for sure.
All right, let's take a look at that photograph. Here.
Yeah. The thing has been unplugged. Is there a tool missing? Because I see a cleaver, some chisel, a saw, and it's not a crowbar, but it's one of those pike you have to grab to the ice with. This is what Frost's room looked like right now. Yikes! There's nothing left of his flavored ice sculptures but puddle. The floor appears to be completely covered in a pale blue liquid. I should compare this with the photo I just borrowed from Miss Bound. I assume that the unplugged power cord has something to do with all of this.
Yeah, once that was out of the socket, the display cases lost power, and up the temperature went.
Looks like they were all connected to the same power strip.
You have any idea when it was unplugged? Nope. Still working on that.
Those sculptures were beautiful. What a waste. You can say that again. I should have taken a few more bites out of them when I had the chance.
So they tasted good? No, they were too salty. Did they ever? I never tried ice of so scrumptious as all my life. Really? Man, I wish I could have a bite. Well, scrumptious except for the salty bit, of course. That was unbearable. The salty bit. It's in the other photo you got there. This bit, the harpy thing. Oh, she ate the strings. Gemini's liar. Wait, that's why it has no string? Because you ate them? I didn't eat that much, you cheeky little devil. I told you it was all audible and salty. Oh my god. Do you want to bet she ate taffy? Frost sculpture was scrumptious except for the lyre, which was salty. It's interesting that only one particular part of this one particular sculpture tasted different from the rest. And could somebody other than Miss Scone really be responsible for eating the rest of the strings? Did you notice anything else, Miss Scone? Come to think of it, I did. There was a funny little mark on Chillywink's work. It was 2 little letters. Let me see if I can draw it for you. Here we go. Yes, it looked just like that. PH. Paula Leak. Oh yeah, Frost has one of those sealed, Paul PH. It's almost like a signature or something. Wait.
I just knew Mr. Frost would have made that harp without strings. He's not the type to skip an important detail like that.
I hope you don't mind me asking, Miss Bound, but are you certain you didn't know Mr. Frost particularly well?
What? No, I barely knew him, I swear.
Is that so? You certainly seem to have strong opinions about his attitude toward his work.
No, I just... The sculptures were so carefully made. I didn't think you'd miss something so important.
I'm sorry, but I don't believe you. You have a more personal connection to his work than that.
What makes you say that?
I have an item of evidence that appears to have been one of Mr. Frost's possession, and it shares a key features with another piece of evidence.
Well, I won't know what you're talking about if you don't share. So what are these 2 pieces of evidence of yours?
Which 2 items points to Mr. Frost? This is the first, the seal.
Take that!
And now the second. The room. The sculpture.
Take that!
The link between these 2 pieces of evidence reveal a shocking truth.
Really?
Not sure I'm saying this link, Mr. E. Ah! Grr, that wasn't right. Miss Bound is especially found of one of the pieces of evidence we gathered. But I should take another look over them all, I suppose. Now then. Oh, wait. Ah, I never checked that. Look, there's something stamped on the bottom. It says PH. I suppose that must be Paula Leak's pottery mark. Those are his initials, after all. Miss Bound says that she's a big fan of his work. His initial, huh? So if I would made it, it would say EF. Perhaps you should practice by initializing your personal belongings first. Okay, so the teapot and the seal. Ah, okay. Miss Scone found 2 letters carved into Mr. Frost's eye sculpture. I think they were a signature of sorts. After all, it's not usual for an artist to initial their work.
I guess not.
That's right, dear. It's just like you said. Chillywink's statues have the letter PH carved in them plain as day. PH? Shouldn't it be AF? You would think so. But take a look at this. It's the seal we found at the crime scene. It seems reasonable to assume that it fell from Mr. Frost's pocket, and when pressed into the surface of an item, it will leave behind the letters PH. The same pottery mark we see imprinted on the bottom of the items in the tea set. The same pottery mark? We already established that the tea set is the work of the sculptor Paul Leek. From that, we can assume that these same later could mark any items out as a piece of his work. Fact of which you are all well aware, correct, Miss Bound?
Well, yes, I know that he always marks his work with his initial like that. He has never revealed his true identity in public, so it's the only way to know his works are truly his.
You mean Paul Leek was... That's right, Detective. Artie Frost had another identity. He was no ordinary confectioner, at least, as far as Miss Bound was concerned. For you see, Mr. Frost was in fact a famed sculptor. An extraordinary confectioner was found in the sculpture now. Mr. Frost was in fact none other than famed sculptor Paul Leek. What? Mr. Frost and Paul Leek were the same person? But it's not like the mark's hard to copy, though. Anyone who's seen it could fake it being him with it. Not exactly conclusive proof that Frost was who you say he was. It was proof enough for Miss Bound. What matters is that she believed it. His true identity will have to be investigated by the good people of the precinct. Huh. Alright. I'll have the boys look into it.
I should have known I couldn't hide it from you, Mr. Edward.
So you admit it. You were aware of who Mr. Frost really was?
I was. When I discovered his body, I saw the seal you found. Don't ask me how, but I just knew straight away that he was my dear Paul Leek. Imagine, is it trees in the confectionery contest was his final legacy? A great man like that!
And, be honest, did you enter Mr. Frost's room at any point?
What? Why are you asking me that?
The photograph of Mr. Frost's room. I would like to know when it was taken.
Oh, it must have gotten mixed up with the one Samson took during the judging.
Objection!
I'm afraid I found that rather hard to believe. You said yourself that the camera ran out of film during the judging, and that you had charge of the camera since before Mr. Tangaroa had the chance to visit Mr. Frost's room. That's how you were able to take that picture when you discovered Mr. Frost's body.
I suppose so.
Dick suggests that you took only 2 pictures with the new film, one of Mr. Frost's body and one of his room. But I have a piece of evidence that says otherwise.
You do?
Huh? Which piece of evidence contradicts the assumption that Miss Bound only took 2 pictures? Oh! The photo that developed instantly, film cartridge has 20 exposure, only 3 remaining.
Take that!
The camera?
You gave the picture of the body to the police, and the picture of Mr. Frost's room to me. Oh, and you gave us that picture you took of me and Mr. Edwards too! 3 photographs in total, and yet the film cartridges in this camera only has 3 exposures remaining. Out of a total of 20. You took more pictures, and I want to know what of. I'll need to see all of the photos you took. Perhaps then we'll finally learn what you were really up to.
I'm so sorry. I confess, I've been lying to you.
Huh. These are all shots of Frost's room.
I'm so sorry.
Huh. Looks like she took pictures of his work from every possible angle. And when they were taken, the ice still hadn't melted yet. Wait, don't tell me it was you?
It was. At least I'm pretty sure it was.
You are? Why?
Well, you see, I'm a huge fan of Mr. Alik's work, as you know. I was petrified that it might be ruined, what with the investigation rep was going on and everything. So I thought I should at least capture the sculptures on film for posterity.
And how did that make them melt?
I think perhaps I was so intent on getting the perfect photographs that I might have tripped over the power cord without noticing.
By mistake? Are you sure?
I didn't notice it at the time, but well, how could I have been so careless as to cause the loss of his final masterpieces?
That seems a little convenient to me. I'm not sure I believe it. But I'm not in a position to refute it either.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to cause any trouble.
Please, don't worry about it. The important thing is that you told us the truth.
What he said. No hard feelings, Mr. Bound. Miss Bound.
Thank you.
Mr. Edgeworth. Picture's yours. Hope it helps. Mr. Frost's room, 2 photo, one from Bound and one from Detective Bad. I'm gonna compare them. But well, if it isn't Asshole, Von, Karma, and Gusto. Are you infernal nuisance still here? You don't know when to give up. Linger for as long as you like, the answer is still the same. You are not part of this investigation. Whether we're part of it or not, we'll uncover the truth nonetheless. It seems you don't know when to shut up either, but I commend you on your stubbornness.
Mr. Von Karma, I'm afraid I'm the one responsible for Mr. Frost's work melting.
What? What is the meaning of this?
I'm so sorry, to you, Mr. Gusto.
No concern of mine. I didn't do anything, and Mr. Von Karma agrees. Nothing at all, Mr. Gusto. You went to Mr. Frost's room, didn't you? Perhaps you could tell us why? Sure, I was.
Silence! You are not to give the attorney even the tiniest shred of information. Judy Bound, you're coming with me. I have reason to believe that you were an accomplice to the accused, Samson Tangaroa.
Exclamation mark.
No,
I will be interrogating you personally, so you had better get your story in order.
I understand.
Wait, please.
I'm not done questioning her myself. And you think I care because... Bad, Gusto, and you, Scone. I have questions for all of you, and I expect answers.
Fine by me. Oh, you could at least ask nicely, mannequins. He took literally everyone with him.
Indeed. Well, I suppose that means there's little point in us hanging around either. Perhaps it's time we got going anyway. It's rather late.
I want to check something. Can we compare the two pictures? There's a machine that's gone as well. Oh, wait! That little machine's next to the statue. It's one of the things that illuminates the cloth. And of course, the cloth is gone. I knew it. It was the spicy, not the spices. It was the Pisces statues that was melted, and not the. What is this? Is there a leak? Yeah. There's an imperfection in the can, and water is seeping through. Okay, I see it. Yeah, there's a little bump in here. I guess I have to open it. At least the gas will not be able to pour it out. Okay. Pacific Punch. I know I like the Australian punch, but yeah, this one's better, I think. Alright. I didn't notice I had a little mess because it wasn't making any sound. Okay. I hope the snow has let up. You're right, home time. And I'm hungry. Guess my stomach's in agreement too. Alright, let's go grab a burger before my own stomach starts grumbling too. Hey, sounds good to me. Let's eat up and rest up. We'll need to be fighting fit for tomorrow. We will indeed. And our first port of call will be with Mr. Tangaroa. To be continued. So they're gonna end the day with talking to Tangaroa. Oh, Judy Bound is there as well. December 25th, 10 a.m. Christmas Day, Detention Center, Visitors Room. Hey, it's Miss Bound.
Oh, Mr. Fender? Mr. Edgeworth?
Curtsy, curtsy.
I'm so sorry about what happened yesterday.
She looks rather tired. As Mr. Von Karma finished interrogating you.
Yes, although he really only seemed interested in how I melted those sculptures.
Are you here to see Mr. Tangaroa too?
Yes, I'm terribly worried about him.
Bad is on the other side. Detective Bad, what are you doing back there? Oh, just happened to be here. I'll be getting back to the scene soon. Not sure how anyone just happens to be at a detention center, but okay. Wait, Tangaroa already has his hair white? Usually these hairs grow white 18 years later, but they're already white now. Good morning. Exclamation mark. Mr. Tangaroa, what happened to you?
Oh no, Samson! What did they do to you?
They didn't seem to want to let me sleep. I had no idea interrogation could be so involved. So his hairs grew white from stress? Sorry if I seem distracted. I think I'm a little tired. They're not letting you sleep? That's not police work, that's torture! What's going on here, Detective Bad? I'm not the one doing the interviewing. It's the guy they put on the case before me. I like Von Karma's method about us as much as you do, which is why I'm doing what I can to help. It was Detective Bad who got me out of there. I would still be in that interrogation room right now if it weren't for him. Detective Bad really is trying to look out for Mr. Tangaroa his own way, it seems. Alright, Eddie. Let's share yesterday's fighting with Mr. Tangaroa. You got it, Mr. E. My notepad is at the ready. Mr. Tangaroa, we found out quite a bit if you would like to hear it. Of course. Thank you. Are you alright, Mr. Tangaroa? You seem kind of spaced out. I'm fine. I think my blood sugar might be running a little low.
Samson!
Do we have anything that might give him a little energy boost? We do. Is that chocolate? For me?
Oh, those are the chocolate
I wish I could just give it to you, Mr. Tangaroa, but the rules here don't exactly allow me to do so. Oh, that's a shame. But rules are rules, I suppose. Bad da-da-da. Tell me you have a spare lollipop, you heartless bastard.
There must be some way we can hand them to him. I hope Detective Bad is noting the meaningful look in his direction. Well, let me take a look at them. If they seem legit, I might consider passing them on to the suspect. Thank you, Detective Bad. My hero! I'm touched. Thank you, Detective. Yeah, whatever. Just sit tight. Here. You don't know how much this means to me. Yeah. Keep it down, will you? For both our sakes. Of course, Detective, I wouldn't wish to put your livelihood at risk. Now, to sample these streets. Detective, I apologize for putting you in a tight spot. I didn't do it for you. It was my call. Guess you're not such a bad guy after all. See what I did there? Bad guy. Oh, the sweetness. I feel like a man reborn. Where they? Your handiwork, Judy?
Yes. How were they?
I feel like singing again. Feel them melt. Soft and smooth. Chocolate dull comfort and soothe. To hear, head to toe. Smile and savor the taste as it flows. Delicious. They're not exactly beautiful, but they're sweet and oh so flavorful. Thank you, Judy.
I'm so glad you like them.
And I'm glad you're back to your old self.
My apologies, friends. The food they serve here is just so flavorless and bland. Between that and the lack of sleep, I was about ready to collapse from sheer despair.
Did somebody say this bear? Wow, is the food here really all that bad?
You know, just the usual. French fries, ham sandwich, stuff like that. Yes. And yet, I couldn't taste a thing. Huh. Anyway, I'm heading back to the scene.
Before you go, Detective, do you have any new information to share?
Oh, yeah, you were right about the victim's identity. Frost worked up as a sculptor in France, where he was known as Pololique. Artie Frost was Pololique? I never would have imagined. Poor Mr. Olique!
So the famous French sculptor wasn't a Frenchman after all, huh? This all will certainly explain why Mr. Olique was such a recluse and refused to show his face in public.
He was busy working on his greatest masterpiece, apparently. Bunch of Zodiac statues. Guess he'll never finish them now.
He'll never finish his greatest masterpiece!
Nah, Timothy was making statue for each season. But he never got around to the winter constellation.
The winter constellation? You mean Taurus and Gemini? I knew it. They were actually Capricorn and Pisces. So the two he made out of ice could have completed the set. Yeah, now they're nothing but puddles. What a bummer. I'm so sorry! Oh no, Miss Bound, I wasn't blaming you.
One last thing. Seems he had himself a bit of a spending habit when he came to his work. Every statue cost him millions to make.
which means he was always strapped for cash. We're checking to see if there's any chance of someone called in a debt. I guess not even famous artists are safe from money problems. Do you have any idea why he entered the confectionery contest? None. Guys didn't even tell his family. I see. I bet he wanted to sell the cookbook. He could have made a good penny on that. Alright, I really gotta get going. I'll go fetch another guard, but I can't be hanging around here any longer. Understood, Detective. We'll see you again shortly. He's a good man. Certainly is. And an uncompromising one. Somebody who can be trusted to stand up for what he believes in. And to scare the pants off of anybody new he meets. Now you were going to tell me about what you learned yesterday? Of course. Allow me to give you a full report. Thank you for that. And allow me to apologize on Judy's behalf.
I'm so sorry!
It's fine, Mr. Tangaroa. I told her yesterday. The important thing is that we learned the truth in the end. Now, would you mind if I ask you a question or two? By all means, I'll gladly share all that I can. The contestants. What can you tell me about the contestant who took part in the final rounds of the contest? Let's see, there was Miss Gold. I loved her design concept. Unfortunately, her entry was in violation of the rules, so I had to disqualify her. Mr. Gusto's creation were a perfect balance of flavor and design, at least up through the semi-finals. But disappointingly, his entry for the final was subpar on both counts. And there was actually something a little unusual about his entry for the semi-finals as well. Which was, it tasted identical to Mr. Frost's. They may have looked different, but I could have sworn I was eating the same thing. Huh. And what exactly did his work look like? Oh, there should be a photograph back at my mansion.
Oh, I'll show it to you later, Miss Edgeworth.
Much appreciated, Mr. Brown. But Mr. Frost's entry for the finals, that was truly sublime. So you were able to finish judging it? Even though his body has been discovered in the meantime? Yes! I wasn't aware of what had happened until after I complete my assessment. Mr. Frost wasn't in his room when I visited, so I took the liberty of sampling a bit. Part of the lyre, I believe. I never tasted anything like it! It was like a dream! I was so moved that I burst into song. The salty strings? I'm sorry, but are you saying that the lyre tasted good? I would like to hear more about that, if you don't mind. The lyre. You're quite sure it was the lyre you tasted when you sampled Mr. Frost's work? I'm certain of it. It was part of the Gemini sculpture, which was the only sculpture in that display case. Mr. Tangaroa, would you mind taking a look at his photograph for me? So the part you tried was the lyre. The one showed here without any strings? Oh, there were strings originally. That was the part I ate. So the strings were missing because Mr. Tangaroa ate them all, and he enjoyed them. Miss Cone told us that she had a part of the lyre as well, but she said it was far too salty for it to finish. Exclamation mark. Then it's true! The truth is, I suspected for a while that there might be something wrong with my sense of taste. Something wrong? How so exactly? There's a taste disorder characterized by inability to detect salty flavors. Oh! He cannot taste the salt. This is weird. This is the first time I see that, so no wonder, like, he could have been an amazing chef, but because he cannot taste the salt, You can only do sweets. But at least with the chocolate you can taste the bitter. Yeah. Oh, that tracks. And I suspect I've been suffering from it. I eat so many sweets food on a daily basis that it took a while for me to even notice. But there's no denying it now. That would explain why the food here seems so bland to him.
What? But your taste buds are your livelihood!
Even if there were some long-term treatment options, I highly doubt a total cure for your condition exists. Nevertheless, you should put in a request to the police for a proper evaluation. Oh, that won't be necessary. I have a recipe for a cure back at my mansion. You do? I do! You can take a look at it for yourself if you like.
Samson, we can't show that recipe to just anybody!
Judy, Mr. Edward is hardly just anybody. He's my attorney, and I have no secrets from him.
Yes, you're right, of course. If that is what you wish.
What on earth is this secret recipe for a miracle cure that they've been hiding?
Well, I suppose I should be getting back.
Alright, we'll be right behind you. Judy.
Yes, Samson?
There's more to life than just me. Exclamation mark. Please, Judy. Think about the life you want to live. Because I won't always be around.
No! Don't say that! Without you, I don't have a life to live! So I'll be waiting right there at the mansion until you come home! Now, if you'll excuse me!
Wait, Miss Down! Judy. Whoa, she seemed really upset. I thought I saw tears in her eyes. Why'd you always say all that to her? Because I worry about her. She can't keep putting my needs ahead of her own. What do you mean? The Holly collection, the candy making, it's all because she thinks these things will make me happy. Exclamation mark. She never thinks about what she wants, what she likes. Yeah, this is all ultimate hell all over again. I just want her to be her own person and to choose her own destiny. The last thing I want for her is to miss out on all that life has to offer because of me. I guess that makes sense. He really does see her as his own child. What parent would want their child to walk their own path? And what parent wouldn't do everything they could to protect them? I know exactly how he feels in this moment. I think I've asked you everything I can for now, Mr. Tangaroa. We should be getting back to the scene of the crime. Oh! You're leaving? Oh, I see. I suppose I'll be going back to the interrogation room for another session of hell. Ah, yeah. We'll have to do something about that. You'll speak to the police for me? That too, but I'll be putting something else in place as well. An ace up our sleeves for when the time comes. Huh. I look forward to learning more. I'm counting on you, Mr. Edgeworth. We'll be back to beat you, Mr. Tangaroa, every day. And Judy too. Thank you, Eddie. I'll look forward to it. Mr. Tangaroa. Your interrogator will do everything in his power to extract a confession from you. I hate to see an innocent man suffer like this. But please, you have to do everything you can to hold out. If you can't, Mr. Von Karma will use that confession against you for as long as this case lasts. And will make it much harder for me to save you. I understand. And I'll try. I won't give up until you're out of here, Mr. Tangaroa. You have my word on that. December 25th, 11:03 a.m. Contest venue, fountain room. Bad is here too. And I just finished my lollipop. I should have waited a bit. Good thing I got the other one. Oh my god, I'm being reminded. I want to give a little shout out to new followers that follow me since yesterday. So a little shout out to Myraz, Crystalline88, and Crazy Head. Thank you for following me. And if you ever bundle up on my channel, little question I ask everybody, what's your favorite geek fandom? We talk about everything in the Geek Generalist. And I mean everything. When I say everything, it still has to stay under TOS, of course. Detective Bad, thank you again for what you did earlier. Yeah, thanks a ton! Huh. What are you talking about? There's no need to be shy about it. Just... Never mind that now. I'm guessing you two are back here looking to investigate some more. We are indeed. We'll need something solid if we're going to save Mr. Tangaroa. Well, I hate to break it to you, but apart from this room, the whole place is on lockdown. What? But we need to see those other rooms. This is Mr. Von Karma's doing, I presume. Who else? I haven't seen the autopsy report yet either. Guys probably got a hand in that too. And don't expect to speak with anybody except us cops and Miss Bound. Everybody else is gone. And I doubt Von Karma will be handing out phone numbers. Is this all just a game to him? Why does he have to go so far? So what's your plan of action, Detective? Same as before. Do what I can to help you uncover the truth. Like I promised. You have my gratitude. Just you wait, Mr. Von Karma. We're gonna beat you and your bag of dirty tricks. Detective, may we conduct a brief investigation of the area? Sure. But like I said, everywhere else is off bounds. You probably won't be seeing those rooms again. That's fine. As long as there's at least some way to continuing investigation, we'll make do. Begin investigation. Contest venue, fountain room. Alright. There's a Sansom drums made out of cakes, and the symbols are cookies. Oreo cookies. It seems these instruments are used on Mr. Tangaroa and Miss Bound's TV show Beck and Bob. There are some sort of a few things you need there that aren't made of candy. Bad ... Is it just me or does the detective seem a little disappointed? There's a drum set here decorated to look as if it were made out of cakes. They must play it on Bacon Bob. Detective, about these drums. We're already tracked. There's nothing inside any of them. And no signs of anything having been put inside or taken out either. They're not relevant to the case. You've already done your homework, I say. Huh. I may like lollipops a little too much, but I'm no sucker. Okay, I cannot... technically I can talk to the officer, but he won't let me. There's a Santa Claus statue. Is this made of candy too? That door leads to Tangaroa's room, so yeah, could be that he made that thing too. Speaking of Santa, that reminds me, I still need to find a present for Miles. It's Christmas Day and you haven't found a gift for him yet? Parent of the Year, everyone! Forget Goku, Gregory Edgeworth, Parent of the Year. He won an attorney's badge. Never mind. I wonder if Mr. Tangaroa would make one out of candy for me if I asked. Aw, that's cute! Okay, there's a little reindeer. That's the door to Gusto's room. I guess the candy reindeer is meant to show the way. Big antlers like that. There must be a bull. I think not. Male reindeer shed the antlers in winter. Therefore, this must be a female. Thanks, Mr. Trivia. Attorneys. They don't teach you about reindeers in law school, detective. But no, they do have antlers. Look. They look small, but no, that's not a female reindeer. So this must be the grand prize. This is quite the trophy. It's a 3-layer... It's a golden 3 layers wedding cake. Award to Tangaroa. First place International Confectioners Association Annual Spectacular. Ah, it's made of candy. I guess it wasn't meant to last forever. Makes sense. Prize, fame, none of it lasts forever, right? I doubt it's anything quite that deep. There's some medals, there's the elevator, more trophies, a snowman, decorated fur, more instruments. There's a forensic guy who's pulling the fountain. Excuse me, may I ask what you're investigating? Sir, I'm analyzing the fountain water to see what might be in it, sir. And what did you find? Chocolate and what looks like the kind of flavorings and colorings used in frozen desserts, sir. Oh my god, that's disgusting! They use the river as a garbage bin. The composition of the chocolate seems to be the same as that of Mr. Tangaroa's work, and the flavorings and coloring match the profile of those used in Mr. Frost's ice sculpture. I knew it. They were tossed in the warm waters of the fountains. That melt everything, and now it's mixed with the water flow. So it doesn't look like it. So that's how they got rid of evidence. Those little rivers flow from all 4 artists' rooms right there to this fountain. Guess that's how the stuff from the melted sculptures wound up in here. And that's not all, sir! We also found blood! What? Why is there blood in the water? Think back to our investigation of the murder scene, detective. Take another good look at the scene in front of us, detective. A very conspicuous pool of blood that should be here is clearly missing. You're right! Don't remember anybody mentioning they removed the blood along with the body. The victim's blood was mysteriously absent, as was the part of the chocolate chest it has pooled on. I believe that the blood probably belonged to Artie Frost. The victim, huh? I'll have the guy compare it with the blood on the murder weapon. There's so few blood on it. How would you get even a result? The blood has been watered down. Bullshit. It's a match. The blood in the fountain is Frost's. But why would someone want to send the victim's blood downstream and into the fountain like this? Victim's blood was found in the fountain, but not the scene of the crime. Alright. This sign shows which artist works and on displays in which room. From left to right, Mr. Tangaroa, Mr. Gusto, Miss Scone, and Mr. Frost. Incidentally, this sign is also made of candy. What were they going to do with all this candy? Was somebody going to eat it when the contest was over? And there's a lyre there and some maracas designed to look like ice cream cones. They're so well made that it's hard to tell what's candy, what's not just by looking. I'd reach out and touch them, but then I'd be disturbing the crime scene. Hands off! I already checked them out. They're real. Check them out how exactly? Did you manhandle vital evidence, detective? I didn't touch them. Not with my hands, at least. Did he? Never mind. I don't want to picture it. I didn't touch it with my hands. I touched it with my tongue. Where does this elevator go? Second floor. Tangaroa and Bound live up there. Sounds like they live a pretty charmed life. Tea parties, candy making, that kind of thing. They even have a garden. Must be nice on your sunny day. That does sound nice. Perhaps they'll invite us when all this is over. You would come, wouldn't you, detective? Don't get ahead of yourself now. I'm not in the habit of piling around with attorneys. These trophies all belong to Mr. Tangaroa. But they're not all for confectionery contests. Some appears to be for charity work. Testament to both his character and his professional achievements. What's this one here? In recognition of Bacon Bob's long-standing achievement in making children's dreams come true. Oh, that's so sweet. Got me wanting to watch it. Skull's room is through there. It's marked by a snowman. A candy snowman by the look of it. Oh yeah? Well, I'll be. He's really sizing it up. He isn't thinking of making that into his next lollipop, is he? And there's a Christmas tree. Christmas tree made from candy. These candy statues have everybody on edge. If ants get in there, that's our scene ruined. Yes, but it would be pretty disastrous, I suppose. Okay, I'm gonna talk to the guys. Let's see what Eddie has to say. Oh, that was bad. A moment of your time, Eddie. Sure thing, Mr. E, what's up? Do you have any thoughts on the case? Oh, you bet I do! Mr. Tangaroa's amazing display being used to store the body. Mr. Skull's beautiful dreamscape being used to store the murder weapon. We're really seeing some beautiful things bent used for ugly purposes on this case, huh? I suppose we are. And to make things worse, Miss Bound seems super down. When I asked if you had any thoughts on this case, I was thinking about more about useful insights. Oh, sorry, Mr. E. Did I do something wrong? I'm worried about you sometimes, Eddie. How are you liking your first crime scene investigation, Eddie? Oh, it's great! I've been taking notes about everything, and I'm learning so much! I'm so happy you let me tag along, Mr. Edgeworth. So you want to be an attorney, huh? You bet I do! I'd give anything to be a hero of justice, to help the helpless and fight for what's right. The first time I saw Mr. Reed do his sting in court, I knew I'd found my calling. You know, cops look out for people too. Sure. But I want to be an attorney. Well, good luck to you. I get the feeling Detective Bad might be pinning for an apprentice of his own. Okay, this guy. Authorized personnel beyond this point, I'm afraid. Meaning what? I'm not authorized? Sorry, sir. No authorized personnel either. So nobody's allowed in. Let me guess, Von Karma's orders? Guy's really starting to grind my gears. He's gonna say the same thing? Yes. 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 Miss Bound, we're here to continue our investigation.
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm so sorry about earlier.
She's still looking kinda down in the dumps, Mr. E. She must have been greatly taken aback by what Mr. Tangaroa has to say.
I found the photograph of the semi-final entries for you. Here, it's all yours.
Frost, Scone, Gusto. So Frost made a unicorn. Scone is like a bird's bat full of flowers with chocolate butterflies, and Gusto made a phoenix. Wow, Miss Scone sure knows how to make a cute cake.
Yeah, Simpson loved their design for that one. And he loved the design and flavors of Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost's entries too. Only problem was, as Simpson mentioned earlier, they tasted exactly the same. However, the respective entries for the final tasted nothing alike, it seems.
Was there anything else of note that changed between the semi-final and the final?
Nothing major, but I guess there was one thing. Mr. Gusto's son was always here with him throughout the contest. But he was nowhere to be seen during the final.
Why would his son come and hang out at the contest venue of all places? You're sure you're happy for us to keep hold of this?
Of course! I hope he'll help with the investigation.
Frost and Gusto's creation, a different design but tasted the same.
Oh! I also have the book containing the recipe for the cure Simpson mentioned.
Exclamation mark! We've seen this book before. It was in the chocolate frame. In Tangaroa's room.
That's right! Put it on display there so that everybody could see the grand prize.
What? The cure is in the ultimate cookbook? So it's not a book of dessert recipes, I take it.
Oh no, we told the contestants, of course. But I guess nobody told you yet.
So the contestants knew all what the ultimate cookbook was this whole time. A book containing formula for creating a cure to taste disorder and other chemicals and pharmaceutical items. Oh, okay. So that's why delicious scones entered. It was not for the cooking. It was for the pharmaceutical thing. I would like to hear more about the cookbook, if you don't mind, Miss Bound. So, if I understand correctly, the Ultimate Cookbook is actually a collection of recipes for different medicines.
Exactly, or rather, totally new medication that haven't made it into market yet, to be precise. To the right buyer pharmaceutical company, for example, it would be worth a fortune.
But why make the grand prize in the confectionery contest?
Mr. Tangaroa is the sole heir to the Tangaroa family fortune. Perhaps you've heard of the Tangaroa group?
The Tangaroa group? Yeah, I think I've heard of them somewhere before. It's a major pharmaceutical corporation, sells all kinds of pills and poisons. Oh yeah! That new Cold Killer Pro has been making some real waves since it went on sale. I always reach for a cold killer when I'm feeling under the weather. Oh yeah, Cold Killer. That was the thing Phoenix was taking when he was sick during the Dahlia Arthorn case. Which is never as far as I've seen. I'd like to hear more about the So, did Mr. Tangaroa not want to make over for his parents and go into the family business?
No, he preferred the idea of making people's lives better through the power of confectionery. And his parents supported him in his quest to become the best in the world. Then, when they passed away, he inherited the cookbook.
But why would he make such a valuable heirloom a mere contest prize?
He'd been hounded by so many people looking to make that book their own, he was tired of it. But it would have been an insult to his parents' memory simply to give it away. So he decided to find somebody he felt was worthy of it.
I'll bet the board of directors loved that. Handing over the fruits of all their expensive research to someone else.
They hated the idea, of course, which is why Delicia entered the contest. The Tangaroa group wanted her to win the book back for them.
Fat chance! So you knew she was a pharmacist all along?
Well, yeah. And not only that, I told her how to appeal to Samson's taste. I tried to help her win.
But why?
I wanted to protect Samson by protecting the Tangaroa group.
Oh my god!
If that cookbook fell into another company's hand, the board will never forgive him. So I wanted to find a way to keep it in the company, but in a way that Samson couldn't object to.
Huh. So that's how Mrs. Gold managed to make it so far in the contest that she has no business taking part in. Huh. But Miss Gold wasn't the one pretending, was she? Mr. Frost wasn't really a confectioner either. And he still made it all the way to the final just like she did. Not bad.
Yeah, it's unbelievable, isn't it? Such a talented sculptor and a gifted crafter of desserts too.
Gifted indeed, judging by the standards of his work in the final. Oh! He was already making ice statue. That would be no tall order to present this as the final thing. If you just added coloring food and sweets on the ice. But he couldn't get past the semi-final, and that's why he needed Gusto's help. So did he made it, oh, I think Frost made a deal with Gusto. Gusto would have cooked something for him so he can qualify for the semi-final. And in exchange, if Frost wins, since Gusto is subpar, he would have given him the book, or at least the... Because I don't see why Frost would ever need the book. There's a piece missing. Gifted indeed, judging by the standard of his work in the final. But how did one man produce pieces of that size and qualify in such a short period of time?
I'm not sure I have much more to tell you. But if there's anything else I can help you with, I'll be happy to, of course.
She's certainly very keen to ensure that she does all she can for Mr. Tangaroa. I could certainly use a cup of tea you made us yesterday if you don't mind. Let me guess. I think that might help move the investigation along nicely. Oh, I'll have some too. Your tea's to die for, Miss Bound.
Well, how could I possibly refuse? I'll bring it up.
You know, I think that cheered her up a little. Investigation complete? I haven't done anything. We've learned a little more about the contest participant. There was no logic. But there's still one question involving Mr. Gusto for which we never got an answer. Nothing at all, Mr. Gusto. You went into Mr. Frost's room, didn't you? Perhaps you could tell us why. Sure, I was. Silence! You are not to give the attorney even the tiniest shred of information. What was he doing in Mr. Frost's room? And that's not all. I also have a question about the work he submitted for the semifinals. A confectioner admits to lacking design sense, and a sculptor with it in spades. Mr. Gusto could not have hoped to win such a high-level contest by himself, which is why I'm beginning to wonder if there was some sort of connection between him and Mr. Frost. Detective, I need to ask Mr. Gusto a few more questions. His story still doesn't quite add up for me. Me neither. We need to figure out how to get in touch with him.
Oh, do you now?
Do you now? Good luck with that, because I have no intentions of allowing it. Mr. Von Karma. I am already in the midst of my own investigation into Gusto, so there is no need for the likes of you to pester him with the same questions again. Tishk, tishk, tishk. I will, however, be happy to answer any questions you might have.
No, you won't. No, you fucking won't.
He seems dead set on preventing me from talking to Mr. Gusto, in which case, fine, then allow me to take you up on your offer. Very well. What is it? I would like you to tell me about the connection between Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost.
Fuck you! Any other questions?
The connection between Gusto and Frost? It was simply a matter of coincidence. They both happened to be taking part in the same contest. And that's all. Huh. That's all I have to say to you.
What? That doesn't help us at all.
Not my problem. We'll have to confront him with evidence if you want to draw the truth out of him. And it's imperative that we do. He's clearly hiding something. The connection between Gusto and Frost?
Hold it!
Yes, there must have been a connection of some kind. And if you would cease your baseless interruption, I will happily tell you what it is. And if this was a courtroom, I would have you removed for contempt.
But isn't that solely the judge's purview?
Yeah, a Judge Von Karma would probably have dancing to his tune.
What? Even judges are scared of him?
It won't be an easy trial, that's for sure. Please, Mr. Von Karma, continue. It was simply a matter of coincidence. They both happened to be taking part in the same contest.
Granted, may have simply have been a coincidence that they both entered the same competition.
But that doesn't rule out a connection of some other kind between the two of them. I do hate to repeat myself, but if you do not have any pertinent evidence, then kindly keep your mouth shut.
Guess I'll just do as he says for now. At least until I find the evidence that proves Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost's connection.
Still, the look in your eyes speaks volume. Well, go on then. What are you trying to say?
Make up your mind, will you? Should I keep my mouth shut or not? You see, Mr. Von Karma is keen on keeping us away from the truth. Which means the truth must be inconvenient to him somehow, right?
Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost had something in common. I just need to present the thing they share to Mr. Von Karma.
Objection!
The voice they give for Gregory in this objection is way too light for his age. Because Gregory is not 20. He sounds younger than Miles. And they won't even give him his age.
I wonder if you could look at the two confections in the foreground for me, Mr. Von Karma. They were made for the contest semifinals. Both are quite exclusively crafted, wouldn't you agree? Huh! Get to the point! As the nameplate suggests, those were Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost's entries. Mr. Gusto told us that confectionery design was far from his strong suit. And yet his work is in the pictures as good as Mr. Frost's, exactly as good, in fact. We learned from another witness that their two entries also tested exactly the same. What are you suggesting? I am suggesting that they were helping one another out. Let's take a closer look, shall we? While at first glance the two may appear to be superficially different, it soon became apparent that there are significant similarities in how they were put together. Yeah, the same type of flowers, the same kind of stand. Even the ponytail of the unicorn looks exactly like the tail of the phoenix. They are made of the same ingredients, taste the same, and share similar design aesthetics. This picture is proof positive that the two were working together. Huh. If you've figured out much out, I suppose there's little point in denying it. Exclamation mark. Mr. Von Karma knew all along that they were cooperating. But I'll warn you, none of that you're about to hear will be to your advantage. Gusto and Frost's real connection. Let me confirm what you seem so desperate to prove. Gusto and Frost were indeed working together. Gusto spelled out the details of his relationship to Frost during his questioning last night. It seems they were helping one another right up until the day before the final. So, you knew that the two were cooperating. Mr. Von Karma, why are you trying to bury the truth? It is irrelevant to the case. Please, enough with the petty slander. I merely wanted to avoid you poking your nose around before I could provide proper context in court. It simply slipped my mind to explain that to you. It doesn't explain why he's being so slippery with the facts, though. I need to figure out what it is he's hiding. I can't let things end like this. Gusto and Frost were indeed working together. So, did you know that there was a connection between the two? Why were you trying to hide it? Tisk, tisk, tisk. I don't just hand out information like candy, and certainly not to the defense. Not like that lollipop nursing fool of a detective over there. You do things your way and I'll do them mine. And you wonder why I refuse to share information with a traitor like you. Gusto spelled out the details of his relationship to Frost during his questioning last night.
Hold it!
Last night, after Mr. Frost's work melted, correct? Yes! I interviewed Gusto personally.
Yeesh, a one-on-one with Mr. Von Karma? That must have been terrifying!
I imagine Mr. Gusto probably meditated his way through the difficult parts. He most certainly did not. Every time he closed his eyes, I brought him back with an almighty snap of my fingers. No one dares to plead the fifth with my... Did that ever work on him? And that is how I was able to perfectly learn every last detail of Gusto and Frost's relationship. It seems they were helping one another right up until the day before the final.
Hold it!
But why were they cooperating? Gusto's sense of design is subpar, and Frost was an amateur confectioner at best. Neither of them stood a chance of making it through the contest alone. So what was the air game? Why cooperate until the day before the finals? Gusto claims to have ended the scheme. Allegedly, he wanted to win the final on his own merits. His one and only goal really was to be crowned the world's best confectioner, and his pride would not allow him to do so with the help of another.
Cheaters can only ever win hollow victories, I guess.
I was under the impression that their collaboration only lasted through the semi-finals, but I'm starting to think it might have lasted up through the final itself. Mr. Von Karma, I would like to ask you some more about how long they worked together for, if you don't mind. If you must! Gusto's sense of design is subpar, and Frost was an amateur at confectioner at best. The two cooperated till the day before the final, then decided to compete to their own merits.
Hold it!
Before you ask, I'm not objecting to your characterization of Mr. Gusto's design sense.
Yeah, he admitted himself he isn't all that great.
He made what you allege to be a likeness of me. Just thinking of the abomination he came out with turns my stomach.
Yeah, I kind of like the guy's work, you know.
An artistically rich amateur and an artistically impoverished professional. In a way, it was inevitable that they would wind up working together.
The two cooperated the day before the final, then decided to compete on their own merits. You have something that proves them wrong. Oh. I should not bite on my lollipop just yet in case I need more bad. I'm gonna save and try to present the ice sculptures first, see if I get a reaction.
Objection!
No. That's an odd thing to say, considering how it contradicts with this. Avant Karma is perfect in every way. There is no contradiction here. None! Yeah. Did you really think you could make such much of a dent in my logic with that?
Hold it!
You really believe that they were cooperating until the day before the finals, and then just simply stop? That seems a little strange to me, wouldn't you agree? I have told you the truth. Whether you find it strange or not is none of my concern. He was concerned enough to try to hide it from me only a few minutes ago now, which means that there must have been a reason for that. Based on Mr. Tangaroa's assessment, it sounded as if Mr. Frost's entry was a clear winner. Which means he would have still been working with Mr. Gusto, right? That's precisely what I was thinking. I must have some evidence that proved they were cooperating right up to the finals. Okay. The liar?
Objection!
They weren't working together during the finals. I find that a little hard to believe. Miss Cone is on record as having described Mr. Frost's creations as scrumptious. And while he was certainly skilled, I doubt even he could have become a world-class confectioner overnight. It seems far more likely to me that he and Mr. Gusto were still cooperating during the finals.
Objection!
How many times must I explain this to you? Assertion requires proof, and one person's entirely subjective statement is not proof of anything. Besides, even amateurs can occasionally make delicious food. Perhaps Frost was simply lucky. My wife, for example, is an amateur whose cooking puts first-class chefs to shame. How is that not entirely subjective statement? Furthermore, you are ignoring another crucial part of the pharmacist's testimony. Namely, that she also described some of Frost's work as having been unbearably salty. In other words, your evidence actually showed that Frost failed to produce the perfect confectionery. Tisk, tisk, tisk. No more objections, I take it. There must be some way I can prove that Gusto and Frost were still corroborating. Mr. E, there's something that's been on my mind. Yes, what is it, Eddie? Mr. Frost's entry for the finals, wouldn't it have taken a while to make? I would imagine so. Making flavored water, freezing it all, and then carving 2 old sculptures? Could he really have done all that and helped Mr. Gusto with his work? Exclamation mark. If it was me, I would have barely gotten as far as the setting the flavored water up to freeze part. I just can't see how Mr. Frost could have pulled it off. Perhaps there's some lawyerly instinct in you after all, Eddie. Your pondering certainly points to another possibility. Huh? Eddie's right. Mr. Frost would have needed to freeze his own large blocks of flavored ice to create his art, and there wouldn't have been time to do that during the contest itself. So what must Mr. Frost have done now to finish his flavored ice entry within the time limit? Make the ice the day before the final. Make the ice the day of the final. Make it out of something else. No. He would have made the ice the day before the final. He must have made the flavored ice the day before. Then all he would have to do was sculpt it. What are you muttering about now? Oh, I'm sorry. I just realized something. That's all. I realized that you're correct. What? Mr. E? I hope you know what you're doing. Oh, accepting defeat at last, are we? Heh. The only thing I'm accepting is that perhaps one of the things you said was true. They were helping one another right up until the day before the final. Just as you said, the day before the final really did mark the end of the collaboration. Mr. Frost's entry was carved entirely from blocks of flavored ice. Ice which would have needed at least a day to freeze. And whose flavor would therefore have already been prepared by Mr. Gusto? Yes, which lines up perfectly with what Gusto told me, that he helped Frost until the day before the final. In that case, why didn't Mr. Frost reciprocate and help Mr. Gusto in return? Because he was killed, you fool! Can only be expected to read the minds of the dead?
Objection!
Perhaps not, but I imagine Mr. Gusto could tell us. So why don't you let us speak with him? Or do you still insist your interrogation was as thorough as you claim? How dare you call my methods into question? That's not my intention. I just don't understand why you would obstruct a perfectly valid line of inquiry. Give me one good reason as to why you're keeping Mr. Gusto from me. One good reason? Certainly. The how and why of Frost and Gusto's collaboration have absolutely no bearing on this case.
Objection!
How can you possibly say that with any certainty? If their relationship had broken down for some reason, that could very well have been the motive behind the murder. Could it indeed? Then why did Gusto himself tell me all about it? Why did the man you seem so keen on accusing share the detail of his collaboration with the prosecution? Please tell me you have some proof to back up your preposterous suspicions at this time. Mr. Gusto only acted suspiciously one time that we know of. And I imagine Mr. Von Karma is aware of exactly what that suspicion action was. Which means this is probably a trap. Well, cat got your tongue? But even if this is a trap, I can't back that now. Mr. Gusto snuck into Mr. Frost's room, and we still don't know why. That fact alone is reason to suspect him. Tisk, tisk, tisk. If that's your only concern, then allow me to clear it up for you. I knew it. It was a trap. I was saving this for the trial, but consider it a taste of things to come. Plus, I'd hate for the proceedings to drag on because of your needless interjections. Here, take a look at this. We see a picture of them together and their children as well. Yes, we see Archie and Gusteau with their childrens, and their childrens are buddies. And looks like Gusteau's child is eating some sort of a rooster made out of puffed sugar. That's Gusteau and Frost and their sons. Family photo. Photo of Frost, Gusteau and their sons. Gusteau, sons visiting his father daily up through the semifinal. Gusteau snuck into Frost's room in order to retrieve this photograph. But why? It seems their son attended the same elementary school. Gusteau was concerned that the fact that Mr. Frost and his acquaintance might place him under undue suspicion. A concern that you have just proved was entirely well-founded. Gusteau's actions make perfect sense, and you have given me no reason to believe otherwise. He's never going to let me talk to Mr. Gusteau. Now, if you're quite done obstructing my investigation, I have things to be getting on with. That smug, self-righteous jerk. I'll give him something to be getting on with. What do we do, Mr. E? Mr. Tangaroa's finished. We can't figure something out. Things to be getting on with. What exactly could those things be? He has a body, a murder weapon, and a suspect in custody. If the prosecution means to pursue Mr. Tangaroa, surely they have all they need. So why is Mr. Von Karma still investigating the scene of the crime? Something on your mind, Mr. E? We're missing something. Something important. Mr. Von Karma has everything he needs to proceed with the prosecution of Mr. Tangaroa. And yet, he doesn't seem entirely confident on this case. And if he was, why refuse to share information with Detective Bad? Who else? Haven't seen the autopsy report yet either. Guys probably got a hand in that as well. No autopsy report? 24 hours post-murder and still no autopsy report. That is strange indeed. In addition, we still haven't solved the mystery of what happened to the evidence that went missing. The chocolate that's melted is in the fountain. The pool of blood. Evidence that turned up not in Mr. Tangaroa's room, but in the most unusual place. It's a match. The blood in the fountain is Frost's. So there were no traces of Mr. Frost's blood left in Mr. Tangaroa's room. Yet we found some in the fountain instead, but why? Blood in the fountain, missing victim's blood. Mr. Frost's blood went missing from the crime scene. But traces of it shows up in the fountain. Why go to the trouble of removing the blood from the scene after the body has been discovered? And why only the blood? So yeah, the scene where they found the body is not the scene of the crime. He wasn't killed in the chest, he was put there. Surely the body would also be in the way. Wait, could someone have moved the body aside to get to the blood? Body moved aside, yeah. Somebody moved the body in order to get to the blood that was in the chest. But you have to. No autopsy report, body moved. So the body might have been moved aside or even removed from the scene of the crime entirely. After all, as far as we know, there's still no autopsy report. We've learned plenty about the murder weapon and the suspect, but very little about the body itself. Our assumption thus far has been that the body had been recovered by the forensics team. But what if that assumption is false? What if Mr. Von Karma wouldn't show Detective Bad the autopsy report of something other than spite? Oh! Von Karma is still looking for the body. That's why there's never been an autopsy report. They made the inline based on the photograph that Baum took. What if we've been thinking about this the wrong way around all along? The question isn't why did Mr. Von Karma hold back information about the body. It's did Mr. Von Karma even have any information about the body in the first place? How do things look from that angle? Perhaps the body had been removed by the police in order to carry out an autopsy. Perhaps it had already been removed and hidden away by the culprit before their arrival. Mr. E? We've both heard the rumors about Mr. Von Karma's questionable methods. Fabricated witness statement, shady deals, forged evidence even. Sure, everybody's heard of that stuff, but what's that got to do with us right now? I would never judge a person on the basis of rumors alone. Even Mr. Von Karma. I try my best not to let my preconceptions color out interaction with him. Nonetheless, it appears he may indeed be willing to twist the truth to his own ends. Twist the truth? You mean he's been playing dirty? I fear might have been, and still is. And I'm not about to let him get away with this. I'm returning to the prosecutor's office. Don't breathe a word about anything to that infernal attorney. Yes, sir.
Hold it.
Yes, what is it now? I have a few questions, Mr. Von Karma, about a certain fact you've been keeping from us. Really? You mean to call the methods of an officially sanctioned investigation into question yet again? I'm warning you, if you obstruct the police in their work any further, there will be consequences.
Objection.
It's not the police that I have an issue with, Mr. Von Karma, it's you! What? Isn't it on the prosecution to work out who the real culprit of crime is? What foolishness is this? I have no intentions of debating what the prosecution's role is or not with the likes of you. But let me make one thing clear. My job is to identify suspects and ensure that every last one of them is convicted at all costs. Believe me when I say I leave absolutely no room for doubt when I present my perfect, unassailable cases.
Objection.
And how far would you go for your perfect cases? Would you create facts out of old cloth, perhaps? And I thought you had outdone yourself already. But now you intend to accuse me of fabricating evidence? I do. Because it is why you've done nothing but hinder Detective Bad from his job at every turn. What are you talking about? You didn't shut him out of the investigation because you wanted him to keep an eye on us. You did it to stop him from finding out that you don't have the body. What? He doesn't have the body? Ridiculous! You're clutching at straws. I will tolerate no more of your preposterous slander. Then allow us to examine it. Prove me wrong if you can. Tisk. Tisk, tisk, tisk. I'm afraid you have to try a little harder than that. I am under no obligation whatsoever to prove your baseless accusation one way or another.
Objection.
As you must have seen for yourself, a piece of bloody chocolate is missing from the scene of the crime. Why did it disappear and where did it go? What does it matter? Some blood went missing from the chest where the body was found. So what? So what indeed? What's precisely my question? If the body was still at the scene when the police got here, removing the blood would accomplish nothing. However, let us suppose for a moment that the body was not. If someone had wanted to erase any traces of what had happened in that room, then it all makes perfect sense. What is this petty obsession with the bloodstain? But since it's so important to you, why don't you tell me where you believe it went? Of course, after all, evidence is everything, as you're never tired of telling us. I believe this should back up my theory quite nicely. What evidence do I have to show where the blood from Mr. Tangaro's room went?
Take that.
Traces of the victim's blood were found in the fountain. along with traces of the chocolate from Mr. Tangaroa's room. I believe the missing piece of blood-stained chocolate was dumped into the stream that flows to the fountain, which strongly points to one certain fact. Someone purposefully disposed of the blood after the body had been removed from the chest. Mr. Von Karma, where did you find the body? You didn't find it, did you? Answer me! You, where did you get your hands on that kind of evidence? You have neither the authority nor the means to carry out that kind of analysis on the fountain water. No, but I do. Curse you, man! You've been a thorn in my side from the moment you were assigned. Well, no longer. As of now, you are officially off the case. I was barely on in the first place. Mr. Von Karma, you still haven't answered my question. Will you confirm that nobody was ever recovered? Tishk, tishk, tishk. It's really quite the claim, you know. One that you'll never find any proof for, I'm afraid. Exclamation mark. What must I do to get an answer out of him? Now, if you don't mind, I've given you quite enough of my precious time already. I look forward to destroying you in court, Gregory Edgeworth. Your precious logic and theories won't save you then. Nothing will. Mark my words, Mr. Von Karma. Your methods will be your undoing. No matter how you try to hide the truth, I'll bring it all to light in the end. Forgive me, detective. I didn't mean to put you in a difficult position. Don't sweat it. It was already gonna end this way. Honestly, nobody's ever sidelined me the way he did before. First time for everything, huh? You know, I think you might be right about the body being missing. I am. And I'll prove it in court. Yeah. Well, if there's anything I can do to help, just say the word. Since, you know, I'm off the case now. That's very kind. I'm sorry for keep asking favors of you, Detective Bad, but there's one more thing. Hey, what are you guys whispering about? Come on, let me in on your secret. Alrighty, the detective and I are just arranging a little insurance for the trial. I think we have enough to see Mr. Tangaroa acquitted. But I prefer to have an ace in the hole, just in case. And what is it? You'll find out in the courtroom. Wait, what? You're letting me join you? Of course I am. You are my assistant after all. Ha! I'll be more than that by next year. I'll be a full-fledged attorney, you know. We can take on Mr. Von Karma together. Indeed. Though I'm hoping we'll have freed Mr. Tangaroa by then. But if we're up against Mr. Von Karma, I guess we can't rule out the possibility that this might take some time. Right, but we'll do everything we can in the meantime. I know you can beat Mr. Von Karma, Mr. E. I believe in you. So that's why the whole case took a year to solve. We cannot allow Mr. Tangaroa to remain in prison for a crime he didn't commit. And we won't. I'll expose Mr. Von Karma's lie if it's the last thing I do. To be continued. You want to save? Yes. Save complete. The identity of the body. The body we found at the fountain. Now we're back in the present. Zodiac Hall, Fountain Room. April 2nd, 2:10 p.m. And that's pretty much how things went down. Those are the facts of the IS-7 as far as I'm concerned. I'm finally learning the truth about my father's last case. So what happened at the trial? Well, we lost. Von Karma did a real number on us. Really? You couldn't prove that Mr. Tangaroa was innocent? Shrug. We could prove it all right, had a decent little pile of evidence in our favor. Problem was, we underestimated Von Karma. He fought even dirtier than we feared.
I can't imagine. Secured conviction at all costs. That was always his guiding principles.
Yeah, ain't that the truth? Anywho, the trial dragged on. The whole thing took about a year in the end. I'll never forget the day the verdict came down, December 28th the following year. It's April now, so, ooh mama, we're talking over 17 years ago. Time sure does fly, huh?
December 28th? I was there that day 17 years ago, sitting in the courtroom gallery.
Was that the day of the earthquake?
Just before the trial got started, Gregory noticed that Samson was looking even worse than usual. Turns out the poor guy finally reached his limit. It was so bad, even said he wanted to be found guilty.
Wait, you mean they forced a confession out of him? Yeah, Von Karma got what he'd been pushing for from the very beginning. No! And when Gregory tried to drop the bombshell about there being nobody to speak of, he learned that Von Karma has used the power of the police to get him off at the pass. Even had himself a fake autopsy report, but that wasn't the end of it. Von Karma had gotten Samson to falsify against himself to being an accessory to murder in court. Wait, Von Karma had gotten Samson to falsely testify against himself to being an accessory to murder? Not being the murderer himself. This is weird. Combined with his confession, the poor guy's goose was as well as truly cooked. My God! They tortured Tangaroa for a full year and he cracked. But Gregory still had his ace in the hole though. The same ace he has Detective Bat to help him with. He knew that he needed one last card to play if they squeeze a confession out of Samson. So he had Bad record all of Samson's interrogation. I guess Detective Bad really wanted to know the truth too, huh? We all did. But he was a trooper. Stayed with the case even after Von Karma took him off it. He was tied up in some other big case too. Good or bad, they don't make him like that anymore. Anyway, Gregory presented the recordings that proved that Samson's confession was coerced. And you know what? It almost worked! A cop named Ian Seidman got fired. Ian Seidman. Samson's interrogator and the initial detective before Bad, he took the fall for pretty much the whole thing. But Von Karma didn't get away scot-free. In fact, he was disciplined by the chief prosecutor.
For the one and only time in his 40-year career.
He got sanctioned. Still, Samson himself couldn't stomach another day in court. So when that guilty verdict came down, it didn't just signal the end of that day, but of the whole sad affair.
I don't remember a lot myself, but my father's face when they declared Mr. Tangaroa guilty. I was a young child at the time, but even I could tell how much he was hurting inside.
Gregory wanted to appeal the ruling, of course. He would have done anything to clear Samson's name. But then, well, you know what happened next. Poor guy. He never got the chance. Edgeworth ... Yeah, this is the scene where we found him dead in the elevator. I should have left it with him that day. I'll always blame myself for not doing that. But I've shoved that aside and obsessed over something else instead. Or rather, someone else. I hated what you did. Hated you for choosing to stick with Von Karma. Take off his hat and bow. I hope you can forgive me.
No, you had every right to hate me. I went on to become a prosecutor as planned, and that's when Mr. Von Karma showed me this case file. According to these records, Mr. Tangaroa was convicted as the main culprit in Mr. Frost's murder.
Nope. That's not right. Samsons was convicted as an accessory for murder.
Strange. The file clearly states here that he was the perp. Plus, I'm fairly certain that all of Mr. Von Karma's cases were successfully solved.
Mind if I take a peek at those? Man, this file has been doctored. That part about the victim, it's been changed. What? Here, feast your peepers on this. Suspect data. Samson Tangaroa, age 39, organizer of confectionery contest. The victim's body was found inside one of his creations, leading to his arrest. While in detention, Tangaroa discovered that he had a taste disorder, which was subsequently cured via medication. Verdict: convicted as an accomplice based on his confession.
Convicted as an accomplice?
That's a copy of the file they had on record at the courthouse.
Then why is my copy so different?
Well, you said it came from Von Karma, yeah? My guess, he didn't want Gregory's son thinking there was a murder out there so at large. Didn't want you looking into it again before the statute of limitation was up.
So everything I believed about the case was a lie.
Like they say, we all gotta start somewhere. What's important is now, you know what's what now. Exclamation mark. The statute of limitation may have run out, but the truth's still out there, you know? I inherited Simpson's case when your old man passed. Prosecutor handed it off to somebody else too. The great Von Karma wasn't going to bother facing off against a rookie like me, was he? Anyway, long story short, the killer was never found and Simpson was found guilty instead. So, yeah, that would make sense. Like, the perfect streak of 40 years, we have proof of him tampering with the evidence, with the fake testimony, the fake testifying, the fake testimony, and they ended up not with a guilty verdict of guilty of murder, but being guilty of accessory for murder. So that means that there was another perp out there who's been guilty that we never found. That was probably Gusto, because Gusto might have a motive. But prosecution played interception during the whole case. We couldn't find anything. We never took a look at the inside of Gusto's room. For all we know, this could have been the crime scene. And the body could have been moved. And now the reason why it's connected is like somebody out there knew the truth. Somebody out there knew that Gusto was the guilty party. And he tried to get revenge. That's terrible. Is there nothing we can do to help him? Not without the real perp, I'm afraid. Until then, it's confession stand. Speaking of which, I didn't find out until after the verdict has been handed down, but Von Karma has threatened Samson and made him a deal. Told him that if he didn't confess, he would make sure Judy was convicted instead. How could he? Samson knew there was no way Judy could have done it, of course. But he wasn't going to take any chances, so he did what he was told and confessed to keep her safe. Now riddle me this, mousy boy. Why do you think your Uncle Eddie just happened to be in the prison the day Bronco Knight died? Ah, that's right!
You were there to see Mr. Tangaroa.
Bingo! Judy and I both promised we'd visit him every day. I didn't quite keep that promise though. But Judy did. She never missed one visit in all these years. Come rain or shine, she always showed up. But none of that changes the fact that Samson is still being unduly punished day after day. How heartbreaking. We gotta do something, Mr. Fender. Shrugs. Well, kiddo, that's actually why we came here. The eye sculptures are back on display just like they were all those years ago. And we're going to see what we can find out. Right, Malzarino?
I'm a prosecutor, Fender. I don't look at these things in the same way as you or my father.
Miles.
But that doesn't change. That doesn't matter right now. Speaking not as a prosecutor, but as Miles Edgeworth, I want to know the truth behind both of these cases.
And I'm not leaving until I do. You really are old Gregory's son, through and through. Alrighty then. Now that that's sorted out, we can really get to work. Good thing I brought the i7 case. The IS7 case file and evidence with me today, huh? Here, documents first. Who doesn't love paperwork, am I right? The parts in red ink are my annotations. Documents received from Fender, including his comments in red. Alright, I want to see that.
Thank you, Fender.
I want to read that. Okay. Location, case overview, location, Samson Tangaroa as mentioned, Tangaroa's room. Date, December 24th, 18 years ago. Murder weapon, rock salt lamp. Prosecutor, Manfred von Karma. Defense attorney, Gregory Edgeworth. Notes. Statute of limitation expired 3 years ago on December 24th. Okay. 3 years ago was oh shit. 3 years ago on December the 24th was the year Miles Edgeworth was guilty of killing the thing. Wow. Suspect data. Okay, I read that already. Convicted as an accomplice based on his confession. The victim data, Artie Frost, age 38, also known as Paula Leak, under which name he was a renowned sculptor in France. Contestant in the confectionery contest, body was discovered in Tangaroa's room. Cause of death was blood loss following to a blow to the head. No detailed autopsy report due to the body going missing. And we have the picture of Artie. Okay. And here's some evidence for you. Enjoy. There's quite a few, so I'd take a minute to scope them out if I were you. Small mountain of evidence from the IS7 incident received from Fender.
Yes, I see. I'll take a look at them in a bit.
No, I'll take a look at them right fucking now. 4 of them. The ultimate cookbook, the frame finger marks, the salt lamp murder weapon, a picture of it at the very least, photograph of the murder weapon from the IS7 incident, salt lamp stained with Frost's blood, and the family photo. Frost, Gusteau, and their son. Gusteau visited their family daily up through the semifinals. You know, our current case is just full of loose threads too, come to think of it.
Indeed. The key players of that incident 18 years ago who just happened to get caught up in another incident. The eye sculptures in the Winter Wing are perfect replicas of the ones from 18 years ago. The poison gas attack in the Autumn Wing, which was been disguised to look like the Winter Wing. The 2 chemicals that were found inside the Pisces statue display, ubiquium and asphyxion, that form a poison gas when mixed together. The victim of the gas attack, Carmelo Gusteau, who is no stranger to the events of 18 years ago. and who is still unconscious and undergoing treatment in the medical room. And finally, we come to the body floating face down in the fountain. And the fact that the ice sculptures have melted, just as they did all those years ago. The events of the present day would appear to be intimately linked with the events of the past, which means that they may be able to help us learn more about what happened 18 years ago. Sounds good to me. Let's get investigating!
Objection!
Oh, no you don't! Aren't you forgetting somebody? I could have sworn this is my investigation. Eustace is quite right. I do hope you aren't intending to obstruct him in his duty, Mr. Edgeworth. I would hate to have to add a guilty to my report to the committee. What am I guilty of now? Of course not. I'm simply offering once again to do what I can to help with this investigation. Your offer is duly noted and duly declined. Ooh, she isn't pulling any punches. The identity of the body from the fountain is currently being ascertained. It is only a matter of time until we have all the information we need. Perhaps I can help you speed that process along? I think I have an idea as to who our mystery victim might be. What? Really? Then you have to tell me it's the law! Very well. Maybe it isn't just the ice sculptures that resurfaced after 18 years. The body in the fountain may also be a visitor from the past. No way! Yeah, that's him! I thought it was a woman's body because they had long hair attached. But it's also the same hair as Artie Frost from 18 years ago.
Take that!
I believe the body in the fountain is that of the man who was murdered here 18 years ago. Mr. Artie Frost. What? You're saying that was poor Chillywinks? Wait. What the hell is Chillywinks or Artie or whatever it is you're talking about? Artie Frost was a famous sculptor, Eustace. Although he was better known as Paul Lalique. The sculptures on display here are all of his works. No way! Sounds like he did well for himself. Always good to encounter a fellow winner. Oh. Mr. Frost was also the victim in the IS-7 incident. Exclamation mark. Judge Gabelle knows about the IS-7 incident. Mr. Edgeworth, the IS-7 incident is an 18-year-old case. And according to police records, the victim's body was recovered and an autopsy duly carried out. Sure, that's what the records say, but the records cannot always be trusted. What are you insinuating? That while the records say that stuff like body totally recovered, the defense back then begged to differ. Now that it stopped the prosecution from shutting them down hard, of course. ... Whose phone is this? Oh, it's Artie. Yeah, this is Winner. What? Really? What is it, Eustace? The body! We've got an ID! Gavel! Exclamation mark. Some sculptor called Frost or something? So I guess Edgeworth called it? Good goddess of justice! So my father's deductions were right all along. Well, Judge Gavel, I would say this changes things, wouldn't you? Perhaps now you'll admit that I might be of use in this case, More than a certain junior prosecutor, anyway. No fair! You're trying to steal the win! I'm doing no such thing. All I want is to uncover the truth. And if we're going to get to the bottom of what happened here, we'll need to work together. We do not need to do anything, and you do not need to know the truth. This case is none of your concern.
Objection!
Whoa there, Judge G. I think you might be wrong about that.
Another of your interruption, Mr. Fender.
Yup, see, I was on the defense team for IS-7, so this case is pretty much my concern. I was one of the pesky kids pushing the theory that the body had actually gone missing. Exclamation mark. The prosecutor at the time may have brushed us off, but you can't deny the testimony of your eyes. Or, to put it a little more bluntly, the prosecution's case was rotten from the ground up. When there's been a miscarriage of justice caused by the prosecution, it's the committee's job to fix it, no?
Yeah.
And who better to help you unpick the mess than someone who was there at the time? Unless you have an ulterior motive. Exclamation mark.
Judge Gavel seems to know the facts of the IS-7 in some details. In which case, I suspect she must be here on the committee's behalf. Your connection to the case is noted, Mr. Fender, but I fail to see how it concerns Mr. Edgeworth.
He's the son of the original defense attorney and the protege of the case lead prosecutor. And if that's not enough for you, he was at the trial too. I think it's just possible he might have a little something to bring to the table, don't you?
Very well, you may both assist in the investigation, but only if you refrain from interfering with the work of others. The winter wing is off limits for now. This room, however, is all yours.
Alrighty, great to hear we're on the same wavelength, G. Why don't we bring it in and show we're on the same side of justice?
Are you coaxing for a hug? Back off, you creep! Do not test me, Mr. Fender. Your permission to investigate can be revoked at any time.
Duly noted, Your Honor. This is a turn up for the books, eh, Malzy? We'll get to our things after all.
Thank you for your immeasurable help as always.
No sweat. Besides, I was mostly doing it for me. Okay, I'll be investigating in my own thing. So just holler if you find something interesting.
I will. Well, Kay, shall we?
Heck yeah! Let the investigation commence.
We're still unclear on two key facts. How Mr. Frost's body came to where we found it, and the source of the ubiquium.
You're right. We need some more intel.
Indeed, let's focus on the ubiquium first and foremost. It's used in stuff like
dish soap and paint, right?
Correct. It's also bright red in color and has a distinctive minty fragrance.
Okay, sounds like we know what we're looking for. Zodiac Hall, found a room, begin investigation. Alright. Let me check. Do I have anything else? No, only that. Okay, so all those pictures are by Paula Leak. Statue of a man and a woman in old-timey clothes.
Did Paula Leak make these as well? It seems he created them later in his life once he had begun to make a name for himself. His wife pushed him to sculpt the two of them as ancient gods, and he couldn't say no to his beloved. The title is The Beautiful Goddess Venus and Her Humble Servant.
Wow, talk about putting your goddess on the literal pedestal. It's a sculpture of a brave warrior battling against a serpent. Did Paula Leak make this one too, Mr. Edgeworth?
He did. It seems he was fascinated by fantasy and mythology when he was a young man. This piece embodied the tragic yet greedy determination of the young as they face an impossible situation. It's called the Math Test.
Talk about relatable. Hey, it's a man with a moon-shaped head and a woman with a sun-shaped head. Oh, so it's Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb from Greatest Attorney. The man's got a real pain look in his eye, though, just like in Greatest Attorney. Is this another Pollock piece? Yes, from his younger years, when he was something of a dreamer. He depicted those closest to him by means of a motif taken from nature. The piece is titled My Parents. Guess the mom shone brightest in the house. Here's the tea set. Mr. Bound's tea set is laid out neatly on the serving card. The pamphlet says the gallery is famous for its tea. Understandably so. The cup we were given was delicious. Looks like all of this stuff was designed by Mr. Frost. Interesting. In that case, I think we better take a closer look. So this dishware was made by Artie Frost. It looks very fancy. It's a star-shaped cup. Oh, it is. I'm willing to bet that this set can fetch something like in the thousands of dollars. So let's try not to touch any of it unless we absolutely have to. Whoa! This stuff's really worth that much? Stop it, Kay. I can see your eyes lighting up. Miss Bound must have really be a fan of Mr. Frost, like Mr. Fender said to still have this. Designed by Paula Leak, one of Judy Bound's prized possession, the teapot. Hey, Edgy! What is it? You be careful with that teapot, you hear? Why is Larry so concerned all of a sudden? Oh, here's Judy. Honored guest. I can pour you a cup if you like. Miss Bound. Ah, Judy! I'm good, thanks. No tea for me. You two knock yourselves out. Thank you for the offer. Yes, why not? A quick break won't hurt. 2 cups coming right up. This smells great. Wow! It tastes even better than it smells. What type of tea is this, Mr. Edgeworth? It's Ceylon tea, I believe. It's usually identifiable by a citrus aroma, but... Miss Bound, is this the same blend you served this morning? Why? Yes, it is. Is it alright? There isn't anything wrong with it, is there? Oh no, not at all. It's just that the cup you gave me earlier had a slightly different aroma. The aroma is different from this morning. What changed? Really? That's odd. I used the exact same blade both times. I can't see what could account for the difference. Hey, what's the big idea? Quit being mean about Judy's tea, will you? What's gotten under your skin, Larry? Nothing. You're just rude, that's all. You don't even try to call me by my right name. It's Maurice Donham, dang it. You know what? I'm done. I'm not talking to you anymore. Well, that was childish, even for him. Wow, what happened there? Let's ask him about it later, shall we? Talking to Miss Bound is more of a priority right now. We may not have any evidence to prove that she's the culprit, but it does seem likely that the poison gas was her doing. Really? Are they saying that the minty fragrance was in the tea? No, not directly. Okay, let's keep investigating. What is this? A caddy containing Ceylon tea leaves. It's a well-crafted tin canister designed to prevent moisture and sunlight from damaging its contents. Not a bad thing to considering the quality of the blend Miss Bound serves. The tablecloth draped over the cart is pure white and completely spotless. And it's just waiting for me to grab it by the edge, clear my mind, and whoosh! Okay, I cannot stress enough how bad of an idea that would be. Oh, come on! What's the worst that can happen? Even if it does go all sideways, we'll just wind up with a cool tea-colored tie-dye. Yeah, well, I'd rather it remain white. Plus, I don't think Miss Bound would appreciate us meddling us with it. Really? But there's so many other colors that would totally work. Pink, sky blue, tea leaves brown. Ugh. Okay, let's talk to her. Where were you before you rejoined us here, Miss Bound?
Oh, I had to go and tell our visitors were closed. Oh, and hand out a little something, an apology. Was there something you wanted to talk to me about?
Yeah, a few things actually. Not least of all, the fact that I still think you might be the one who set the poison gas trap. Poison gas incident? The original ice sculptures melted 18 years ago, correct? How did you manage to recreate them?
Oh, you know about what happened back then. In that case, you might also know how I took pictures of them during the contest. I commissioned the creation of a set of replicas based on those photographs for this current exhibit.
But why go through the trouble of creating replicas?
Mr. Frost's Zodiac series was his great unfinished masterwork. I wanted to see it completed at last. Or rather, recompleted. It was my fault that the original set melted in the first place after all.
I see. And is there any particular reason why the winter and autumn wings look so similar?
Oh my, you really think they do look alike? Perhaps I just used up the decoration from one and the other by accident?
She's clearly lying. But I don't have the evidence to prove it just yet. Okay, I'll come back later. There's some sort of stain here. What's that? Hey there, Malzarino. What's the situation with the investigation? Things are progressing. I think a fuller picture of what happened is beginning to emerge. Good to hear. Guess I'd better step up my game too then. The two incidents. This case seems to have a lot in common with the incident from 18 years ago. And how? It's got the lot. Melting statues in the winter wing and even the murder victim's body. But how did nobody ever figure out that the body had gone missing? Frost had no family apart from his son. And, well, the kid kind of vanished. Nobody even seen him around since the time of the incident. Gusto's son too. Him and his best pal from school both just up and disappeared. What? They were never found? Gusto's boy wasn't. Not as far as I heard, anyhow. Guess Frost's kid turned up in the end though. He collected his inheritance at some point. But yeah, with no family around just after the incident, Frost got no funeral, no nothing. So no need for the police to release the body. No need for anybody to find out they didn't have it. They filed their fake autopsy report and nobody was any the wiser. Well, almost nobody. I still can't believe Mr. Von Karma would have stooped so low. I think I get it now. So this is it, huh? The key to unraveling this whole mystery? Yes, perhaps. Great! You keep hold of it then, yeah? Quicker now, back in your pocket and goes. I guess it doesn't take much of it. Let's see this one. Ah, this takes me back. Perhaps you could take a closer look. You might notice something new. Thing is, Malzarino, I've been racking my brains about this case for 18 years now. I wouldn't hold up much hope for a eureka moment. You, on the other hand, fresh eyes, fresh face, fresh attitude, you might spot something. I'm gonna take a stab at what his coolness is saying, but no comment. Alright, try not to pass the buck next time.
Well, that was a waste of time.
So the clues from the IS-7 incident. The ultimate cookbook. I'll bet there's some humdinging recipes in there, huh?
You might be interested in, perhaps?
Who, me? None that I can think of. What about you, Castorino? I guess I'd like to be a genius and invisible. Ooh, and able to fly!
We're talking about medicine here, Cade, not miracles.
One of those pieces of plot went missing 18 years ago now. Hard to do something like that, right? Lights up like a dang Christmas tree.
It's possible no one just happened to have found it, although the more likely scenario is
that somebody decided to play hide the thimble. The question is who? Yeah, that was that was a scone. She had one in her bag. Okay, so there's some sort of a spot, a stain on the floor. You know what? I think this is a cup of tea that broke down on the carpet.
From the color and aroma, I would say this is a puddle of spilled tea.
And look, there's a small chunk of ceramic in it. It says pH.
The design looks familiar.
I guess somebody must have broke something.
I know that insignia. And a certain high-strung somebody just might know a little something too.
Those are tulip by the door, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Yeah, for the spring.
Yes, it leads to the spring wing.
Ah, spring, a popular time to move house. Which makes it open season for great thieves.
Housebreaking is a little beneath a great thief, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Why is there a lift cart just sitting there out in the open? Guess somebody must have been moving something heavy. The top of the platform seems to be wet.
You know, I've got a funny feeling I've seen this thing somewhere before. You mean like 18 years ago? Yeah, it's all coming back to me now. I last saw it in Frost's room. He must have used it to move the ice sculptures around. It's one of those fancy numbers where you can change not only the platform's height, but even its angle. If you had one of these, you could move giant lumps of ice around, no sweat. Lift card, used by Frost to transport ice 18 years ago. The top of the platform is wet. Oh, just think of the possibilities! I could really use one of these! Still doesn't explain what it's doing there, though. Bit of a head scratcher, but we should give it a think, yeah?
Indeed. After all, it just might have something to do with our case.
They put sunflowers by the door. Nice!
A fitting adornment for the entrance to the summer wing, I suppose.
Summer! Also vacation time! And every great thief knows that mean tourists with bulging wallets.
Pickpocketing, Kay? Isn't that a little beneath a great thief?
Yeah, maybe you're right. Mr. Winner was very clear that you're only allowed to investigate in this room. So I'm afraid I can't let you pass the elevator. Sorry, sir.
It wouldn't make much difference if you did, officer. You're standing in front of a wall.
Oh, but we all know a few bricks won't stop you, Miles Edgeworth, sir. Wow, he actually sounds kind of scared of you.
Just what kind of reputation do I have down in the precinct? It's a selection of trophies won by Paula Leak, or rather Artie Frost. Evidently as a well-respected artist.
Well, you've got one too, Mr. Edgeworth. So it's about time I won one too. Guess I have to find some thieving contest to enter. Or you could set something up. Something with a nice ceremony at the end, all that.
Yes, followed by a swift round of arrests. It seems the elevator is only accessible to select individuals.
I wonder what's upstairs.
Among other things, the medical room. That's where Mr. Gusto is being treated.
I hope he's alright. We got some question that needs answering as soon as he wakes up.
Since there's no way of knowing when that might be, we should explore other avenues in the meantime.
Oh. So here's the door. The door here is marked with a nice autumny looking tree. Autumn looking. There's not even even the translation couldn't find the right word to describe that tree.
And yet it leads to the winter wing. I suppose all part of the deception.
I could steal the leaves if you like, make things a little more wintry.
I think you better leave them alone, Kane.
This thing in front of the door is a fir tree, right?
Yes, they usually associate it with winter, but this leads to the autumn wing. I suppose it's all part of someone's elaborate ruse.
I could paint it red for that autumny feel.
Evergreens stay greens all year round, Kay. Hence the name.
Oh, sure. I knew that. Okay, we're gonna talk to who are we talking with first? Okay, I'm gonna talk to Delicia first. Hello there, dearie. Still investigating away, are you? Found anything interesting? No, dearie. Well, nothing much anyway. Silly girl, that wasn't a dearie moment. That was more of a lambkin. Sweetheart is born when you're being sympathetic, of course, and treasure is for when they're in a tiz. Love is for people you're not that keen on, and petal do you use when you're trying to get someone's attention? Wow, I'm learning British slang. I didn't know there were so much nuances between the words. Wow, I didn't realize there were so many rules. Mr. Edgeworth, Petal, I hope you're getting all this down.
Don't even try it, Kay.
Oh, dearie me.
I'm going to keep this simple, Larry. You're hiding something, so just tell me what it is. ...
Edgeworth ... stare. Whoa! Quitting with the glare off, you two. It's weird. Ah, come on, Kay. You know me better than that. I wasn't staring. I was struck by an idea for a picture. Now, Edgy, he was glaring.
Yes, and I'll keep glaring at you until you tell us what it is you're hiding.
Quit it! I already told you I'm not talking to you anymore.
You're talking to me right now.
I mean, from now on, I'm not talking to you ever. Again. Starting now.
This is getting me nowhere. I suppose I have to figure out what he's hiding first before I can get the whole truth out of him.
What are you hiding?
Come on, Larry, what are you hiding?
Nothing. ... Exclamation mark.
Exclamation mark.
Look, you two. This is no time for kids' games.
Huh. Well, I certainly wasn't playing.
It's pretty clear Loris isn't going to talk to you.
Oh, he'll talk. Don't you worry about that. I need to know what Larry is hiding, and I think I might have an idea what it is. Perhaps presenting him with the right piece of evidence will force him to come clean.
Okay, have you broken the tea set?
Would you mind taking a look at this for me, Larry? ...
Why would you show me that?
Tell me, what is it about Miss Bounce's tea set that's got you so agitated? If you won't tell me, then perhaps you prefer to explain to Judge Gaval?
Wait! Don't make me look that bad in front of Verity. She thinks I'm sensible, cool, and a clean-cut guy. I don't want her to see the real me, like the real low-down, dirty me.
I'm not so sure anybody here thinks you're particularly clean-cut, Larry. But if you don't want her to think badly of you, the best thing you can do is talk to me.
All right, I'll talk.
Told you so, Kay. Good thing for you, you didn't bet on it. You would have lost. All right, Larry, enough is enough. Confess.
Yeah, is this any way to treat your best friend, Edgy?
Is this any way for you to treat yours? By lying to him? Hiding things?
I get the picture already. Just stop glaring at me like that. I'll tell you everything, okay? Earlier, I thought Verity might like a cup of tea, so I went to pour one for her. But I got distracted and my hand slipped and smash. I broke the teapot, a priceless work of art. It's in pieces because of me.
No word exists to describe how far away I saw this coming from.
Ouch, you really messed up this time, Laurice. See, Angie, everyone's going to think less of me now. Judy's never going to forgive me for this.
Crying to me won't do you any good. I think you need to apologize to Miss Bound.
He's on his knees.
My teapot? I see.
I'm sorry, Judy. I'm so sorry. I don't have any money, but I'll paint your portrait. I'll paint you 50 portrait.
Please, Mr. No-Name. It's really me who should be apologizing. How could I fail to notice that there were broken pieces of ceramic on the floor? Somebody could have been hurt. Here, let me make sure that's safely disposed of. The teapot in question was designed by Artie Frost, correct? I understand it was something you've long treasured. You must be upset. Oh, I am! But of course all things break eventually. And as luck would have it, I have another identical teapot. It's far from the end of the world. Is she less attached to Mr. Frost's work than she used to be?
I can't believe this, Judy. You're the sweetest. You're the kindest. This other teapot you're talking about is the one sitting on top of the cart right now, right?
What do you mean?
Yeah, so when I smashed the first one, I tried to hide the piece in the bottom of the cart. And then that's when I saw that other pot under there. So I took it out and I basically switched the two pots.
Oh! I see.
Yep, and that's everything I have to tell you. I'll be extra careful not to break the other one, I promise.
You have no shame whatsoever, do you?
I'm sorry.
It's really quite alright. Thank you for being so honest.
Say, Angie, isn't Judy the absolute best?
I trust you won't take advantage of her kindness and will make amends somehow.
I sure will. Once I make it as an artist, I'm going to give her one of my paintings. She was one of my models after all. It's only fair.
At this rate, I suspect he's likely to make more trouble than amends. Don't you think it would be better for you to keep out of her way for a very long time?
Oh, but I will be keeping out of her way because I sketched her and the others already.
Her and the others?
Keen to see my work, huh? Yeah, I do a few great sketches of those, some ravishing beauties. Wanna see? Interested in Loris's ravishing beauties, huh, Mr. Edgeworth?
I'm afraid you're greatly misjudged, Kay. I simply wish to see if Larry has captured any unusual details this time, too.
Unusual details? Nothing unusual about these. They're my best work yet. Really? Now I want to see them, too. Oh, you're a sweetheart, Kay. Alright, let me dig them out for you. Give me a sec, okay?
I suppose we might as well take a look.
Your sketches.
So, these sketches of yours?
Seriously, Angie, if you wanted to check out my art, you should just say so from the let-go. Here, feast your eyes on this.
What am I looking at here? Okay, we see Judy giving away sweets.
Then there's Verity Gavel, and then you have Delicious Scones by the fountain with one of her cloths, and she seems worried. I told you already! Ravishing beauties! Just a few of the fair faces that caught my eye since I've been here, you know. There's Verity, and Judy, and somebody else that I never introduced. Why did you draw them all on the same page? Well, I meant to draw the room at first, but just something to pass the time. And then I saw one beauty and another, and well, I just scribbled them all down as I went.
So these were all drawn at different times?
Huh? Yeah, I guess. I did one of you too, Kay. You're on a different page, though. Wow, you did? Hee, I'm flattered.
How true to life are these sketches? Did you only draw what you actually saw?
Of course! You think I draw things I cannot see? Like using my imagination?
No.
No. These are 100% true to life, right down to the exact shade of each color.
So the colors are accurate. Interesting. Much of it as it pains me to admit it, Larry may have provided me with useful pieces of evidence yet again. The serving card in the sketch, for example, if I compare it to the other one here in the room, there's a clear contradiction between the two. I think a little deduction is in order. Could I borrow this page for a while, Larry?
Sure thing. You want me to sign up for you?
Just a page, please.
Larry Sketches. Depicting exactly what Larry saw. Alright, we're done with him. Let's go see the forensics guy. The body's been taken back to the lab, sir. Autopsy's underway.
And how's the rest of the fountain looking?
Rather beautiful, actually, sir. The water is crystal clear and kind of soothing.
Almost as if there wasn't a body floating in it not so long ago.
Okay, talk to him. Okay, I'm gonna talk to Eustace and Verity, even though I don't want to.
Do you mind, Mr. Winner? You're in my way.
I do mind, actually, and not going anywhere. You just have to go around me. Well, we just thought you might want to move to a better spot, that's all.
What better spot? I demand you show it to me at once. Is that really all it takes to make you do whatever we want?
Don't think you're getting away with anything, Mr. Edgeworth. I'll be reporting your action to the committee.
Do whatever you need to do, Judge Gavel.
And we'll do the same.
You are the self-styled great thief, correct? Mr. Edgeworth's association with such a character will be of interest to the committee too, of course.
Go ahead and report me to your stupid committee. I'll be the toast of the thieving committee.
Huh.
Looks like Judge Gavel will have to think up some new threats if she wants to intimidate Kay.
Okay, let's go talk to see. Okay, we talked to her. Alright, let's deduce. Now we're gonna present the Larry sketches.
Larry, could I ask you something about your sketches?
Huh? Fascinated by the work of the great Maurice Donim, huh? It's the composition, right?
Not exactly. This light blue tablecloth. You painted that exactly as you saw it, correct?
I already told you, everything is exactly as I saw it. Oh shit, I didn't pay attention to the tablecloth. Oh, it's light blue. It's not white.
But the tablecloth on the cart here in this room is white.
Wow. Your head's so full of crazy theory, the simple stuff just passes you right by, huh?
What's that look for?
Listen, just before I drew that sketch, I was in the middle of some business with the cart with the tea set on it, okay?
What kind of business?
What kind of business? That's right, it was the hiding the pieces of the teapot as match kind.
That's nothing to boast about.
Anyway, I was still in the middle of cleaning it all up when Judy came out of the winter wing. I didn't want to get busted for breaking the pot, so I quickly dove out of sight. And he hid between the tea cart. And she was carrying something else with candy and the light blue cloth. Wait, Miss Bound came out of the winter wing? Yeah, and she was pushing a cart, a different one. That's the one with the light blue tablecloth on it that I drew.
And what did she do with this second serving cart?
Well, I saw her wheel into the summer wing, but I don't know what happened to it after that. Oh, that must be... You know what? That was probably one of the ice sculptures that she was hidden inside of the tablecloth. And the light blue came from the ice, because the ice was light blue. And then she sent it to the summer, dumping in the river, the warm river, to melt. But she came from the winter wing. The autumn wing was the one that was the poison. I'm gonna check something. The Pisces statue was... The Pisces statue was in the autumn wing. She came from the winter. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh, that's funny. That's funny. That puts Castor and Pollux' story into perspective. Does anybody of you know about the story of Castor and Pollux, the Gemini twins? They're twins, but they are separate in very one particular aspect. One of them was mortal. When she came back out, she was pushing one of those other carts the candy can lift stuff with.
A lift cart?
Yeah, so I called out to her, but she just ran off and left it behind. Never had her down at their shy type, but it just goes to show, you never know.
Another serving cart and a lift cart.
Is there maybe another tea set too?
We'd better check out with Miss Bound.
She's right here. The two carts.
Are there two serving carts here at the gallery, Miss Bound? Yes. What do you ask? A certain so-called artiste showed us this sketch. I couldn't help but notice the color of the tablecloth. It's light blue.
Light blue? I'm afraid your friend must be mistaken. I only use white tablecloth, freshly laundered and starched.
Like the perfect wrinkle-free one on the cart here in the fountain room, right?
Exactly! If I saw so much of a blemish, I would replace it right away.
Could the color of the tablecloth as the sketch simply be a mistake on Larry's part? Do you have any idea of what you might have been doing when the sketch was drawn?
Let me see, I appear to be carrying out my usual duties.
I'd like to ask you a little bit more about these duties, if I may. What exactly were you doing when the sketch was drawn? Because from what I can see, your card doesn't have a tea set on it.
I was delivering some chocolates to the investigation officer.
Ah, now I'm jealous. I love chocolate.
Well, there were a few left over, so here for you both. I made them myself. I hope you like them.
Woohoo! Hee hee, thanks, Miss Bound.
Well, why not? They're a little melted, but I suppose that's because they've been sitting around in their pocket.
Handmade by Bound, slightly melted after being kept in their pocket. Are they extra sweet? Yes, they're super sweet. I love them.
Tee, I'm very glad to hear it.
They may not be the prettiest, but I'm grateful for the energy boost nonetheless. Though perhaps it could do with a little less sugar.
Yeah, he's not into sugar too. Oh, I can examine the lift card. Oh, it's wet.
The top of the platform is wet.
Maybe someone used it to move something liquidy around?
Yes, but the question is who and what?
There's some brakes. Damns the brakes. Oh, there's a pedal. Looks like this pedal lets you adjust the height of the platform, Mr. Edgeworth.
Indeed, let's give it a try. If you would, Kay.
On it! Ah, ta-da! So, yeah, the floor can be lifted up and it looks like a cart.
A single person could transport quite a heavy load using one of these.
I'll say, I bet I could even cart Gummy off with it.
And for what purpose exactly, may I ask?
Okay, what am I missing? Switch teapots. The tea smells different. Ah!
I suspect the difference in aroma we noticed is due to the teapots having been switched.
They were too bland. The tea tasted different because they're not tasting from the same teapot. You do?
I can't see what else it could have been. The tea itself that hadn't changed. Why don't we ask Miss Bound just to be sure? Miss Bound, the difference in aroma we noticed, do you think it could have been because of the different teapot?
I suppose so.
My cup just now has a subtle minty scent. Rather like Yuva tea.
Oh!
I just remember, I made some peppermint tea in that pot only yesterday.
Bullshit! She had Ubiquium.
That must have been where the minty aroma is coming from.
Teapot leftover aroma. The tea has a refreshing aroma because it's in a different teapot from this morning.
Could that really be it?
No. Minty fragrance from the teapot left over. It's Ubiquium.
The tea from the teapot Larry switched in from under the cart smelled faintly of mint.
Right, Miss Bound said she used that pot to make peppermint tea yesterday.
Yes, but there's something else that's been troubling me. Miss Bound seems to have taken aback by the switching of the teapot than the breaking one.
You're right. You expect it to be the other way around.
I suspect she might have been deliberately hiding the teapot underneath the cart.
But why?
One of Ubiquium's key characteristics is its minty fragrance. So what if she had been hiding some in that teapot?
What? In the teapot?
It's simply a possibility, but one worth investigating, I believe. Mr. Winner, any luck finding that Ubiquium?
Oh. My people are searching the entire gallery, but they haven't found anything yet. And what about you? Don't tell me you know where it came from.
I may have an idea.
Ha! I knew it! If I can't find it, there's no chance a useless... What? You don't know where it came from?
Yes.
Where?
Miss Bound's teapot.
Wow! Nice piece! I like it. Yeah, this looks like a fitting prize for a natural-born winner.
It's not a prize, it's a final piece of evidence.
Oh, it's just evidence? Then I'll have some of the forensics people check it out. You! Judy comes in.
Mr. Edgeworth? Is there some sort of problem with my teapot?
Possibly. The minty fragrance we noticed coming from it. I think it just might be the scent of one of the chemicals used to make the poison gas.
Edgeworth! Surely you don't think I have anything to do with that?
I'm afraid I do. The method used to create the gas could have required considerable preparation. Nobody would have had the time or the opportunity to set that up except you.
That's not strictly true! It took around a week to get Zodiac Hall ready for the exhibition. There were all kinds of people coming and going through here during that time. Delicia, for one. So you see, I'm not the only person who could have set it up at all.
Miss Scones is on our radar too, of course. You didn't worry about that.
And besides, I wouldn't know the first thing about making poison gas. So even if you did find some ubiquitous in my teapot, I wouldn't have any idea what to do with it.
Exclamation mark!
But I suppose we should see what the test results say first.
Miss Bounce claims she doesn't know the first thing about making poison gas. I need to find out a way to prove that she's lying. Okay, so now, now winner moved. It seems the police have already removed the body.
But why did the body of a victim from 18 years ago turn up in this fountain? And why isn't all rotten and stuff? Did it slowly shuffle its way here?
Need I remind you that zombies aren't real? It seems that the body was preserved somehow.
Really? Is that even possible?
Mr. Forensics guy, anything to report?
Yes, ma'am! Traces of both ubiquium and asphyxion has been detected in the fountain. I'm gonna say they probably carried here by the stream from the autumn wing. In addition to those two chemicals, there's also a large amount of sugar. The composition of the sugar has been analyzed as we speak.
There's sugar in the fountain. Where would it even have come from?
From the ice.
Oh, my cell phone. This is Edgeworth speaking.
Sir, it's me!
Is everything alright, Detective?
Everybody's left the winter wing. It's just me in there now. Which means I can tell you what we found out.
You really shouldn't be sharing information about the investigation. But after the past week or so, I'm not about to stop him now.
The exhibit in there all have been completely melted. All that's left in the display cases is some stuff at the bottom. More of it in the Taurus case and in the Gemini case, though.
Describe this stuff for me if you can.
Yes, sir! It's like a pale blue liquid. It had the lab run some tests just now. The sample from the Taurus case just had a bunch of sugar in it. But the one from the Gemini case had 3 different substances in it.
Which were?
Sugar, salt, and blood.
Blood? What are salt and blood doing in the Gemini case's sample?
Can't imagine whose blood it could possibly be, but I'll get it tested right away, sir.
Please do, Detective.
Oh. I also spoke over to the radio with the forensics guy working the fountain room. He said he just got word that the sugar they found in the fountain matches the sugar in the pale blue liquid.
I see. That might well prove to be significant development.
Gemini case analysis result of the analysis conducted on the melted contents of the Gemini case. Sugar, salt, and blood.
So this was probably where the body came from. Anything else to report, Detective?
Yes, sir! We found one of those light-emitting devices here in the winter wing, too.
There were a few of those being used in the autumn wing to disguise it as the winter wing, as I recall. It seems that the equipment from 18 years ago is more than just for show. I need to talk to Miss Scones about this.
Anyhow, I'd better be getting back to it. I'll let you know as soon as we hear from the lab about that blood.
Yes, thank you, Detective.
Was that Gummy? Seems like he had a lot to say.
He did, and all of it very useful.
Question mark?
If I'm going to prove that Miss Bound's claims about who could have set up the poison gas traps are false, I'll need to talk to a certain somebody else who was there 18 years ago. Miss Scone, I would like you to ask you a few questions, if I may. Of course, dear. Fire away. Anything for you, Milesy Smilesy, and dear, sweet little Tooth Decay. Tooth Decay? Wow. I appreciate if that was the last time you called me a Milesy Smilesy. I'm not a fan of Tooth Decay either. Well, you just have to like it or lump it. I can't change the nickname once I settle on it. Well, I guess we tried. Gallery decoration. What can you tell us about the various devices used to decorate the gallery's exhibits? There seems to be some pretty specialized items in use. Light emitting device, luminous fabrics. Oh, I can't tell you all about those, dearie. After all, I'm the one who gave them to Moody Judy. It was my way of saying sorry after I broke the rules all those years ago. I brought her 4 lovely new salt lamps and I gave her the 4 pieces of luminous cloth that I used for the contest. Wow, that's super generous of you. Tee-hee-hee. Well, us girls have to do our best, don't we? Not everybody understands, of course. That better not be a dig at me, Delish. I told you how kind I thought that was. Yes, back when you were a dear, sweet, innocent baby boy. What happened to you, eh? A dear, sweet, innocent baby boy? Mr. Fender? Can't quite picture that, I have to say. So these decorations, they're all the same as the ones you saw 18 years ago, correct? Yep. Salt lamps, glowing fabric, light emitting the doodads, the whole bit. There were 4 luminous cloths in use in the autumn wing, but I'm sure I saw another one somewhere. Not lying! Oh, it's in my bag somewhere, I'm sure of it. What is she looking for? That's not it! That's not it! That cloth was familiar. Maybe I should jog her memory with something so Miss Coates will tell us more. You had a piece of fabric like this in your bag, did you not, Miss Combs? Albeit a somewhat grimier one. Grimy? How rude! You won't get people to cooperate with your little investigation like that, young man. Shall we call it a dish towel then? Perhaps you use it to wipe out some sort of spillage? A spillage, you said! The cheek! That's a piece of highly specialized luminous cloth! Oh, I probably shouldn't have told you that. I think I'd like to know a little bit more about this highly specialized luminous cloth, if you don't mind. Okay, let's talk about poison gas. Miss Coates, you're something of a specialist. How might someone learn to make the poison gas that was used in the attack? Any ideas? Well, any pharmacist who ever handled Infesticides Ultra would know for a start. After all, it says it right here on the label. Do not mix with products containing ubiquium, ever. But what about a layperson? It's unlikely they would know, wouldn't you say? I suppose so, yes. Well, not unless they had a nose through the Ultimate Cookbook anyway. The prize for the contest 18 years ago. The recipe for making Infesticide Ultra, along with that not mixing with ubiquium bit, is in here there, you know. The Ultimate Cookbook contains instruction for creating poison gas. So you're familiar with the contents of the book? Oh yes, dear. I know it inside out. Because I work for the Tangaroa Group, you see. We're the company behind Cold Killer X. I'm sure you heard of it. Oh yeah, I remember that. He brings in the bottle. Phoenix Wright knows about it for sure too. Cold Killer X fights back sniffles and sneezes with ease, apparently. And Sammy Poople was found guilty. The company took custody of the book. But they only grant their most trusted people access to it, of course. Which means Miss Coates is one of these elite, I suppose. So after he was called guilty, the company got the book back. What you want me to know you had a piece of luminous cloth in your bag? Oh, well, I suppose there's no point hiding it now, is there? If you must know, I fished it out of the fountain. It was right before they called me into the autumn wing. So Larry's sketch of Miss Coates is of when she was trying to retrieve the cloth. At first I thought it was one of the ones I'd given Moody Judy. one of the 4 you've given to the gallery, correct?
Exactly! But all 4s were being used in the autumn wing, weren't they? So I realized it must be the one that went missing all those years ago. I'd already had my infesticide ultra pinched and used to make poison gas. If one of my quotes turned out to have been used in some sort of dastardly deeds too, well, I was going to look guilty as sin, was I? So I kept it in my bag and hoped for the best.
I see.
Oh, it does feel good to get it off my chest, though. Stress is no good for the complexion.
So the cloth that disappeared 18 years ago, the one that the victim was wrapped in, just happened to reappear in the fountain at the same time as the body.
Gifted to Bound by Scone, lost 18 years ago, only to be discovered floating in the fountain. I want to show the Winter Wind photo if it works. Oh, you really do carry some cute rubbish around with you, don't you, Milesy Smiles? What I could do is cover it with whipped cream for you, then sprinkle a few...
There'll be no need for that, thank you, Miss Cone.
Oh, look at that, the picture of silly old me.
That's right, you seem to have caught the artist's eyes.
You mean lovely Lori Lambkin? I'd like to have a word with him and say thanks.
Well, I'll be glad to introduce you.
And there's the evil smirk. Chocolates. Let me check the fountain case. Okay. The Gemini case analysis. Detected salt, sugar, blood. Sugar composition matched that of sugar found in the pale blue liquid in R.T. Frost's room 18 years ago. Sugar detected in found in water also seemed to be a match. Yeah. So everything fits. Let's. I wonder if she can talk more about the cookbook.
Have you read the Ultimate Cookbook, Miss Cones?
Of course I have. I'm a pharmacist, you know. Even if I do wear a big pink hat. I think it's so cool you're a pharmacist. Well, so do I, dearie. So do I. Aren't you, my sweetheart, my little tooth decay?
Since when were you interested in pharmaceuticals?
Shh! I'm working my magic, Mr. Edgeworth. Buttering her up so she'll do what I want. Anyway, Miss Cones, Delicia, I was wondering if you could maybe... No! How many times, you cheeky little imp? Once your name's decided, I cannot change it. Thanks so much for the sneaky approach. What kind of a great thief am I?
Not a very good one.
Alright, so what else can we do? Ultimate Cookbook. Oh, I'm gonna talk to Eddie. Judy Bound.
Tell me, Fender, what kind of person is Miss Bound?
Huh? Wait a minute. Don't tell me you got a thing for her, Master.
I do not.
Chill, chill. I'm just yanking your chain. Anyway, what can I say about Jude? Well, she's a real brave trooper, for one. What else do you call someone who waits around for 18 old years like she has for Samson? Even after his extended family kicked her out of this place. What? They threw her out? Yup, Jude wasn't technically part of the family, so there was nothing she could do. She had nothing, nobody, no job after Samson took the fall. So she had no choice but to take what he taught her and make her own way into showbiz. She's retired from all that now, though.
Yes, why did she retire? At the sweet age of 36. Like a sports player.
She'd finally made enough to buy the old place back. She even got the Ultimate Cookbook back from the Tangaroa group after they basically stole it. Bound recovered the house and the cookbook for Tangaroa's sake. Wow! Guess this place is everything still do with Guess this place and everything to do with it was all she ever cared about. So she just wanted it back. All of it.
vendor seems very sympathetic to Miss Bound's supply. But from a less charitable perspective, she has, in a way, taken everything of Mr. Tanguro's for herself.
Alright, so now we have the Bounds action and the Ultimate Cookbook.
The Ultimate Cookbook contains instruction on how to create the poison gas.
Oh! Since she got the book back, she got the knowledge. So it's not knowledge exclusive to Delicia.
And the current owner of that book is none other than Miss Judy Bound.
No way! You mean...
I'm afraid I do. Miss Bound would have been perfectly capable of setting up the gas trap. Finally, we can prove that she's been lying to us.
Investigation complete. I got my little bit held back.
And that's that. All that's left now is to await the result of the test on the teapot.
To be continued. Save your progress. Yes. It's been less than 4 hours, but we're going to continue till the end. I got enough energy to push. April 2nd, 2:33 p.m. Zodiac Hall, Fountain Room. The test result have just come in, sir. Traces of ubiquium were found in the teapot. The what? Just like Mr. Edwards said. Curse you! You better not think this means you beat me.
You really need to drop this obsession with coming in first, Mr. Winner. We're all on the same side here, remember? We're all trying to get to the truth.
What? But first is best. Everybody knows it's better to be a winner than a loser.
That's really no way for a prosecutor to think. Not a successful one, anyway.
Well, but I...
Enough! Mr. Edgeworth, please refrain from taunting the boy. Ignore him, Eustace. He's unworthy of your attention.
But Gavel! Oh, all right.
Why don't I take care of things here for now? In the meantime, you can perform the far more important task of going and checking on the victim.
Yeah, a good idea. I'll be right back.
Excellent. We shall see you shortly then. Mr. Winner's annoying, but only harmless. Judge Gavel, on the other hand. Now. Miss Bound, perhaps you could explain why traces of ubiquium were found in your teapot? I have no idea there was anything like that in there. Perhaps it's one of the ingredients in the dishwashing soap I use. So you are telling me, the court, that you did not intentionally put ubiquium in the teapot? Yes, exactly. Why would I? Until today, I had no idea they could even be used to make poison gas.
Objection!
You're a trained actress, are you not, Miss Bound? I would have thought you would be more of a convincing liar. What do you mean? You have access to the Ultimate Cookbook, correct? A book that just happened to contain instruction on how to create the poison gas used in the attack. Meaning, it's perfectly possible for you to know exactly how to make it. You're very well informed, Mr. Edgeworth. Miss Bound, is what Mr. Edgeworth said true? The book does contain information on how to make the poison gas, yes. But the fact that I have seen it doesn't make me guilty. Can I ask exactly how the gas was triggered? The victim used a blowtorch to heat the lid of one of the display cases, thereby melting the ubiquium. Heh, I see. But he locked himself in the room too, didn't he? Surely that and the fact that he triggered it himself wouldn't point to him being a suicide attempt? So she's not willing to admit to anything. Furthermore, where would I have gotten hold of the Infesticide Ultra? Oh, I don't know. Perhaps you stole it?
You know, I did bump into Moody Judy a week or so ago. And that very evening I noticed my Infesticide Ultra has gone missing. Judy, surely you didn't.
Delicia, you carry a bag of pharmaceuticals with you everywhere, don't you? There would have been any number of opportunities for someone other than myself to steal it from you.
That's true, and I don't have any hard evidence that it definitely was Miss Bound who stole it. Jutes, there's clearly something you're not telling us. Why don't you just come clean, We all know you never hurt somebody for no reason, so...
Not you too! You think I'm guilty as well, Mr. Fender?
Can you blame me? We've got one wing disguised as another, a gas trap in one of the display cases, and you're the proprietor of the establishment. It's looking a lot like you did it, Kilo.
You've got this all wrong. You have to remember the gallery doesn't have any security cameras, nor any security personnel. If some ill-intentioned person or other wanted to get in undetected, I don't think they would have much of a problem.
Wow, you're practically asking to be burglarized. You need to be more careful. A great thief could have a field day in here.
And I don't think she's joking.
And actually, it seems like Mr. Gusto did in fact enter the gallery before it opened.
Sheesh. Judy's one tough cookie. She's not budging an inch. Maybe it's time to rock a little technique Gregory taught me back in the day.
And what technique might that be?
So, hear me out. Everything's connected to what happened 18 years back, yeah? And since we're not getting anywhere by focusing only on the here and now, maybe we ought to approach this from a different angle and look to the past for clues instead.
A turnabout in thinking. So my father used this method as well.
Alright, let's run this through the old Thinkertron. How was Judes involved in what happened back then? Exclamation mark.
According to Miss Bound, it was because of her that Mr. Frost's flavored ice sculptures melted. And yet his sculptures are here on display at this very gallery today. Is it possible that she... Thank you, Fender. I think I know what I need to ask Miss Bound now.
Don't thank me, thank your pops. Now take it away, Milesy, I'll grab the popcorn.
Miss Bound? You say that you were the one who caused Mr. Frost's creation to melt 18 years ago, correct?
I'm afraid so. I was young and foolish, and it was a terrible accident.
And yet, what you did allowed you to open this exhibit, no?
What do you mean?
Yes, what do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? If you're going to ask such question, perhaps a formal testimony from Miss Bound might be best? Yes, perhaps it might. I'd like to know a little more about Zodiac Hall, and about why Miss Bound decided to dedicate this space to Mr. Frost's work. Very well. If you believe it to be relevant to the case, I will allow it. Miss Bound, would you mind?
Not at all. I'll do whatever it takes to prove that I'm innocent.
Then please, if you could give us some background on Zodiac Hall and the pieces on display here.
Okay. Zodiac Hall.
It took 18 years, but at long last I was finally able to buy Simpson's home back a little while ago. But a place like this is expensive to maintain, so I decided to turn it into an art gallery. To that end, I collected as many Polar League pieces as I could from around the world. Because, if I'm honest, it's always been something of a dream of mine to open a space dedicated to his work.
Thank you for your testimony, Miss Bound. How wonderful it is that you were able to fulfill your dream. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, everything seems entirely above board to me. Judge Cavell, that was simply the witness' preliminary statement. As you surely know, the value of that testimony cannot be evaluated without due cross-examination. Ha! Spoken like a true attorney. Very well. You may do as you must.
Zodiac Hall.
It took me 18 years, but at long last I was finally able to buy Simpson's home back a little while ago.
Hold it!
18 years. You must have gone through a lot to buy it back, Mr. Bound.
This home, this place, such memories abound. I couldn't stand to lose what I have found.
She's dancing.
Simpson, I did what I had to do to see what that home was waiting here for you.
How does she make it look so easy? Bravo, I'll say, but I wouldn't expect any less from a trained triple threat performer.
If you could continue with your testimony, Miss Bound, minus the singing, if you please.
Well, the song that was going there didn't go well with the singing. That's why I didn't sing.
But a place like this is expensive to maintain, so I decided to turn it into an art gallery.
Hold it!
You manage the gallery by yourself, Miss Bound?
Yes, well, we only opened today, so I haven't done much actual managing yet. But I have to keep the mention going. Can't have it falling down around my ears. Samson could come home any day after all.
So she really got the house back for him.
I'm so sorry, Judy. I wish I could have done more.
Exclamation mark.
Oh, you've done plenty, Mr. Fender. If anyone should have done more, it's me. Even if the only thing I can do right now is to keep this place safe for Samson. To that end, I collected as many Polo League pieces as I could from around the world.
Hold it!
Polo League. That was Mr. Frost's pseudonym, correct?
Yes, he adopted it while he was working as a sculptor in France.
I see. I'm curious about some of the pieces in your collection. More specifically, how you were able to acquire the Taurus and Gemini sculpture. It was my understanding that Mr. Frost died before he could complete them.
Yes, I was able to create replicas for the Winter Wing based on photos of the sculptures he made.
Really? Perhaps you could go into some more details for that?
Because, if I'm honest, it's always been something of a dream of mine to open a place dedicated to his work. I was able to create replicas for the Winter Wing based on the photos of the sculptures he makes.
No, that wasn't the replica. That was actually the body. Should I go with the Winter Wing photo?
Objection!
No.
This piece of evidence will reveal the truth.
Really? It will? You seem determined to paint me as the perpetrator of this crime, Mr. Edgeworth. Why else would you resort to tactics like these?
Miss Bound, please don't cry.
Fine, then shall we continue?
So her tears were all in act. Suppose she's an accomplished actor.
Gemini case analysis result.
Objection!
Aha!
I'm afraid you've run out of road, Miss Bound. You can lie all you like, but you can't deny the result of the test conducted on the sculpture's remains. And those tests leave no room for ambiguity. What you had on display weren't replicas. They were the very statue Mr. Frost carved 18 years ago.
Oh, I can probably help explain how they worked it out if you like, dear. It's the sugar, you see. You might think sugar is sugar, but the composition is actually very unique. You could probably recreate the statues, but the sweet secret of their chemical makeup, no chance.
Thank you, Miss Scone. I don't recall asking for her help, but still. To put it simply, the statue didn't disappear back then because they melted. They disappeared because you spirited them away and kept them hidden for these 18 long years.
Ah! What? She kept a pair of the flavored ice sculptures around somewhere for all that time? It's not the most out there idea in the world, assuming you have a big enough ice box.
Overruled!
Quiet, all of you. Miss Bounds, have you anything to say in your defense?
So you already learned that much?
Should I take to mean that you admit to having hidden the flavored ice sculptures in question?
No, I admit to no such thing. You haven't proven that I was the one who took those statues away. And you won't, because it would have been impossible for me to do so in the first place. The police were already here when they disappeared. How could I have done it without them noticing?
How indeed. I don't know exactly how you did it, but I'm far from ready to say that it was impossible for you to have stolen them away.
You're a very persistent man, aren't you, Mr. Edgeworth?
I am indeed. And I won't stop until I get to the truth.
I see. Then I better tell you exactly what I did that day 18 years ago.
What I did that day.
The whole time before judging began, I was waiting upstairs in our living area on standby. During the judging, I had to go change the camera's film cartridges for Samsung. But before I could take the camera back to Samsung, I discovered Mr. Frost's body. Later, around when your father arrived, I began to make the rounds and serve tea to everybody present. That was when I saw Mr. Gusto entering Mr. Frost's room. And those were my moments on the day it all happened. I hardly see how you could take issue with any of that.
That's for us to decide, Miss Bound.
Are you saying there's a contradiction in her story, Mr. Edgeworth?
I'm more focused on proving the fact that she did indeed steal those statues. The question is, when she would have had the opportunity to do so. If I can pinpoint that, I might be able to prove what exactly she got up to.
What I did that day. I think I know what happened. Remember when they served tea for the first time? Oh, the saucers are cold. Because they were standing on the block of ice. So that was not a tea cart that she was pulling. That was the lift cart with a block of ice underneath a tablecloth.
The whole time before judging began, I was waiting upstairs in our living area on standby.
Hold it!
What were you doing when you were waiting?
I was in my room practicing some dance routines. I was on a TV show called Bacon Bop with Samson, you see.
Bacon Bop? What kind of show was this?
It was a children's show. The two of them would sing and dance as they made a variety of sweets.
Whoa, that sounds awesome! Hold the phone. Miles, you used to watch it?
My father introduced me to it. I may have watched an episode or two. So Miss Bound passed the time before judging began by practicing her dance routine. Was this the moment when Miss Bound stole the sculptures?
No.
That can't have been the moment she did it. You better listen carefully to what she says.
Okay, so the pressing here is to figure out when she did it. It wasn't during the change of camera. It wasn't when she discovered Frost's body. It has to be after. When your father arrived, I began to make the rounds and serve tea to everybody present.
Just as you did today?
Yes, I went around enough for everybody working on the investigation a cup of tea.
Present company included. I remember it well. You were here, there, upstairs, downstairs, everywhere in that little cart of yours.
Interesting. And did anything strike you as strange around that time?
Oh yeah, Gregory was singing the praise of Judy's tea, and I think he mentioned his saucer was cold.
His saucer was cold.
Was this the moment when Miss Bound stole the sculptures? Yes.
Miss Bound, I believe this was when you stole the sculptures.
I hate to contradict you, but the fountain room was full of witnesses at that point, Mr. Fender included. Are you suggesting that I somehow got the sculptures out of Mr. Frost's room right under everyone's nose?
That is precisely what I'm suggesting. Miss Bound stole those ice sculptures, and she did it by hiding them here.
Take that!
My father and Fender had no idea that one of the sculptures were mere inches away from them. Because it wasn't just a tea set you were pushing around, Miss Bound. It was a hidden high sculptures in a glass case. Ah!
Overruled.
Surely such a thing could have been impossible. How would a case of that size fit on a serving cart? He would have been spotted immediately.
Attention!
Who said anything about a serving cart? Well, I'm not sure I follow, Mr. Edgeworth. What are you suggesting she use instead? I'm suggesting that Miss Bound use this to transport the sculpture. The lift cart.
Take that!
And this is the cart that Miss Bound used to move the flavored ice sculpture out of Mr. Frost's room 18 years ago. And it would appear that the very same cart is still here with us in this fountain room. We originally bought it for use in the contest. And you're saying that Miss Bound loaded Mr. Frost's sculpture into this cart and carried them off? I am. As you can imagine, all one would need to do is lay a case of this side, add a tablecloth, and it would look exactly like a normal servant cart, thus allowing her to move the sculptures around freely. Can it be?
Holy moly, of course. That's why those saucers were so chilly. They were sitting on top of a big block of ice. Jews, how could you?
Impressive. Then again, you are Mr. Gregory Edwards' son. I should have expected no less. There isn't a scrap of evidence that I stole the sculptures all those years ago now. And yet, I knew that no matter what I said or did, I would always be under a cloud of suspicion.
So you admit it? You admit that you stole them from Mrs. Foster's room?
Yes, I do. I took those sculptures and their glass cases out of that room 18 years ago. As Mr. Edgeworth correctly deduced, I dressed up the lift cart as a serving cart to do it. And slipped in and out of Mr. Frost's room while I was going around serving tea to everybody. In the end, I removed not only the sculptures, but the flavored ice Zodiac blocks as well.
Zodiac blocks. I feel like I've seen one of them for myself before. There's a huge block of ice on display here with the constellation, the Pleiades, and what was the other one? Oh, the comets that would go around Gemini during the winter, I think. It must be incredibly heavy, though maybe not, what with being hollow on the inside. If the Winter Wing really is an exact replica of Mr. Frost's room from 18 years ago, then even though my father never saw them because they already melted, the Zodiac blocks must have been within the victim's room back then as well.
When I had finished moving the 2 ice sculptures and the 2 Zodiac blackout, I took 2 fresh empty cases to Mr. Frost's room and put them where the original 2 had been. Only the sculptures have been kept in glass cases, you see, to prevent them from being damaged. The blocks were a little more robust, so they have been displayed as is. As stated in the contest room, we were responsible for providing all display material, including cases.
Meaning it would have been easy for her to prepare those empty spares she swapped in.
Mr. Frost's room contained quite a few other flavored ice works in progress. I figure if I melted them down somehow, the resulting puddle would look like it came from the sculptures. And that is how the sculptures from 18 years ago came to be in the Winter Wing today.
I have to say, Mr. Edgeworth, that's quite the confession.
Indeed. I think she offered it so willingly because she knows there's nothing we can do with it.
That's all I have to tell you. However, despite everything I've shared, you can't charge me with anything now, can you?
What? How'd you figure that?
Oh my! I would have thought you might know at least this much, given we're at a crime scene. I suggest you memorize the various statutes of limitation outlined in this book.
Status of what now? Status of limitation book. A book explaining the statute of limitation of various crimes.
Simply put, Kay.
Theft. 7 years from the date of the crime. Separate time frames apply with regards to claim for damage. Murder. 15 years from the date of the crime, statue suspended should the suspect flee to a foreign country. Oh! The statute is suspended from the time of any accomplice's indictment to the end of their trial. Okay.
Simply put, Gay, prosecutors only have a certain amount of time within which they can put a suspect on trial for a given crime. Let's take a closer look, shall we?
Yeah. So it's different for every crime? Murder, 15 years, theft, 7 years. Ah!
Yes, Miss Bound stole the ice sculptures 18 years ago. So it's too late to have her arrested for that crime.
I don't believe it.
Theft is a serious matter, especially when it involves the removal of evidence from a crime scene. However, as you yourself just pointed out, Miss Bound can no longer be prosecuted for a crime, rendering your revelation rather pointless, wouldn't you say, Mr. Edgeworth?
Objection!
I wouldn't be so sure about that. For you see, the theft of the ice sculptures is my principal interest here. I found the body that reappeared 18 years after the theft to be of considerably more interest.
Are you suggesting that I also hid Mr. Frost's body?
I am indeed.
But how do you keep a body hidden for 18 years without anybody finding it?
By hiding it in a very unusual way.
Oh, now this is interesting.
Are you telling me that you know where the body has been for all this time, Mr. Edgeworth? It's no such a big leap if you think about what Miss Bound has told us already. Let's just say it wasn't just flavored ice that she removed from Mr. Frost's room back then. But well, if you're confident in this claim, let's put it to the test. Tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, where exactly was Mr. Frost's body hidden?
The Gemini statue. It should be this photo.
Take that!
A photograph of Mr. Frost's works, and of the victim's body, Your Honor. You will have to forgive me, but I don't see what you mean. Where exactly in this photograph is Mr. Frost's body?
Wrapped in a cloth. The victim's body is hiding right here. Next to the...
Take that!
The Gemini sculpture?
Yes, it may look like a sculpture at first glance, but it is in fact Mr. Frost's corpse. Ah! What? Surely you can't be serious. I don't see anything in the photograph to support such a wild claim.
Objection!
That's because a certain piece of evidence was used to hide the body in plain sight. And what piece of evidence might that be? The court demands that you present what was used to conceal the body.
Take that!
The luminous cloth.
One of the cloths from the autumn wing? Yes, when it's made to glow in just the right way, it's so visually convincing you might mistake it for ice. Isn't that right, Miss Cones?
Well, yes, dear. But you can't even make it look like just about anything, really. Even blazing fire. And the right shade of blue would make it look like ice. Yes, exactly like it, in fact.
Isn't that the case for a certain special device is needed to generate these colors, though?
Objection!
If you would care to take another look at the photograph in the winter wing, Your Honor, you will notice there is a small box connected to the bottom of the Gemini display case. That's one of the very light-emitting devices in question. Detective Gumshoe even confirmed its presence. In fact, this particular device went missing 18 years ago as well. Back then, it was no doubt firmly connected to the cloth inside the display case, which means Miss Bound had no choice but to take it with her when she removed the sculpture. So you see, this cloth and the light-emitting device were being used to create the illusion that Mr. Frost's body was in fact a frozen body.
Statue carved from ice. No! This can't be! Wait, so you're telling me that when we took that photo of us in the winter wing, yes, we were standing right in front of the body. But the body and the cloth were both recovered from the fountain. Why were they found there if the body was supposed to be in the winter wing disguised as a sculpture?
Objection!
Because there wouldn't be no mystery as to how the body had been hidden if we had found it as is. Miss Bound needed to remove Mr. Frost from the winter wing in order to throw us off the scent. Ridiculous! I don't recall her sneaking around behind our backs to throw a body in the fountain. No, and she didn't even need to, because she had another method at her disposal. Her trusty lift cart. The same cart that's been proved so useful in executing her original theft. I believe she wheeled the body into one of the other wings and floated it down the stream of the fountain. The frozen body, being quite solid, probably got stuck somewhere along the way, which is why only the cloth appeared at first. The cloth Miss Scone discovered. And then the body followed afterwards once it had thawed enough.
Hold it! It's an ingenious theory, Mr. Edward, but can you prove that it was me? It seems a little unfair to expect me to accept your accusation without proof, don't you think?
What about an eyewitness? Do you think someone might have spotted her when she was moving the body? As a matter of fact, I do. And the contradiction in the piece of evidence that was provided will shed light on exactly how Miss Bound moved the body as well. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you have any evidence to support your allegation? Of course, I have a piece of very compelling proof right here. Then please present it to the court. What evidence do you have that proves Miss Bound acted as you claim? That would be Larry's sketch.
Take that!
More drawings! Huh? And is that me? Yes. You look marvelous, by the way. Yes, Mr. Botts drew sketches of people as they passed through the fountain room. But what I'm interested in is the cart we can see here. Mr. Bound serving cart? What about it? Wrong again. You don't see it. She's using the same trick she used 18 years ago. Ergo, we know what Miss Bound was busy moving Mr. Frost's body when this picture was being drawn. What?
Hold it! If I may, I don't see Mr. Frost's body anywhere in that sketch. All I see is a picture of me delivering chocolates to everyone.
Really? Then allow me to redirect your attention to the color of the tablecloth, Miss Bound. I originally thought that Mr. Botts had made an error, but he assured me that couldn't possibly be the case. This tablecloth appears to be light blue. Yes, a shade of tablecloth that Miss Bounce doesn't seem to own. The cloth only appears to be light blue due to the body hiding just underneath. But the shape of the cart is perfectly rectangular, just as one would expect. Surely it would be immediately obvious if the tablecloth was being draped directly over the body.
Objection!
Not if the body has been placed inside one of the hollow zodiac blocks in the winter wing. Place one of those on the lift cart, and it would exactly pass muster as a regular serving cart. Would you agree? Goddess of justice! Miss Bound, surely you admit that it was you who moved the body, just as you did 18 years ago.
Ha ha! I didn't expect you to deduce all from a single simple sketch. But that sketch alone isn't really enough to prove your theory, is it?
You needn't worry on that front. My case doesn't rest solely on Mr. Buster's artwork.
Huh?
Once you have disposed of the body, your serving cart became a simple lift cart once more. Which is exactly what we discovered here in the fountain room. And without a serving cart, you have to find some place to put your chocolates. Namely in your pockets.
My chocolates, the one I was handing out?
As we saw in the sketch, you had originally placed them on top of the cart, but the chocolates you gave us came from your pocket. Oh yeah, mine was half melted. It was still super sweet and tasty though.
Why did you suddenly feel the need to put the chocolate in your pocket, Miss Bound? It was because you no longer had a serving card to put them on, that's why! Ah! One moment, please. You have explained what Miss Bound did with the chocolates and the lift cart. But what about the tablecloth? Where did it go? Well, Scones has it. Indeed. If stashing the chocolate in her pocket was not the only solution she could think of, I doubt Miss Bound had the time to dispose of an entire tablecloth. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you have an answer for me? Miss Bound didn't hide or dispose of the tablecloth, Your Honor. In fact, it's right here in front of us. Perhaps you would care to enlighten us? Where exactly is the tablecloth Miss Bound used to hide the body? In the fountain, not in this room, on Miss Bound's person? Yes! She's wearing it as an apron! Miss Bound has the tablecloth on her person. And in plain view, in fact. In plain view? No, surely you don't mean... Miss Bound! It's the cloth around your waist, isn't it? Ah! And given that the Zodiac blocks weren't kept in gas cases, that cloth would have been in direct contact with the ice. All we would need to do is confirm my theory and test the cloth for traces of the sugar used in Mr. Frost's work. The game is up, Miss Bound. It's time to come clean.
You won't need to test the tablecloth.
Huh?
Everything you said is true. I stole Delicious Infesticide Ultra, and I moved Mr. Frost's body. It was me! It was all me! Delicia, I'm so sorry. Last week I went into your bag and I took it! And then I put it in this pocket, hoping to make it look like he had tried to do himself in. I also made sure to leave no fingerprints but yours, just in case the police suspected foul play.
Jody, oh gosh! But Jude, why? Weren't we supposed to be on the same side? All fighting together to free Samson?
We were! But I couldn't afford to get arrested. Not yet. Not until I would finally prove that Samson is innocent. I always planned to give myself up in the end, I swear. I know it's easy to say that now, but...
Why do it that way, though? It's not like you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Fender. I've caused you so much trouble. I've been the guilty party all along, ever since that day 18 years ago.
Are you trying to tell us that the true culprit in the IS-7 was you?
I committed a terrible crime. I took those sculptures, and I stole them for purely selfish reasons. The moment Mr. Frost died, they became more than mere entities, mere entries in the confectionery contest. They became the final works of Samson's favorite artist. I couldn't allow them to just melt away, not before I came home. And that meant I couldn't let anybody near them, not even the police. So I hid them. I knew it was wrong, but I just had to. I pushed them in the cold storage room for safekeeping. But what I have actually done was far worse than anything I could have possibly imagined. Because who would have thought that Mr. Frost's body itself was posing as one of the sculptures?
So she didn't know about the body when she stole the sculptures. Samson is a kind man.
Samson is a kind man, he's a saint! He could never kill anybody, never! And yet, because of what I did, the police never found Mr. Frost's body, and Samson was found guilty! After all he had done for me, he was my family, the only family I ever had. He was the most important person in the entire world to me, and I...
Jude. Hey, Jude. Don't you cry.
After his conviction, I was forced out of our home. I was finally able to return only a few days ago, and when I did, I went to the cold storage room to check up on the sculpture, and that's when I saw it. Mr. Frost's body had been there the whole time. Of course, by that point, the statute's limitation has expired, so I did what I did today, because it was the only way I could think of to make things right. ...
It seems I've misunderstood her intentions. Everything she's done really has all been for Mr. Tangaroa's sake.
Hey, what are you thinking about, Mr. Edgeworth?
Something that's been puzzling me. Why did Miss Bound use poison gas? Why not a more reliable method? And why disguise the autumn wing as the winter wing? The only reason I can think of is to confuse someone who was there 18 years ago.
Yeah, I wonder what she had in mind.
If she was trying to prove that Mr. Tangaroa is innocent, Miss Bound's ultimate goal must be to
confess to her crime, ensure the body was found, find the true killer.
Could she have been trying to discover the identity of the true culprit? Miss Bound, your ultimate aim was to see Mr. Tangaroa clear of all charges, correct?
Exclamation mark.
And to that end, you had to expose the real killer and have the police find the body from 18 years ago. And is my understanding of your intention correct? Exhibiting the sculptures was sure to force the killer to return to the scene of the crime. After all, they were the only person apart from you who knew that the body was in the icework.
So they would have freaked out thinking the body was about to be discovered and come running, yeah?
Exactly. But Miss Bound ran the risk that the killer might successfully cover their tracks this time. In the worst case scenario, they might even have been able to remove Mr. Frost's body from the scene. So how could she lure the true killer into revealing themselves without pulling vital evidence as risk?
Oh, I see what you're getting at. You're saying that's why the autumn wing was all winter wingy.
I am. You were betting on one thing, Miss Bound, weren't you? That whoever opened the Pisces case you had so carefully disguised as the Gemini case would be the real perpetrator of the IS-7 incident.
Exclamation mark.
No!
But that would mean the real killer was...
Yes.
Overruled.
Enough! Not another word! Do you realize the implication of what you are saying, Mr. Edgeworth? Are you prepared to stand behind the accusation you are clearly about to make?
Miss Bound set a trap for Mr. Frost's killer, meaning that whoever found themselves caught in the trap is highly likely to be the guilty party. But I lack the evidence to support such an assertion. To accuse someone without any evidence is not to be done lightly, so should I really go ahead and make my accusation and name Mr. Frost's killer nonetheless?
I must.
My ultimate goal is to see the truth exposed. And to do that, I need to seize the moment. Carpe diem! Yes, Judge Cavell. I'm prepared to stand behind my accusation. I know exactly who's to blame for the IS-7 incident. Carmelo Gusto!
Take that!
Mr. Gusto?
The victim of the poison gas attack is the perpetrator behind the IS-7 incident?
Ghosty! Mr. Gusto.
Miss Bound, as we have established, you knew that the opening of the gallery would lure the real culprit, and you set up the poison gas trap in order to catch them. Do you dispute the fact thus far?
You're a very impressive man, Mr. Edgeworth. Just like your father. And of course, you're also absolutely right.
Then perhaps you could tell us exactly what happened in your own words.
Of course, I have nothing to hide anymore. So I might as well tell you everything. As you said, I set a trap here in the gallery to try and catch Mr. Frost's killer. Before we opened, I made sure that the door to the autumn wing was the only one that was unlocked. When opening time came, I went around to unlock the door of the various rooms and found that the autumn wind has been locked from the inside. The killer is on the other side of the door. The thought, well, it frightened me.
And then she simply walked away, leaving him to fall victim to her poison gas trap.
When I heard that Mr. Gusto was being treated for gas inhalation, that's when I knew he was the murderer. All that was left was for the police to find Mr. Frost's body, and then Samson would finally be proven innocent. At least that was my plan.
Jude, why didn't you tell me? You know I'm always here for you, right? We could have found another way. It didn't have to be like this.
Thank you, Mr. Fender. You've been so very kind to me all these years. But I'm the one who created this mess, so it was up to me to try and clean it up. I didn't care what it took, as long as you could get Samson out of that awful place.
Judy, Judy, Judy.
18 years ago, the police managed to cover up the fact that Mr. Frost's body has gone missing. If I went to them now and said it had reappeared, was afraid they might have tried to cover things up again. So I worked to set up a very public incident here in the gallery in front of as many witnesses as possible.
I'm so sorry, Judy. You, Samson, Gregory, I let you all down.
Fender, this can't be easy for him.
No, I'm the one who should be apologizing. Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Fender, I hope one day you can forgive me. And whatever punishment I have to face, I'm ready to accept it. But please, if I may ask one thing of you, is that you simply must clear Samson's name.
The way the truth of these past 18 years had come to light was unexpected, to say the least. And yet, it has only set down a path towards an even more shocking end. To be continued. Save your progress, yeah? Committee's view. Shit. April 2nd, 3:11 p.m. Zodiac Hall, Fountain Room.
Miss Bound, are you feeling a little calmer now?
Yes.
Good. Allow me to get to the point then. Regardless of your intentions, you broke the law.
Yes, I understand.
Nevertheless, I understand that you did what you did in order to prove Mr. Tangaroa's innocence. Therefore, if the real culprit really is someone else, then you have a duty to reinvestigate the case.
Overruled.
There is nothing to suggest that anything nefarious took place in the official IS-7 incident record. And right now, there is nothing to suggest that we should take Miss Bound at her words either. So our first order of business should be to arrest the culprit of the case before us, Miss Bound herself.
Objection!
Official records cannot always be trusted, Judge Gaval. Especially since there are those prosecutors who would think nothing of twisting the facts.
Are you suggesting that the committee at the time overlooked such a prosecutor?
That's for you and your people to figure out. However, it is a fact that the autopsy report was faked. Seeing as Mr. Frost's body was only found just now.
There really is something of Mr. Von Karma in you, Mr. Edgeworth. How so exactly? By continually defying the wills of the committee and bending the truth to fit your needs. That's how! Perhaps it is time you understand how the committee sees this case.
Oh shit. The committee's view?
The committee is willing to accept that Mr. Von Karma falsified Mr. Frost's autopsy report.
Even still, Mr. Von Karma only managed to have Mr. Tangaroa convicted as an accomplice. I personally have come to believe that the real culprit behind the IS-7 incident is Miss Bounds. Her plan to poison and kill Mr. Gusto today was her attempt to frame him for Mr. Frost's murder. And this is how the committee sees things, is it? Curtsy. It is. As always, I act solely in service of law and order. Bum bum. It sounds to me like all she's doing is acting in service of the committee and covering up the truth. And if I can't change her mind, there will be no saving Mr. Tangaroa or Miss Bound. Committee view.
Hold it!
If you accept that Mr. Von Karma falsifies the report, then why won't you reinvestigate the case? Because the goddess of justice is never wrong! Her verdict remains true despite Mr. Von Karma's... Despite blatant evidence tampering, you sure your precious goddess is into that? Almost makes you think the committee might have other reasons for not wanting this looked into again. Further investigation is simply unnecessary since the goddess of justice has already spoken. Is that right? Even still, Mr. Von Karma only managed to have Mr. Tangaroa convicted as an accomplice.
Hold it!
I believe it was the confessions that sealed Mr. Tangaroa's fate in the end. A confession secured by Mr. Von Karma, which should surely cast doubt onto the final verdict itself. Samson Tangaroa confessed to the initial investigating officer, one Detective Ian Sideman. The official records state that it was his interrogation that led to the conviction. Therefore, all I can say to you is that the goddess of justice had already spoken. Unbelievable. She just won't budge at all. Are these committee guys really that big of a deal? In many ways, they are a prosecutor's worst nightmare. So kinda like how the police are to a great thief, huh? Funny how you don't seem to have a problem working with the police when it suits you, though. I personally have come to believe that the real culprit behind the IS-7s is Miss Bound. Are you suggesting that Mr. Tangaroa and Miss Bounds killed Mr. Frost together? Why not? You could even imagine they split their roles as thus. Mr. Tangaroa could have been the one to commit the act itself, whilst Miss Bound was to remove the body. What? The thought that we could ever kill Mr. Frost! You stole his corpse and hid it for 18 years! Is it really so surprising that you might be considered? Miss Bound has freely confessed of all of her crimes. Now isn't the time to speculate about what else she might have done in the past. Very well, let us pass judgment on what we know she did in the present. Her plan to poison and kill Mr. Gusto today was her attempt to frame him for Mr. Frost's murder.
Hold it!
Why would Miss Bound have chosen to frame Mr. Gusto for the murder? No doubt because he suspected her of being the real culprit. He may have entered what he thought was the Winter Wing simply to see if the Gemini statue was genuine. Little did he know that he would greet by a trap designed to silence him. A trap that nearly worked.
Objection!
Do you have any evidence to support that line of reasoning? Unfortunately, Mr. Gusto remains in critical condition. It will be difficult to prove anything until he regains consciousness. In other words, there is little we can do for now. On the contrary, there is plenty we can do. You still have not grasped the situation, have you? Allow me to spell it out for you. We have all the evidence we need to explain both the IS incident and the poison gas attack. Should I press that?
Cause of death was blood loss following a blow to the head.
Hold it!
All the evidence you need. In the matter of the IS-7 incident, we have a body, a murder weapon, and 2 suspects. As for the poison gas attack, we have the sources of the chemicals and Miss Bound's confession. And as for you, Mr. Edgeworth, we also have enough evidence to see that you yourself will have to answer to the committee in a formal hearing.
Whoa, that doesn't sound good. Don't worry, Mazzarino. If nothing else, you're always more welcome at Edgeworth & Co.
Your Honor, I would greatly appreciate if we could stay focused on the matter at hand. Haha, of course. Now, where was I? We have therefore determined that there is no need to investigate either case any further. You really mean to assert that there are no loose ends left to investigate? None at all. All of the evidence has been examined at length, and there is nothing more to be learned from them.
No, there is one.
Therefore, I see no need to further prolong this trial. This court finds the defendant, Miss Judy Bound.
Your Honor, I'm certain there's something that still needs to be examined.
The hammer is about to fall, Mr. Edgeworth. Only hard evidence can stop it now. Present what you think requires further deliberation now, assuming there really is anything left, that is.
This isn't over yet, not by a long shot. There's still one thing we don't have an answer to. And it's up to me to point it out to Judge Gaval. Okay. I'm gonna save here. The frame finger marks that we never figured out who it belonged to.
Objection!
No? All the evidence that need to explain both the IS-7 incident and the poison gas attack.
Objection!
No. Okay. You might take a look at this. Gavel, expect to accept this case of evidence. I appear to have no connection to my testimony.
Objection!
Eh? The Gemini case analysis results.
I'm afraid there is still one question concerning the IS-7 incident that remains unanswered, Your Honor. Would you mind taking a look at this? What is this? There are test results carried out on the liquid at the bottom of the Gemini case in the winter wing. As you can see, traces of bloods were detected. The question is, whose? Until that question is answered, I can only think you can claim to have all the evidence. There was blood in the Gemini case? Why did I not hear about this from Eustace? Because the Tete Gumshoe informed me of the result directly. I was planning to tell Mr. Winter about myself, of course. You kept this to yourself until now, despite having no jurisdiction there whatsoever? Mark my words, the committee will hear about all of that been done here today. As ever, my interest is in the truth, and it makes mistakes were made in the past that it must be rectified. If you must report me to the committee, then so be it. But in return, we must be allowed to investigate this case to the very end. That is not my decision to make. You will need to discuss this with Eustace. Guess who's back, losers? And with good news, too. Oh, Gusto is here. It was a close call for a minute there, but Carmelo Gusto is alive! Edgeworth. Gusto!
He made it.
He's got a tattoo, some sort of lamb. Oh no, it's a seashell. No, it's a seahorse. Sorry.
You're the ones who found me.
Yep, long time no see, Gusto.
You're the attorney's assistant. You've grown, and you have an assistant of your own now.
Assistant? No, I'm... Heh, he hasn't got the gig just yet. This is Gregory Edgeworth's son. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, at your service.
Fate moves in mysterious ways. I'm in your debt. If you haven't found me in time, I wouldn't be here to thank you.
Oh, you're very welcome. After all, if you hadn't lived, we wouldn't be able to ask you what really happened 18 years ago.
What are you talking about?
We figured out quite a bit while you were out cold, including the fact that you're probably the guy who offed poor Artie Frost. He's sweating. What? Is that true? Miss Bounds set up a very elaborate trap to catch Mr. Frost's murderer. A trap that involved rigging the Pisces case with poison gas. Gusto, Perhaps in light of that fact, you could tell us in your own word what happened back then? Or perhaps you'd rather exercise your right to remain silent. Oh, it's not that. Gusto here's a fan of the old meditation. You know, and all that jazz. Wow, sleeping while standing seems pretty cool. That's one heck of a talent. Except there's no sleeping involved in meditation, Kay. Hey, Gusto, old pal. How about you snap out of it and tell us what went down that way back then?
I was caught in the girl's trap, so I must be the killer? Is this your idea of a joke? I'm the victim here!
Indeed you are, Mr. Gusto, and there is no evidence that you have done anything wrong yet. Mr. Edgeworth and Mr. Fender are merely speculating. Rest assured that they have no authority here, and that you may pay them no heed.
At least somebody here seems to be on my side.
Judge Gavel, it's a pleasure, Mr. Gusto. I will assist you in any way you may require. Perhaps you could begin by explaining what actually happened 18 years ago to Mr. Edgeworth.
Fine. If you want me to prove I'm innocent, Mr. Prosecutor, I'll be happy to.
Objection!
So this is how you mean to play it, Judge Gavel. You're hoping Mr. Gusto will help you hide what you happened, yes, instead of trying to correct the record? I believe only in the infallible judgment of the goddess of justice. Except it is us human who make the actual judgment it calls in a court of law. And so long as there are those who would use the law to their advantage, our ruling are fallible indeed. If you would use your position to further obscure the truth, then neither she nor I will forgive you. We shall see about that.
What do you advise, Judge Gavel?
I would seem that you are under suspicion because it was you who triggered the poison gas. Specifically by opening the Pisces case's lid. Would you be so kind as to share why with us?
Understood.
I came to see Frost's sculptures. Simple as that. I made a mistake with the opening times and arrived an half hour early.
Miss Bounds, was there no one at the reception desk around that time?
I had left the main entrance unguarded and locked, just in case the killer made an appearance. I was also busy making preparation elsewhere all the way up until the gallery's opening. So no, there was no one here on the first floor then. But I did make sure that all the wings were locked up tight, all except for the autumn wing, that is.
I see. She did all that just to steer the culprit into the autumn wing, which is precisely where Mr. Gusto went.
Sneaking into a building is pretty suspicious, however you slice it. Silence in the courtroom! I will permit no objection or intervention unless there is some evidence that the witness is lying. The courtroom? You know this is an art gallery, right?
Mr. Gusto, if you could please continue by explaining why you opened the Pisces case.
I wanted to see forces work up close. So I went up to the Gemini. Sorry, I guess it was supposed to be the Pisces statues. And I saw that the lid was frozen on tight, so I grabbed a blowtorch from nearby and tried to open it. When I finally got it open, gas came pouring out.
Fascinating. Is this a sort of flawless testimony attorneys can only dream of?
Yeah, the everything sounds like a lie kind.
I am none too satisfied with Mr. Gusto's explanation myself. Alas, there is no evidence to refute it.
Come on, there must be something.
It's Bound's story you should be questioning, not mine. I am not the one who set up the gas trap. She could have killed anybody with a thing.
Objection!
She turned on the sprinklers as soon as the gas was released. She knew exactly what she was doing. She was gunning for the killer and nobody else. That killer being you, old pal.
So you believe that self-confessed criminal? Miss Bound is far from blameless in this affair, and she will have to pay for her crimes. But so will Mr. Frost's killer.
You seem determined to pin Frost's murder on me. But I have no reason to kill him. And you have no evidence to prove otherwise.
Good.
Can we really not prove that he's the killer, Mr. Edgeworth?
Mr. Gusto fell victim to the poison gas. That much is indisputable. Yet no matter how suspicious his action in the present day may seem, they prove nothing about the past.
Yeah, but what about you, Mr. Fender? There must be something we can do. You're right. We may not have evidence, but we have plenty of intel. Let's see now. If Gusto killed Frost, he must have had a reason.
He claims to not have a motive, but that cannot really be true, can it?
If he did it, he has one. Not many people commit murder just for fun. In fact, your old man had a little back and forth with Von Karma about a probable motive too, remember?
How can you possibly say that without any certainty? If their relationship had broken down for some reason.
Cooperation ended, Gusto helped Frost in the funnel, but the favor wasn't returned.
That could really well have been the motive behind this murder.
Von Karma wouldn't let us talk to Gusto back then, but we can now. If we can put the pieces together, I think the picture we've been looking for might just emerge.
Yes, I think you might be right. We need to think back over everything we know about the IS-7 incident, especially the questions that never got answered.
And the finger marks? Were you the one wearing the gloves?
Ah! Miss Combs denied that the finger marks on the frame were hers. But what if they were Mr. Gusto's? Perhaps he had wanted to take a look through the ultimate cookbook for himself.
Did he wanted the good cookbook? Had Gusto's goal been to look through the ultimate cookbook all along?
So he asked me to go put in a new cartridge. He seems to think there should have been more shots left than there were.
In other words, the film ran out sooner than expected.
Yes, the number of shots he took didn't line up with the number of shots remaining.
Remaining exposures. More film have been used up than Tangaroa expected. Did someone else use the camera?
But he thought maybe he just lost track somewhere along the way.
My father noticed these things for a reason. I just need to piece them all together correctly. In the absence of evidence, it's the only way to the truth.
Murderous motive, cooperation ended, wanted the cookbook, remaining exposure. Let's see, murderous motive, cooperation ended. Let's see if it works. Yes!
Mr. Gusto, you and Mr. Frost conspired to create works for the contest together, did you not?
Huh? So you know my little secret?
Mr. Fender was kind enough to inform me. Mr. Frost was in charge of the design while you were in charge of the flavor. Is that correct?
What can I say? I still have a long little way to travel on the road to becoming a master confectioner.
But you only collaborated up through the semifinal. Something changed after that.
We both wanted to show what we could do, show we were better than that Tangaroa.
Objection!
Then why did you help Mr. Frost with his entry for the final?
What grounds do you have to say that?
Your own statement made to Mr. Von Karma 18 years ago. You told him that you had been working together right until the day before the final.
Mr. Frost's entry was carved entirely from blocks of flavor ice. Ice which would have needed at least a day to freeze, and whose flavor would therefore have already been prepared by Mr. Gusto. Yes, which lines up perfectly with what Gusto told me, that he helped Frost until the day before the final. In that case, why didn't Mr. Frost reciprocate and help Mr. Gusto in return? I can only be expected to read the minds of the dead.
So why didn't Mr. Frost help you in return, I submit that your relationship broke down for some reason, and that become the basis of your motive for murder.
He popped the sugar. He's blowing the sugar stressfully.
That's not how it was.
Sure, we stopped working together, but it was all perfectly friendly.
You stopped working together in a friendly way? Kinda hard to imagine, but okay.
Besides, how do you think I did it exactly? You think I just strolled into Tangaroa's room and killed Frost? I couldn't have killed the man while Tangaroa was still there working on his chocolate pieces, could I?
Timing of the murder. Gusto couldn't have killed Frost with Tangaroa in the room.
So you see, it cannot have been me.
I wouldn't be so sure. There must be a window of time when Mr. Tangaroa was in his room. If I can prove that, I can prove Mr. Gusto had the opportunity to kill Mr. Frost. Let's see, the timing of the murder with the remaining exposure. See if it works. No. Timing of the murder, one of the cookbook. Remaining exposure, one of the cookbook. Oh! You know what? He cheated. Since Gusto knew that he would not win, he tampered with the frame to take pictures of the contents of the book. Photographing the cookbook's contents would be the perfect way to steal its secret undetected. And what if Mr. Gusto did just that? What if he used Mr. Tangaroa's camera to photograph the book? It would be the perfect crime, so much better than stealing it and get chased by the cops. A sneaky snapshot or 20, huh? That could work. The only question is, when would he have done it? Good question. What about during afternoon tea? Didn't Alicia say that Gusto and Frost had missed out on the little tea party they had? Frost and Gusto didn't attend the afternoon tea. Which brings me to the next question. When do we know for certain that Mr. Frost was still alive?
Then, after the contest began, nobody saw hide nor hair of Frost as he had secluded himself in his room. And the only person capable of entering his locked room was Tangaroa, possessing as he did on the only key. Miss Coates, were Mr. Tangaroa's work the only ones you sampled?
No, dear, I couldn't help myself. When I finished my afternoon tea, I tiptoed over to Shillywink's room for a little taste, too. Mr. Frost has kept to himself inside his room after the contest has started. But he was gone by the time Miss Coates snuck into it to sample his work, meaning there's a good chance he was murdered before the end of afternoon tea.
Afternoon tea and the timing of the murder.
We can be sure that Mr. Frost was alive until the beginning of afternoon tea, making tea time the only window during which Mr. Gusto could have killed him. Are you satisfied with Mr. Gusto's story now, Mr. Edgeworth? Sadly, I'm afraid I'm still rather unsatisfied. But things are finally starting to become clear, and the truth will soon come to light at last. Do you mean to say you have uncovered new evidence? Evidence? No. I was hoping I might convince Mr. Gusto to open up to us about it instead.
Oh, is it mind games time again?
It is. Mr. Gusto, I have a question for you. I said I have a question for you.
No. What is it?
You chose to make your entry for the final on your own.
I told you I wanted to test myself. I wanted to prove I was the best in the world.
Objection!
If that were the case, then surely you wouldn't have chosen to cheat in the first place. So tell me, Mr. Gusto, why did you feel the need to team up with Mr. Frost?
Alright, chessboard entering.
18 years ago, Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost collaborated in the confectionery contest. But why did they work together, and why did they enter the contest in the first place? That's the information I need to get out of my opponent somehow.
And he's silent and meditating. 1 pawn, 1 rock, 1 bishop, 1 queen.
Mr. Gusto seemed to have a habit of pretending to be asleep when things aren't going his way. Let's start by focusing on why he chose to work with Mr. Frost. By my hand, now's the time to dig up the truth that was buried all those years ago.
Mind chess, commence. Why did you collaborate with Frost?
Mr. Gusto, what inspired you to collaborate with Mr. Frost?
We were acquaintances before we were contestants. He was interested in entering the contest, so we decided to sign up together.
And your decision to pair up with the sculpture had nothing to do with your lack of faith in your skills.
You don't know me. We joined forces because we want to make the most perfect creation possible, that's all.
By my time,
Frost's son and mine were in the same grade school, so we got along pretty well too.
Oh, so you were just two friends who happened to try it for the title of world's greatest confectioner.
Oh, I'm still recovering, so if you got nothing to say, let me go back to the medical room.
Oh, that would be the time. So when he sleeps, we have to wake him up. Wait, I may need a little more proactive. I need to be a little more proactive. So when he's awake, we have to bide our time. But when he looks asleep, we have to wake him up. Like here. Pretending to be asleep when we go and get stuff won't work on me, I'm afraid. Mr. Frost was a sculptor, Mr. Gusto. I doubt he cared much about winning a title for confectioners. In which case, he probably had a different motive for taking part in the contest, wouldn't you say?
Fine. It was me.
I wanted that title.
Frost was only in it for the prize, the ultimate cookbook.
I see. And since your objective dove vital so neatly, you decided to work together.
But then something happened. A breakdown in your relationship, perhaps. If so, I want to know why.
Mr. Prosecutor, I'm still quite unwell after my brush with death. Pushed me too hard. And I'll be on my way back to the medical room.
No, wait.
Then you better wrap this up quickly. I'm already dangerously low on patience.
Mr. Gusto is trying desperately to make his escape. But he's not going anywhere yet. Not as long as he's still keeping things from me. So let's figure out what he was really after next. There's no time to lose. I need to pick up the right line of questioning and fast. Did you want to appear on Bacon Bob? Did you want more than just a title? You two had your eyes on something other than the title, didn't you? After all, I'm not sure if the title World's Greatest Confectioner ever counted for that much.
Now you're insulting the way of the confectioner? My goal, my only goal, was to win that title. I didn't care about anything else. You have no idea how much it would have meant to me.
Yeah, bide my time.
Look, my sense of design may not have been up to snuff back then, but you should see me now.
Oh, so you're improved.
You bet I have. I didn't do all that training in Jack Fa for nothing.
Believe it when I see it by my time.
I look up to Tangaroa, you know. Spent hours poring over to the design of this work. Even used to watch his show with my son.
Sounds to me like Mr. Tangaroa work was especially influential in your early studies. And with his recipe book, you might have even become the best someday.
Maybe. The book was a real treasure. No doubt about that. Any confectioners would have wanted it.
Da. So you were interested in the book too? You claimed that your only goal was to win the title. Yet you also seem to have had an interest in the contest's prize, the Ultimate Cookbook. And with that, the rook is gone.
The greatest collection of recipes by the world's greatest confectioner. I can't say I absolutely no interest in it. And even if I did. What exactly is so wrong with that?
Nothing, I suppose. Only that the book contained recipes for medicine, not desserts. And anyone who had entered the contest supposedly knew that.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm finally getting somewhere. I can't let him slip from my grasp now. I just need to stay calm and keep the pressure on. Next, let's find out why you wanted the cookbook. Did you know what the cookbook was really worth? Did you need it to help make your sweets? No. Did you know how valuable the cookbook really was?
What kind of question is that? It was a collection of Tangaroa's recipes. There wasn't a confectioner in the world who wouldn't have wanted to get their hands on it.
I don't have a clue as to how to proceed with this line of questioning. Better try another tack. Okay, so let's see. Do you need it to help to make your sweets? So your plan was to read the cookbook and use it to help you with your own creations?
What else? A book like that could have improved my craft tenfold.
You could have made a lot of money if you sold it.
I don't know how much that was actually in there, but it was worth more than money, I tell you that.
You know more than you're letting on. Come on, Mr. Gusto, I think you know more about the Ultimate Cookbook than you claim. Boring.
They told us a little about it at the start of the contest.
Then you know what kind of recipe it actually contained, do you? And what they weren't desserts recipes at all.
I see you did your homework. Fine, so you know that was really in there. The Ultimate Cookbook, or the Angel's Cookbook, to give it its proper title. It's a collection of chemical formulas and ways to synthesize new medicines nobody ever heard of.
So we did know that the cookbook already contained recipes for medicines. This could be an important clue. For the first one, did you know what the cookbook was worth?
What kind of question is that?
Time to deploy my clue. Except you know that's not really in there. Your design may have improved thanks to your training in Jamfa, but you clearly didn't know enough work on your skills of deception. You've already admitted that you knew the Ultimate Cookbook was a collection of recipes for medicine. Thereby making it your interest not gastronomical, but pharmaceutical in nature. You were trying to become a pharmacist, you needed medicine. You are a confectioner, Mr. Gusto. You had no professional interest in revolutionary new medicine, which suggests that your interest must have been personal.
Boom! Trap with the knight and the pawn destroys the rook.
I underestimated you. Fine, you're right. Winning the title wasn't the only reason I entered the contest. I needed one of the recipes in that book. It was for my son. He was sick.
He was? Tell me more. ...
That's none of your business. I've told you as much as you need to know.
He looks rattled, but I can't let him off the hook.
Let's find out what his mystery illness was. I've almost gotten to the bottom of this. I can feel it. Just a few more moves.
What was the name of your son's condition?
Could you tell me the name of the disease your son suffered from? You're a real cold customer, Mr. Prosecutor. Isn't it enough that he was seriously ill? Why would you force me to tell you more?
I don't have a clue as to how to proceed with this line of questioning. I better try another tack. I need to study my opening reaction and pick my own responses accordingly. Tell me about your son.
He was my pride and joy, and my biggest fan. And you entered the contest in order to help him? You clearly don't have children of your own. Any father would have done the same. I would have done anything to help him. Anything.
By my time.
He would come to see me here at the contest venue too, right up to the semi-final.
Really? You didn't get into the way of your work?
If you were trying to beat Samson Tangaroa, surely you didn't have time to look after a child. Yeah, well, I wanted to do what I could for him. He said he wanted to always be the first to try my creation.
So he wasn't too sick to join you?
That's not the usual, He said your son was sick, and yet he was able to come and join you for the contest?
Yeah, he was sweating like that wasn't his sleepy self.
It wasn't that kind of illness, nothing like life-threatening anyway.
This feels like it could be an important clue. Okay, what's the name of your condition?
Time to deploy the cue. It wasn't life-threatening, was it? So why are you so reluctant to share any further details? It may not have been life-threatening, but that doesn't mean it hadn't been life-altering. I see, that must have been very hard on both of you. Of course it was. That was why I did everything I could to find a cure. We were desperate. He couldn't taste anything, not even his favorite desserts.
Oh, he has the same condition as Tangaroa. And he's doing the meditating pose. Did he have a taste disorder?
As I understand it, the Ultimate Cookbook contains a recipe for a very particular medication, one that Mr. Tangaroa used to cure himself of his own taste disorder. So he had it too? Two, you say? So your son has a taste disorder then, am I correct? How did I let that slip? You've been asking me to believe that you needed to win the cookbook in order to cure your son. But was that really the case?
Of
course it was. What are you saying? I'm saying that I'm not sure that it's true based on everything you've told me. I don't have a clue as to how to proceed with this line of questioning though. I better try another tack.
Was the book necessary for him to get better?
So you needed the book to cure your son? Yeah, nowadays you can get the medication he needed anywhere. But back then, that book was our only hope. Which is why I didn't dare waste my time on fancy tea parties. I have to give it my all to my work. And what about Mr. Tangaroa's work? Surely the tea break gave you the perfect opportunity to steal a glance at it. And what makes you think I had the energy or time to care about what the others had made?
You care about Mr. Tangaroa's work.
I think you've made it abundantly clear how much interest you had in Mr. Tangaroa's work. What's more, if you were that determined to win the Ultimate Cookbook, I seriously doubt you would pass down as that chance to take a peek at your competitor's entries.
I had plenty of chances throughout the contest to see the sample of my rival's work, you know. But each time I did, nothing seems to have any flavor. Must have been nerves or something.
Nothing Mr. Gusto had tasted had any flavor? That seems like it could be an important clue.
Okay, so recall of the son's condition. First clue, it was life-threatening. Did he have a taste disorder? Time to deploy my cue. You were sick yourself, weren't you?
Taste disorder are difficult to live with. Is it very not being able to enjoy your food? You should know, after all, you just told me you experienced something like that during the contest. You said that nothing you sampled had any flavor. Those were your words, correct? Which would seem to suggest that you were suffering from a taste disorder.
Exclamation mark.
A confectioner without a sense of taste? Not exactly ideal. Are you sure it wasn't actually your own condition you were seeking a cure for, Mr. Gusto?
I have enough of your speculation. I managed just fine in that contest. Made my own entries, no problem.
But weren't you working with Mr. Frost? Huh. Sorry, but I'm afraid you're contradicting your own testimony. You already admitted that you and Mr. Frost had worked together during the contest. It's too late to claim you did all of your own now.
No.
You would have us believe that you are a man of principle, a dedicated student of the confectioner's art. Yet you abandoned those principles and conspired with Mr. Frost to rig the contest. Also, you could cure your own taste disorder.
You got me, Mr. Prosecutor. As you said, my senses of taste was shot. My son's was fine. And I kept it in for so long, 18 years, and nobody knew.
Oh, so every time he made something, his son was there to be a sample, to be his tester. He would taste, the son would taste the thing for him. Oh. Sadly, you can lie to others, but you cannot lie to me. Both Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost entered the contest hoping to obtain the ultimate cookbook for the medicine that would cure Mr. Gusto's disorder, and the money would bring in for Mr. Frost. Thus, an uneasy alliance was forged, and that, I believe, is checkmate.
Mind chess, checkmate.
So even when I succeeded a time chess, a mind chess, if I have damage from the argument side, I get it back. Interesting. Usually with an investigation, I get half my life, but here, I lost more than half the health, so now I got it all back.
I'll admit it. You're good. I never told anybody any of this, but you figured it all out anyway. It's true. 18 years ago, I developed agusia.
What's agusia?
It's a taste disorder that makes you so you can't taste anything at all. A confectioner's worst nightmare.
Mr. Fender, is this what Mr. Tangoro had as well?
No, the big man had what they call dissociative taste disorder. He could still taste some stuff, but not the salty one. Basically, some things he could taste just fine, while others had no flavor at all. So he suffered too. Can't have been easy. So when there wasn't a way to cure it on the market.
Which is why you needed Mr. Tangoro's cookbook. Do you admit now that that was the real reason you entered the contest?
It was only one of the reasons. I wasn't lying when I said I wanted the title. When I put my mind to something, it gets done, and I won't lose to anybody. I may not have been able to taste it then, but I still knew my stuff was good enough to win.
Oh, so you went into the final thinking you stood a chance to win?
Of
Of course. What was it the Fender said about what Mr. Tangora thought of Mr. Gusto's creations? Mr. Gusto's creation were a perfect balance of flavor and design, at least up through the semi-final. But disappointingly, his entry for the final was subpar on both counts. We were told that your entry for the final was far from the prize-winning taste sensation you described. What happened, Mr. Gusto? What went wrong that day? Fine. You want me to talk? I'll talk. But you're not going to like what I have to say. My entry for the final. Frost and I were working together right up through the semi-final. I handled the flavor, he did the designing. But I wanted to face Tangaroa in the final on my own. No help, just me and my skills. So I helped Frost with his entry. But mine, I did alone. If it didn't taste good in the final, that's on me. What can I say? I lack training. And that's all there is to it. Happy now? There don't seem to be any obvious contradiction in his testimony. Yep, not that I thought it would be easy to get anything real out of him. He's managed to not let slip what really happened for 18 years after all. Why don't you try pushing him a bit, Malzerino? See if you can't shake something loose. I think I might just have to, Fender. My entry for the final. Frost and I were cooking together right up to the semi-final. I handled the flavor and he did the designing. Frost was in charge of designing the work you both submitted, while you handled the taste? Yeah, he was a sculptor, a craftsman. His sense of design was second to none. But he was clueless about confectionery, which is where I came in. We each did what the other couldn't. Ha, and boy, did you not have an eye for aesthetics. Not even for the simple stuff. Okay, now he's gonna pop some things, gonna make something out of it. Okay, now he made a good phoenix. How do you like me now? It's better than the little chicken birdie thing that was from earlier. Huh, the natural symbol of Zhangfa. Oh yeah, it's a phoenix. That's awesome. I'll say pretty different to the stuff you were pumping out 18 years ago. Behold the fruits of my training. I've dedicated my whole life to my craft. But back then, we both needed each other's help. So we joined hands until the final. But I wanted to face Tangaroa in the final on my own. No help, just me and my skills.
Hold it!
You were serious about winning the title, then? Of course. The art of confectionery is my life. Why wouldn't I have wanted to be crowned the greatest? But I still had a lot to learn back then. Guess it's no surprise my work wasn't up to scratch. But the title wasn't the only thing you wanted. There was a cookbook too. And you wanted the cookbook even more than you wanted the title. Isn't that right, Mr. Gusto?
Overruled.
Mr. Edgeworth, you are badgering a witness who is still suffering the effects of today's attack. I cannot allow this harassment to continue. I understand, Your Honor, but... Ignore him, Mr. Gusto. You need not answer that vile prosecutor's question. But please, do continue your testimony in your own time. I helped Frost with his entry, but mine I did alone.
Hold it!
So you're saying Miss Frost didn't help you at all? But he'd help you up until the end, correct? It's a bit strange for him to stop so late in the contest, no? Strange or not, it's the truth. Could be he had his reason to, I wouldn't know. If he's lying, it's going to be a headache to prove. 18 years is a long time. Not unless that gizmo of yours has a built-in lie detector, okay? If it did, I would have stolen the show from Mr. Edgeworth long before now. Don't worry, Fender. I can tell when he's lying. No Dewey Key's assistance required. Please, Mr. Gusto, continue your testimony. If it didn't taste good in the final, that's on me. What can I say? I like training. Yeah. Your son wasn't there during the finals.
Objection!
Oh, shit. Contradiction in your testimony?
spout some real nonsense, do you? You're no match for your father. Not by a long shot.
How dare you?
Too close to home? My bad.
Hold it!
And yet I heard that your creation prior to the final was scored highly for their flavor. So what went wrong? Was there some kind of cooking accident on that day?
No, nothing like that. It was... I told you I had a taste disorder. My sense of taste failed me. It's as simple as that.
But Mr. Frost's entry was complimented on his flavor. Your sense of taste hasn't failed you then. Did something happen overnight?
I don't think he's going to spill any more beans, Mr. Edgeworth.
Then perhaps I should ask you about something else.
Ask about the semi-final. Ask if Mr. Frost stay the course. Ask about the semi-final.
Did something strange between the semi-final and the final, Mr. Gusto?
Not really. The only difference between the semi-final and the final was Frost wasn't helping me.
Wrong.
Objection!
Okay, now the final. Okay, I needed to press to open that statement so I can present the evidence better.
I can think of one significant difference between the semi-final and the final, Mr. Gusto.
Your son!
This is him in the photograph, correct? You told me he was here with you throughout the semi-final.
He was. What of it?
What indeed, he was there with you until the semi-final, until he suddenly wasn't for the final. And just as suddenly, your work went from being lauded for its flavor to being lambasted for it. I don't think that's a coincidence, do you? He wasn't just spending quality time with his father. He was playing a much more pivotal role than that.
I just wanted him to see me hard at work, to show him I was trying my best for us. Who knows? Maybe it was him being here that helped me do so well in the early rounds.
Hello, I'm doing well, thank you, Tyler. We're about to close the case on episode 3. We're doing some nice progress.
He talks a good game, but nothing about this guy screams super dad to me.
Indeed, thankfully. We would only have to give such an idea credence if his story were true. After all, how much could the encouragement of one small boy affect the taste of a grown man's work? Mr. Gusto prided himself on the flavor of his creation, but then he lost his sense of taste. He must have had a tough time maintaining his high standard after such a devastating loss. Unless... I'm sure your son was here to cheer you on, but that wasn't all he was here to do, was it?
You're a very suspicious man, Mr. Prosecutor. Why not try answering yourself for a change? What was an elementary school kid doing here other than to support his father?
To taste your creation, steal the proposed creation, to make your creations for you. No, he was the tester. The confectioner lost his taste buds, so he's borrowing his son's. Your son knew the taste of your work pretty well, I imagine, Mr. Gusto?
He was my biggest fan, of course he knew it.
In which case, he would have been a good judge of whether something tasted on brand, so to speak, no?
What are you implying?
You already told us that you were suffering from a taste disorder.
I'll admit it. You're good. I never told anybody this, but you figured it all out anyway. It's true, 80 years ago I developed ageusia.
No one knew about your condition. Indeed, I doubt Mr. Frost would have wanted to continue collaborating with you had he found out. After all, it was your job to make sure his creation tasted good. ... Therefore, your son wasn't just here to support you. He was helping you by taste testing your work.
Dang, now it all makes sense. Frost stuff tastes good because it really was finished the day before when the kid was still here.
Exclamation mark.
You have a vivid imagination, Mr. Prosecutor. But you seriously think I can trust the kid to tell me how to adjust the taste of my masterpieces? I have some pride, you know, even back then.
Did you now?
My design may not have been much to write home back then, but I always knew my work tasted better than everybody else's. You think I would risk everything by putting my reputation in the hands of a child? This is just more speculation. That's all there is.
In that case, I ask you to speak with your son this instant. Let's see how much of your story can corroborate.
Sadly for you, my son is no longer my concern.
What?
As soon as I got my sense of taste back, I went straight to Jacques Fa to start my training. And cut off all ties with the kid for good.
What?
You abandoned your own child?
And that ain't the half of it. No one knows where he is, even now. The cops have looked all over for him, with no dice.
So, still you can prove your asinine theory? I'd like to see you try. You think I care about anything besides confectionery? Think again. I got my sense of taste back. What need do I have for a son?
Silence in the courtroom! While Mr. Gusto's word and actions may demonstrate a certain lack of humanity on his part, the goddess of justice cannot judge him for that. Therefore, Mr. Edgeworth, I believe it is time for you to admit defeat.
Yeah, give it up. 18 years is a long time for anyone to surface now, proof or otherwise.
Mr. Edgeworth, we have to do something. If we don't, the truth might be lost forever. Where are you, Detective Gumshoe?
Can't imagine whose blood it could possibly be, but I'll get it tested right away, sir.
Please do, Detective. That's the last piece of the puzzle. I'm sure of it. Once we know whose blood it is...
Hey, Miles. Sorry to cut in on your mind palace time, but I was pondering something myself. Our friend Gusto didn't come here just to check up on the body, did he?
You mean because he tried to open the case?
Exactamundo. Think we have anything that might explain why he tried to do that?
We might. If Detective Gumshoe can make it back in time with a certain piece of evidence, that's quite enough idle chatter, defense. Now, if you...
Mr. Edward, sir! Sorry to keep you waiting. Have no fear, Gumshoe is here!
Speak of the devil. I take it you have the test results, Detective?
Yes, sir! The lab just got back to me.
Detective, please. Court is in session, so shh. Now then, am I right to assume that you are bringing us the evidence Mr. Edgeworth was just speaking of? What? Hey, no fair! Why didn't anybody tell me about any of this? It is indeed the evidence in question, Your Honor. It needed tested, so I asked him to carry it out. What the? Why is everybody always helping you? I'm supposed to be the one in charge here. Mr. Winner, I'm sorry I didn't involve you, but this is important. Can we at least hear what the detective has to say? Well, all right. So, Detective Gumshoe, what did the test have to tell us?
You're not going to believe it, Doc. The owner of the blood we found in the liquid at the bottom of the Gemini case is... Carmelo Gusto, the victim of the poison gas attack. What are you talking about?
Thank you, Detective. You've been very helpful. Well, it looks like my suspicions were correct.
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, what do you mean? Explain yourself. What is the significance of this blood to this case? It's the very thing the perpetrator of the IS-7 incident has been trying to hide all these years. The fact that your blood was found inside the Gemini case, Mr. Gusto, is as good as us finding your blood lying right next to Mr. Frost's body. Ah!
Overruled.
Why would there be traces of your blood there of all places, Mr. Gusto? If you won't answer, Your Honor, Mr. Gusto, then I will. There wasn't just blood in the liquid from the Gemini case. There were traces of salt and sugar, too. There were? And if you remember, one particular part of Mr. Frost's work was allegedly very salty indeed.
Oh yeah. You're talking about what Delicious told us back then, right? What was it again?
Did they ever? I've ever tried ices so scrumptious in all my life.
Really? Then I wish I could have had a bite.
Well, scrumptious except for the salty bit, of course. That was unbearable.
The salty bit.
It's in the auto photo you've got there. This is the bit, the happy thing.
Gemini's lyre.
Yes, the lyre, and only the lyre, tasted as if it had been flavored with salt. There were no traces of salt anywhere else in Mr. Frost's entry. Very interesting. Then perhaps you can tell us, Mr. Edgeworth, where did the salt of the lyre comes from?
The salt of the lyre? From the salt lamp?
Take that!
This is the lamp from the IS-7 incident. Indeed, and I believe that the salt that gave the lyre its flavor came from just such a lamp. Mr. Von Karma had established that both salt lamps were in Tangaroa's room at the time of the crime. One of them was used to kill Mr. Frost, and it was stained with this blood. But no corresponding pool of blood was found in Mr. Tangaroa's room.
Right, because the culprit had chucked a piece of the chocolate with that on it into the little stream.
Furthermore, aside from the lyre, no traces of salt were found anywhere else in Mr. Frost's room either.
Hey, come to think of it, the lamps we found in Delicious' room were both broken.
The lamps appear to be broken.
Bulbs are smashed, both of them.
Maybe they fell
and broke on the floor? We never did figure out how the ones that wasn't used to kill Frost got busted, but are we thinking maybe it has Gusto's blood on it at some point?
Anyone whose blood was found on one of the lamps would have been a person of interest to the police. So the killer needed to hide the blood somehow, and in a way that wouldn't arouse suspicion. And you're seriously suggesting that the lyre was used to do just that? I am. I suspect that the bloody salt was somehow applied to the lyre so that it could be hidden inside the case. Because unlike the fountain water, the sculptors would have needed more time and care to test properly. And so we waited and waited for his chance to dispose of the lyre undetected. Then the reason he's here today is 18 years ago, Mr. Frost's body and the evidence pointing to his killer were taken away together. This, of course, was not part of the perpetrator's plan, and thus a new dilemma arose. The possibility that the body, the incriminating evidence, or both would resurface one day.
So back he comes 18 years later, sneaking in bright and early to try to cover his tracks.
Well, Mr. Gusto, you're finally ready to admit it? That you are the responsible for the IS-7 incident? Mr. Gusto, it's all because of you that Samson...
Gusto.
So I finally got caught, huh? All these years later? Nobody came close back then. Not even the big shot prosecutor or the attorney.
That's some impressive work, Mr. Prosecutor. I have to hand it to you.
You admitted then that you murdered Artie Frost?
Sure I do. I did it. I killed him. But he only had himself to blame.
What do you mean by that?
He agreed to help me. We were supposed to help each other so that one of us could win. And whoever won was supposed to let the other use the cookbook. But on the day of the final, the rat finally showed his true colors. Seriously, Frost? We had a deal!
Sorry, I'm not helping you in the final. Our little agreement is over, Gusto.
But I help you! I spent all day yesterday making the eyes for your pieces.
Did you? And you can prove that, I suppose?
What do you... Wait. You were planning to betray me right from the start, weren't you? After Frost double-crossed me, I had to make my piece for the final fight myself. And like you said, my son wasn't there, so I didn't have any help with the flavor either.
So much for the pride you claim to have in your ability to make delicious dessert.
Go ahead and judge. You have no idea what it was like for someone like me to lose my sense of taste. I give up everything to become the best. Everything! I take pride in that. Something someone like you could never understand.
You're right. I don't understand. Do you take pride in the fact that you resorted on murder? To murder? Or that you abandoned your son? Why would I want to understand someone who could do such things?
A man can afford to rely on other people. I learned that the hard way 18 years ago. My son never showed up on the day of the final, and in hindsight, I would be surprised if Frost was the reason why.
Why would you think that? What exactly happened to your son?
How am I supposed to know? I told you he's none of my concern anymore. And according to you guys, nobody knows where he is now either.
And you don't care! You're horrible! So with his disappearance, so too went your chances of winning, correct?
Yeah, I have to find another way of getting my hands on that book. That's when inspiration struck. I decided to skip afternoon tea and snuck into Tangaroa's room. I should have been so easy. All I have to do was photograph the formulas I need and get out of there. But then Frost showed up.
Uh-huh! I thought I might find you here. Stealing recipes from the famous cookbook, huh? Tut tut tut.
Frost!
What's this? A cure for taste disorder. Oh no, that's just too tragic. A confectioner who can't taste anything? What will people say?
If you tell anybody, I'll...
You'll what? You can't even hit me, you miserable worm!
Why, you? Frost shoved me hard when I went to punch him. Knocked me clean off my feet. I crushed into one of the lamps. Must have been when my blood got on it.
So Mr. Frost wasn't the first to get hurt.
When it was all over, I realized I had to get rid of that blood somehow, so I scraped off the blood of the bloodied bits. I dissolved those salt shavings into flavored ice mixture and brushed it all over the harp.
And that's how you made the evidence linking you to the murder vanish.
Frost was going to blackmail me. He would have made me give him money to keep quiet about my condition.
I'm pretty sure he was the one who kidnapped his son as well, but I don't know why the translation version would go that far. Too dark?
So you decided that you had to kill him? Yeah, I guess I did. Why would I let him live? Would you want someone holding something like that over your head? Besides, he's the one who drew first blood. Makes for some case of self-defense, don't you think?
So that was the impetus behind it all.
Anyway, I initially took the lamp to Frost's room. Went straight there once I figured out how I was going to hide the bloody part.
Inspired by all the ice sculpting tools lying about the place, I guess.
You're not as dumb as you pretend to be. Yeah, I figured I could use them to chip it off and grind it up. Once that was done, painting the stuff all over the harp was easy.
But why Simpson? Why did you have to frame him?
Hold it. I never meant for the cops to pin it on him. That was your fault! You and the rest of them.
Huh?
Why do you think I went to the trouble of placing the lamps and cloths back in Scode's room?
There's only one reason to plant the murder weapon in the room of another contestant. And that's to cast suspicion on that person.
What? You tried to frame me, Gutsy Pants.
Gusty Pants.
Yeah. But why? Why poor old me? I respected Tangaroa. He was the best, the true champion. I would never have wanted him to take the fall. But you're a fraud. Your work wasn't even real. You had no respect for our craft at all. You deserve to be punished for what you did. Oh, Gusty, how could you? And had you refrained from eating Tangaroa's work, Frost's body would never have been found. My plan was to wait until Tangaroa was judging your room. That's when I would sneak the corpse into Frost's room and freeze it. But thanks to you, Bound here found it before I had the chance to retrieve it.
I don't understand. Why did you need to freeze his body at all?
Ha! Why indeed?
Mr. Edward, surely you must know. Why did Mr. Gusto need to freeze Mr. Frost's body?
To pass it out as an ice sculpture, to obscure the time of death, to hide the true crime scene.
Well, obscure the time of death would be great.
Mr. Gutso needed to freeze Mr. Frost's body in order to obscure the time of death. If they determined that the murder occurred during afternoon tea, he would have been an obvious suspect.
Bingo! Freezing Frost's body wasn't simple. Preparing everything took time. So I decided to put his body in the chest in Tangaroa's room while I got everything ready in Frost's. At the time, it seemed like the perfect hiding place. Never counted on some gluttonous pharmacist showing up and making the whole ship collapse.
Ah! I still don't get it, though. Why disguise the body as an ice sculpture at all? The sooner it was found, the smaller the effect of freezing would have had on masking the time of death. Therefore, he needed to disguise it, at least until it's fully frozen.
How awful! Using Mr. Frost's own work to help you cover up the truth behind his murder.
Ironically, Tangaroa would have been just fine if the body had been found before I got it out of his room. If only things have gone to plan, he wouldn't even have to be arrested, let alone convicted.
You mean it was my fault? Everything that happened to Samson? It was all because I found the body?
Don't let him get inside your head, Jude. None of this is your fault. If it wasn't Samson, it would have been Delicia instead. She would have been the one they arrested. Either way, there's only one person to blame here, that's Gusto.
It didn't help that initial detective was so bad at his job either. He never even told the prosecutor that the body had vanished.
So then Mr. Von Karma unwittingly placed Mr. Tangaroa under arrest in the absence of a body?
I mean, I guess it would explain why he was so keen to wrap things up. Still, you would think he would notice something as big as if he'd taken a look at a few reports, right?
Not if someone has been deliberately distorting the facts of the case, though. Either way, it seems that Mr. Von Karma didn't know about the body until after the arrest had been made. But admitting that would have been spoiled his perfect record. So he kept it to himself and proceeded to prosecute Mr. Tangaroa regardless.
Can this really be true?
You don't feel bad at all? Something spent 18 years in prison because of you. Sticks and stones, girlie. Sticks and stones. What a jerk! I ought to arrest you right now, pal!
I'm afraid I cannot allow you to do that, Detective.
Huh? So you notice, huh? Glad somebody did. The judge is right. You can't lay a finger on me.
What? Why?
Well, you just confessed to murder. No idea, huh? Then I guess I better lay out for you.
Alright, we're gonna pin him good. I know where this is going. Why you can't arrest me?
I killed Frost 18 years ago. The statute of limitation for murder in this country is 15 years. You do the math. You can't arrest me. You think I'd confess otherwise? That's right, the statute of limitation is only 15 years. Is this really the end of the line, Mr. Edgeworth?
Once the statute had expired, he can't be charged, so...
But...
How unfortunate, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm afraid that both Mr. Gusto's confession and your deduction will have to be struck from the record, and that Mr. Tangaroa's conviction will remain in place. But we've finally proven that the police never had Mr. Frost's body in their possession. Even if we can't arrest Mr. Gusto, surely Mr. Tangaroa has ground for a retrial on that basis. Does he? I wouldn't be so sure. I'm afraid that the goddess's judgments are somewhat harder to overturn than you might imagine. So the committee means for the verdict from 18 years ago to stand no matter what.
Bad luck, Mr. Prosecutor.
There must be something we can do. Something to bring Mr. Gusto down.
Okay, I'm gonna go straight to the juggler. I wouldn't even wait until the end of the testimony to present that objection. You do the math. You cannot arrest me. Fuck you, sir.
Objection!
Wrong statement.
There's a contradiction to your testimony, Gusto.
Oh, you do like to spout some real nonsense. You know much for your father. With a little addendum.
Objection!
What? Come on!
Objection!
They really want me to press on those. Fucking! Is this your idea of a joke?
Hold it!
The passage of time doesn't diminish what you did, Mr. Gusto.
It sure diminishes one thing, though. Your ability to arrest me. Oh, we can arrest you. We can arrest you real good. I could have you in cuffs before you even blink, pal. Right, Mr. Edgeworth?
This issue isn't an opponent shot that you're making it out to be, Detective.
You can't touch me. It's too late for that.
Hold it!
Depending on your action over the last 18 years, the statutes may not have expired yet.
This ought to be good. All right, I got nothing to hide. If there's something you want to ask it.
Very well. Tell us, where have you been and what you've been doing since the incident?
Sure. Not long after the contest, I was able to cure my taste disorder thanks to the formula from that book. And not so long after that, I went to Zhengfa to really buckle down and own my craft. That explains a lot. We tried to contact you after the fact, but I guess you were long gone by then, huh? Could be. I left, let's see, around a year after the murder. It was before Tangaroa's last day in court. Going to Zhengfa was the best thing I ever did. Flavor, design, it's the full package now! Now you made a wolf. That's a great wolf.
Objection!
And all on the backs of those lives you destroyed.
What's an omelet without a few eggs? Nothing, Mr. Prosecutor. Nothing! You're evil. 6 as stones, girlie. You can arrest me, and that's all that matters.
Arg, I need more to work with. There has to be something I can get out of him. Maybe we can push him further on the statement he just made. Is there anything I should follow up on?
His training in Zhengfa.
I'd like you to tell us more about your training in Zhengfa, if you wouldn't mind.
Fine. Later went to Zhengfa to train. I finally became the best in the world.
Objection!
They wanted me to mention Zhengfa.
Because the statute of limitation for murder is subject for the following condition. The statute is suspended should the suspect flee to a foreign country, which means that the time you spent abroad doesn't count towards the total time under the statute.
No way. So it's like someone hit pause while he was in Jiangfa?
It appears that there may be time left on the clock yet, but that will depend on how long you stayed in Jiangfa, Mr. Gusto.
It was 3 years exactly.
Yeah, you're fucked. 3 years, hold on. Nobody said anything until I've done the math. The murder happened 18 years ago back. The statute is 15 years. Add the 3 overseas. 15 plus 3 makes exactly 18, which means no way. Mr. Edgeworth, you did it. The statute hasn't expired after all.
Bingo! 18 years exactly. Guy, you worked it out yourself.
He's just been stringing us all along this whole time. Why is he laughing? We're good, aren't we? We can arrest him now. Depends when you start. The date is December 28th. After the trial, it took a year. I hated to break it to you, little sis, but IS-7 went down at the end of December. It's April now, which means, strictly speaking, it's been 18 years and 4 months since Frost's murder. If Gusto stayed, Jiangfa really lasted 3 years on the nose. It's not enough. We're a few months short.
Not enough, but... What did I tell you? You can't touch me.
I hate to admit it, but he's read the board well when he made his confession. How unfortunate, Mr. Edgeworth. If only the statute has been suspended for another year. Those who would overturn the goddess' judgment must be willing to pay the price should they fail. And you, Mr. Edgeworth, I failed. No! There must be something I can do.
I knew it. Well, if the law can bring Mr. Gusto to justice, then...
Judes, what are you thinking?
Objection!
There's no need to go adding to your rap sheet just yet. We're not done here, far from it, because there's still a way we can nail him.
There is?
Alright, Malzarino, pep talk. I need you to think back over everything we know about the case. Gusto's overlooked one critical thing that you yourself were led to believe wrongly about. Which is? He wasn't there for Simpson's last trial, remember? Best I can tell, he doesn't seem to know what the final verdict came down that day is. Which means there's still one way left for us. The statute is suspended from the time of any accomplice's indictment to the end of the trial. So yeah, the trial took a year, and since the end of the verdict, Tangaroa was accused of accessory to murder instead of murder. That added up as well. So you have to remove another year. Crack open your status for dummies there and take another look. 17 years ago, they really did a number of Samson and frame like a pretty picture. But if we make good use of that verdict now, we can make Gusto pay in full for what is done. Fender, are you? Eh? Those who would overturn the goddess' judgment must be willing to pay the price should they fail. Quote, shrug. Simpson's my client, Miles, and I can't bring myself to use the source of his pain as a weapon in this fight. So whether we play our last card or not, it's gonna have to be up to you. Bringing Mr. Gusto to justice can only happen if I use the outcome of that hard-fought trial. So, should I raise an objection and play that card or not? Yes. Edgeworth, you see Gregory versus Manfred. My father and Mr. Von Karma. One sought to reveal the truth, the other to hide it. I know which path I choose to follow. The one that seeks to reveal the truth. This court has reached its final verdict.
The record will state that Mr. Gusto has been found not guilty on all counts.
Objection!
No, Your Honor. Mr. Carmelo Gusto is absolutely guilty. And I refuse to let him walk away. His crimes are too unspeakable to go unpunished. Do you mean to suggest that you have grounds upon to which to call for his arrest? I do. Now, to show Judge Gavel something that proves the statute of limitation hasn't yet expired. The IS-7 incident case file.
Take that!
Very well. Is there a particular page of the IS-7 case you'd like us to refer to? Was it the case overview? Shit. Yeah, the suspect data. Suspect data. I'd like to direct your attention to the page concerning the suspect. As you can see, Samson Tangara was convicted as an accomplice, and it took around 1 year from his indictment for that verdict to be reached. Yes, that does seem to be the case. The book you gave us details certain conditions pertaining to the statute of limitation for murder. One of them, as I mentioned, is that the statute is suspended if the suspect flees the country, and another states that the statute is suspended from the time of any accomplice's indictment to the end of their trial. So the 1 year has to be removed as well. What? Tangaro was convicted as an accomplice? Yep, guess you were in Jangfa when the verdict came down. Samson was convicted as an accomplice, not as the main perp. Which is clearly news to you, and not good news either, am I right? But how can that be? Tangaro was never an accomplice to anyone. He was innocent, and you know it. Oh, we know it. It's what we've been trying to prove all along. And in a pleasing twist of fate, his wrongful conviction will be the very thing that sets him free. If you spent 3 years in Jangfa, and your accomplice Samson Tangaroa was on trial for 1 year, it means you can still be charged with Mr. Frost's murder up to 19 years after the fact. In other words, the statute of limitation hasn't expired at all. The goddess's judgment is infallible, but that of her servant, it appears it's not. It seems the prosecutor in charge of this case may have erred. Unbelievably, we may have no choice but to instigate a full inquiry. No! How could this? You weren't supposed to be able to. 18 years, that's a long time to let somebody else suffer for your crimes. It's time to pay the piper, Gusto, and not a moment too soon. But I'm finally the greatest. My brilliance has been recognized. I gave up everything for this. Everything, even my son. More's the pity. But you can't run from the law forever, because the bills come due at last. Breakdown. Meditation. Angry. He's gonna blow something up. A clone of himself. And he sliced him down. Rah! Mr. Gusto all set for his trip downtown, sir. Oh, good. Which means it's your turn next, right? I suppose so. Jude.
I'm so sorry, everybody. I've caused you all so much trouble. But thank you. Thank you so much for bringing Mr. Gusto to justice at last.
I'm afraid there's no escaping the consequences of your action, Miss Bond. But those actions were born of the legal mistakes that were made all those years ago. And we all know that. So allow me to apologize in return, on behalf of the prosecution.
Oh no, I have no one to blame but myself for it all, starting with those sculptures.
Hey, Judes. You think maybe you might want me to represent you? I'm not some nervous newbie anymore. And there's no way I'm letting you take the rap for everything.
Ah! Oh, I'd be honored. Thank you, Mr. Fender.
She's crying so much and holding big balls of tears. I have no idea how she can manage to hold them up, but she does. Shrugs and smiles. Aww. Sorry, ma'am, but you gotta come with me now.
Of course.
Curtsy. Okay, she's leaving with Gumshoe. Judge Gavel, why did you lie to us?
Lie? What are you talking about? You imply that there was no case for a retrial, but as we've proven, that wasn't true. Surely anyone truly committed to seeing justice done would have called one as soon as the body was found? ... I am under no obligation to answer such questions. And you clearly have no intention of doing so either. Truly, you are proving to be quite a threat to the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence. As such, you give me little choice but to report back on your continued transgressions. No doubt you will be called to appear before the committee in due course. Now, I must be on my way. Curtsy.
What the heck? And after you called the real killer and everything. Isn't that what prosecutors are supposed to do?
Regardless of how it may play out, I will never regret that we accomplished here today.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth!
Yes?
Why did you stick your nose in this case anyway? You weren't even on the job!
My job is to bring the truth to light, Mr. Winner. Not only as a prosecutor, but as a person.
I don't get it.
I know you don't. I wouldn't expect you to understand. Not as long as you believe that closing a case makes you a winner.
That's going way over my head! I'm going home.
What was that all about?
Eustace still has a lot to learn is all. Question mark?
Mousy Wowsy!
Yes?
I just wanted to say old Greggy Pegleg would have been proud of you today. Oh, look at me tearing up. That, and thanks for helping poor Sammy Poopool.
Of course.
Hey, Edgy, looks like you clear everything up, huh? So, what happened exactly? I was kind of busy sketching. Wait. Where did Judy and Verity go? Wow, you really weren't paying attention, were you?
Edgeworth, Though I'm loath to admit it, Larry's sketches did come through for us on more than one occasion. Not that I'm about to tell them that.
Quit it with the glaring, will ya? Whatever I did, I'm sorry!
Calm down, Larry. I wasn't glaring at you.
You totally were. You're just like your pop. And he was a terrible liar, too. I more expect the judge to be the beating the hot Edgeworth. Well, yeah, I think she's gonna get her turn later on. Like, this is like the long-going enemy of the prosecutor in due time, yes. Cause, yeah, apparently the committee likes to patch things up and make something that looks like the truth. And even if the people make mistakes, like their job to patch everything up, but Edgeworth is like going out of his way, even on his day off, to find the truth because it's his personal duty, and the committee doesn't like that. And I'm pretty sure that he's gonna be on trial, like not martial law, but you know, between prosecutors, and that's gonna be whether or not like some sort of committee to rule if he deserves his badge or not. It's an entire committee will get him. Yeah, because he's doing some things that are kind of off the book per se, like he would, to get to the truth, he will get to some pieces of evidence that would be usually inadmissible in court, but he doesn't plan to use them in court anyway, just during the investigation to get towards the truth and towards the confession and stuff. And the prosecution doesn't like that. Like, there's some loopholes in the law, and the committee, they rather want to patch those flaws than to correct them. You know? Like, apparently, making a law reform is so troublesome for the committee that they rather, you know, cover everything up with their power. Anyway, that's pretty much what the game is all about. Listen, I'm gonna head out. I need to fill Samson in on what went down today. You wanna come with? Yes, of course. Great, then I'm coming too. We're gonna be back in jail. April 2nd, 4:56 p.m. Detention center, visitor's room. So they're gonna bring the convict in. Okay, we're not gonna visit him in his cell like before. Okay, so what's Mr. Tangaroa like? I can't wait to finally meet him. Oh, he's a real sweetheart. You'll love him. Even while locked up, he can't help but make all sorts of cookies and cakes for everyone. It's why 3 p.m. cake extravaganza is a thing for prisoners and guards alike. Wow. Really? That sounds awesome. You think there'll be any left for us to try? Didn't we find a few slices of chocolate cake in the prison the other day? Oh! Yes! The brownies that we found in Canis' cell the other day. The one I made a clip about that went viral on YouTube Shorts. Could they have been some of Mr. Tangaroa's baked goods? Yeah, he looks exactly like when he was tortured. Gummy, what are you doing here? Well, I heard you all were coming to see Mr. Tangaroa, so I volunteered to escort him. Hello, new friends. I'm Sensen Tangaroa. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, at your service. And I'm Mr. Edgeworth's trusty sidekick, Kay Faraday. Hey, it's very nice to meet you both. Miles here is Gregory's son. Oh, is that so? Your father was very kind to me and fought so hard for my case. But in the end, I betrayed him. I made a false confession and... Don't worry, Mr. Tangaroa. Mr. Fender has explained everything to me. Sure did, and now we're here to tell you the truth about what happened 18 years ago. The truth? Judy did all that for me? Crazy kid racked her brain for 18 years until she finally figured out how to set you free. What can I say? Turns out she really would do anything for you. Oh, Judy, I never did anything to deserve such devotion. Come now, Mr. Tangaroa, I think we all know that's not true. The bond between the two of you has held strong for all these years, after all. You think so? I guess it's better show him. Which piece of evidence is proof of the bond Mr. Tangaroa and Miss Bound share? The chocolate she makes. Oh, they slightly melted, but yeah.
Take that!
Those chocolate. Judy made them, didn't she? Yes, she did. They're super delicious and sweet.
Miss Bao continued making them just as you taught her, even after that fateful day. So that there would always be some waiting for you when you finally came home.
Judy.
Yes, gonna cry.
I bet they're beyond super sweet then, aren't they?
Very much so, I'm afraid. I only wish we could end them to you, but you know, regulations.
Don't worry, sir. I'll make sure he gets them later. Wink, wink.
Which could be a clear breach of prison policy, Gumshoe. Not that I have the authority now to stop him anyway.
Thank you very much.
You know, Detective, something about you reminds me of Detective Bad.
Yeah, he was my mentor. Really, pal? I look up to him a lot. He's my role model.
You don't say. Seems fate like to bring people of all sorts together, huh?
You hang in there, Samson. Just a little longer. I should be able to get you out soon. I'm sorry sticking so long. Nobody should have to wait 18 years to get justice.
Don't be silly, Eddie. I'm the one who should be saying sorry. Or rather, thank you. Truly.
Samson.
Well, I guess it's my turn to wait for Julie to come home now.
Well, her crime is gonna be less. Theft of a pharmaceutical product that's been restricted. Desecration of a crime scene. Desecration of a body. I think she's gonna have 7 years in jail. Because I'm including parole. Like, she's gonna be sentenced for 25, but she's gonna be discounted down all the way down to 7.
I'd better make sure there's something delicious on the table for her when she finally walks through that door. Don't let me down, Eddie.
Leave it to me, big guy.
The IS-7 incident. It's been 18 long years, but this case we inherited from my father is finally coming to a close.
Hey, Miles. Thanks for today. And sorry for forcing you to make the final call like that.
Not at all. I simply made a call that felt right to me.
Huh? What are you guys talking about? You know how Senses was wrongfully convicted? We had to pretend that he wasn't in order to nail Gusto. But to use his false conviction against him, even to save him, as his lawyer, I just couldn't bring myself to do it. Yeah, I can see that. But now that Gusto's behind bars, I can finally start to get that wrongful conviction overturned.
Yes, and I am sure you will.
Wait a minute, does this mean that even if you were only doing what's right, if the false conviction had been overturned before today, Mr. Gusto would have gotten away scot-free? Well, if he was... if he made his conviction 4 months earlier, he would have gone away scot-free. It's what we folks in the trade like to call a legal contradiction. The law is far from perfect. Because of things like legal contradictions, right? Yeah, but you never know. Things might change. The law is always evolving, just like us humans. Your Uncle Eddie and Malzarino included, am I right?
The potential for growth and change in people and the law, huh?
So, Miles, are you going to keep fighting crime as a prosecutor or help people as an attorney? Something tells me you got a big decision ahead of you. One only you can answer. Yeah, so this is the greatest arc of Edgeworth's story right here. Because he always wanted to be an attorney. And what happened to his father made him work for Von Karma. And then he became a prosecutor. But now he realized that being a prosecutor means doing some sort of things that go against his own code, and now he's getting reprimanded for it. So is he going to be able to search from the truth as a prosecutor, or is it going to be easier to make so as a defense attorney? So that's the greatest question that he has to ask himself, which is why the name of the game is called the Prosecutor's Gambit. But basically, it's like he's gonna bet his badge that his way is the correct way. I know. Well, let's just say I won't complain if you show up at the office one day. And on that note, it's time for me to skedaddle. I owe you big time, and I always repay my debt. But for now, thanks again for today. I mean it. Adios. Did he seem kind of in a hurry to get out of here to you? He did. And honestly speaking, I'm the one who owes him a debt of gratitude. After all, he gave me the chance to reckon with my father's final case. When I was a boy, all I ever dreamed of was becoming an attorney like my father. But then, during my time with Mr. Von Karma, I learned the way of the prosecutor instead. Eventually, with the help of some good friends, I found my own voice and a new way to live. But now my career as a prosecutor is at risk for being taken away from me. It may be the time to take another long, hard look at how I want to live my life, whether I like it or not. April 2, Edgeworth and Co. Law Office. So this is going to be basically Eddie talking to the spirit of Gregory about the progress of his son. Hey, Gregory. Sorry for reporting in so late. It may have taken 18 years, but we got it. We're finally in a position to prove Sanson's innocence. All thanks to your boy, Miles. Couldn't have done it without him. You should have seen him. The way he fought for the truth gives me chill. It was like I was watching you. Look, I know I'm not half the attorney you were, but those guiding principles you tried to instill in me, I'd like to think I'm embodying them now as I carry on your legacy. Here's hoping. And the new picture! Oh, that's cute! Your boy will be joining me in that room. They're doing the same pose. Miles doing the same face as Gregory, and he's still doing the peace sign. Your boy will be joining me in that soon. Am I going to fight crime as a prosecutor, or help people as an attorney? What is the right answer? Which path should I choose? Turnabout Legacy. The end. Alright, manage a chapter without using story mode.